Um, okay. Today we're going to be checking out Storge Hunter. We are playing on the normal difficulty because this is my first time playing the game. And, you know, when you're choosing your difficulties in games, a lot of times you don't really know the difference about the difficulty unless they really write it out. There we go. Yeah, so we got the Emery in the back. But unless they really write it out, I don't remember what we were doing. Okay. Right, so we're just trying to make money. It is 7 p.m., so basically we're getting done with this in-game day. Because I had to, like, stop very suddenly, because, with the Rimworld Hot Potato, I just couldn't drag it out any longer than that. But the basic idea of this game is if you've ever seen, what do they call it, Storage Wars? It was a TV series where people would auction storage units, and then, you know, people just go up and buy the auction storage unit, and then, you know, try to turn a profit off of that. Which, for the record, that show is 100% scripted and staged, and it's not really done that way at all. But, you know, it's fun times. I don't know if that show still plays anymore, because it was like a whole big debacle that they had one of the people who was on the show, you know, came out in an interview and was like, oh yeah, no, when we go to these places, we already know who's going to win it, for how much, what's inside the units, like, all that's known. There's no guesses. Like, the entire presentation, as it were, was 100% scripted, which should surprise no one with any reality TV show of any kind. Just like they do the same type of thing with Pawn Stars. At least Pawn Stars, like, they have the entertainment in regards to, they'll give you the history about different things and all that kind of stuff. All those shows end up being scripted, because otherwise you just have episode after episode about episodes like, what'd you get interesting this week? Nothing. You know, anything historic or noteworthy? Not really. It's been a slow week. Or, you know, something would come in and you wouldn't have the random, you know, camera crew just randomly recording. Never really understood why reality TV shows try so hard to pretend it's real. Like, everyone knows whatever it's scripted, but people still love it. You can, it's like when you're watching sci-fi where you have that certain level of suspension of disbelief that you kind of do for yourself. Oh, we can get the, verifying this item. I forgot that was there. So, like, if you can make it close enough that you can just kind of, you know, just not think about it too much, you can pretend it's real, it's, like, in the moment, even if you know it's not. Let's see, you mean 40,000 signed guitars don't walk into pawn shops daily? Yeah, I think the idea is they wanted to make it come across that way because, like, you know, oh, we're this world-famous pawn shop. You know, we do have all these people coming with all these, like, really exotic things. And it's like, not normally. Okay, these both go to that collector. Does that collector want them right now, though? Well, there's one of the two of them. So I'll just assume yes. But unfortunately, they're going to be closed by the time we get here today, so we're just going to go ahead and head over. Hey, Cuz Jackie, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Catch the last 50 streams without missing a single one. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're having yourself a good day. But yeah, no, it's because, one, the music is pretty good. Yeah, no, this is just, what is it? Epidemic Sound. The music in the game was pretty fun too. It just unfortunately blew up like every DMCA thing there was between Twitch and YouTube. Like, my last VOD got muted on Twitch, and then YouTube was like, you can't do this, this is all copywritten, shame on you. It's like, look man, I just played the in-game music. So we're just doing the other stuff. And we got a lily pad with the 70 stream streak. I really do appreciate that as well. So yeah, so this is it's just the bluegrass playlist on Epidemic Sound. It's sadly not very long, so it is those ones that after like 1 or 2 playthroughs I'll probably need to switch the playlist just so we're not listening to the same songs in a repeat. Anyways, the way this game works is you basically go and auction a storage unit, and then you go through the stuff in there, you sell all the rubbish, Like, the literal trash. And where do they have stuff that I need to pick up? Yeah, those are on the other side of town. I'm gonna go ahead and head over to the other side of town, because that's where I'm gonna drop off this stuff anyways. And there'll be auctions over there too. So I'm not too fussed where we get the auctions. But yeah, so it's, you know, you sit there and you'll bid, and maybe you get it for really cheap, maybe it goes for a lot more. And then the hope is on the other side you made a profit. Which is one of the things we've talked about, that they do actually have storage unit auctions. That is a thing. But from my understanding, the most common purchasers of a storage unit during a storage unit auction is the person who failed to be able to pay for that storage unit anymore. That the actual owner of the stuff in there that, you know, lost it because they didn't pay for their storage unit, ultimately buys their stuff back out of the storage unit auction. But because, like, if you're spending more than very little amount of money on it, the odds you come out ahead are really grim. It's like buying lottery tickets. Let's see, a friend of yours lost all their belongings because they forgot to pay for their sister forgot to pay for their storage unit, and it got auctioned off without their knowledge. Lost tons of collectibles. Yeah, that would be for the people buying it at auction. Those would be the ones that they're hoping to get, that winning lottery ticket, as you would say. But generally speaking, that's the extremely rare exception. Do you want this? You do not want that right now. And then the other one I had for stuff was this other place over here. Yeah, that's the vast majority of time what you're finding mostly in those storage units is you're finding a bunch of people's paperwork, which, you know, if you're into identity theft, I guess you could certainly take advantage of that. You're finding a lot of units that are almost empty. You're finding some with some random junk furniture that didn't really have a home. You know, someone's like scrapbook pictures, those kind of things. Old clothes.
How can I help?
Alright. And a lot of those storage units won't really keep the stuff in really great shape super long. Okay, so the bull can be sold. Alright. So right next to us is the place that wanted the parts. You've got collectors.
Hello.
That was a very deep voice. You got collectors, and if you give them enough stuff, they give you cosmetics or whatever. Alright, so that was like the run around in the morning. Oh wait, I got one more thing I can actually sell, because we want more money because you buy tools, so you can get stuff, repair them up just a little bit. Get a little extra money out of it per unit so you increase your margins. Which is pretty much the entire basis of the game is, you know, improve the odds you're going to actually get the money, like, turn a profit, and the more you increase the margins on those, it just improves the odds that, like, even if you buy a storage unit and you overpaid, that you're more likely to come out ahead. But yeah, you have people who, like, buy storage units, like, on auction sight unseen, which basically means you don't even get to see what's inside to know if it's, like, anything worthwhile. And it's just gambling. Alright, so we are over here by what's in the box. I have no idea, like, how significant the impact in some of these prices are. We're still new to the game, and, you know, don't spoil any of that stuff. But I've been kind of just grabbing whichever's the cheapest auction and see what I can snag. Obviously, there's probably some game logic back there that, you know, gives a base price based on something. And then the other AI probably has some idea on why they make the decisions they do so far as that. Okay, looks like there's at least 2 boxes we can open, whatever the heck that is. And one more thing back there. So there's at least 4 items in there we can buy. I have no idea the value of any of these things. We're just gonna bet. Yeah, the more expensive ones have a 2 next to their name. Yeah, no, we gathered that there's like tiers to them. And I did see there's an achievement for getting, you know, a storage unit that is a... You don't get to see what's inside until you buy it.
Higher.
Alright, come on. Probably don't want to go too much higher. Alright, so 400. Yes, we got for 409. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to open those boxes. Okay, so we got a train set. That's in bad shape. So that's 34 bucks. We got a Rolodex. For all our business cards, because that's still relevant nowadays. We got a sink. Is not looking too encouraging. We got a toolbox. Like a really old school Craftsman you carry it around by hand toolbox. We got some soiled blankets. Okay, we got a VHS player. I'm sure that'll be worth something in, you know, 2025 or whatever. Got a volleyball. I'm not thinking we're making money on this one. You got a Rolex in here somewhere, maybe? Nope. Alright. So let's run over here. We can sell the stuff that the collectors don't want. And then I gotta get whatever that one item was that I couldn't see the price because it was a rare item. So I gotta take it to get appraised. The chances we made out on that well are really bad. We certainly lost like $200 there. Okay, so volleyball, the box itself, the sink, the blankets, the Rolodex, the train. Okay, so we have an electronics, and then the mechanic might want the tool chest. We're gonna run over here, I'm gonna drop off the VHS player. Because, unless it is one heckin' fancy VHS player, those things are not rare. Even the fanciest VHS players in their day didn't sell for that much. It was a lot for its time, but we're not talking. I'm not selling that thing for thousands of dollars or anything. If it's $100, that would be implausibly expensive.
May I help you?
Like, I'm actually expecting to lose money on that appraisal potentially. It's a VHS player. Okay, so let's go down here. We got what's in a box. The junkyard are both nearby. And I'm keeping the collector's items. They do change every, like, month. Or, sorry, every week. They unlock more stuff. Obviously, if I get into money problems, I gotta do what I gotta do. But I'd like to keep those so when it shifts, I can potentially unlock the next thing. You get the idea. Can you total your car or run over people? You can hit people. They just ragdoll. But your car doesn't have a damage model to it or anything as far as I've been able to tell. Like, I can even go through, not the metal poles, like this pole here. We can hit some of these poles and send them cascading. That's not one. It's hard to tell. There's some poles you can, some poles you can't. But you can break, like, a lot of things, and it just doesn't affect anything. I've already tried taking out the competition, and, game won't let you. We got a radiator, we got a police barricade. Those police barricades are actually worth a decent amount. Is he out of the money hole? I mean, we've got money.
Okay.
Come on.
But yeah, the police barricade, the last one we had, I think was worth like 400?
Come on. Come on.
Still feels like something that should be illegal to sell is, you know, a labeled police barricade that's like, you know, whatever police department.
Come on.
It's like, it's the same thing when someone, you go to their house, they've got, you know, like, the orange road cone, but it's like, you know, whatever city fire department. It's like, you know, the only way you get that is you steal that, right? Like, there isn't a legal avenue for getting a hold of that thing. Not normally, at least. That is quite the saw. Because it looked like a wood saw, but like, you know, being a yard long. Oh wow, that is not worth as much as I remembered. It's only 67 bucks. Okay. And we got a box that's got potentially stuff in it. So if we check on this, right now the estimated value is about a $40 loss. But we don't know what's in the box. And usually there's always something of value in the box. Now granted, it might be value as in like 10 bucks and utterly worthless so far as our overall spend. But it could also be something that we go in the box and it's like, oh, this is, you know, an item worth a couple $100. So there's still a pretty good chance I'll come out ahead, but not by a whole lot. I just grossly overestimated the value of the police barricade. Okay, so let's get rid of the things. Or the local department trust you? I mean, sure, but usually even like the local fire department or whatever trusts you, or like likes you a lot or whatever, usually when it comes to their like actual equipment and all that. Oh. That's interesting. So that's grayed out. Oh, I get it. So if it's grayed out, it means it is a collector item, but not one they want right now. Whereas if it's filled in, it's one they do actually want right now. That's good to know. I'm glad they have a highlight for that, because that's the kind of stuff when you're playing these games can be really frustrating. Like, I remember playing Stardew Valley back in the day, before they had that. They usually alter it so it's a bit not official. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump on that one. I've only got about 1 minute to get there before the sale is not available anymore. Yeah, so the idea is I'm trying to get a bunch of junk, and I'm hoping to get it where we grab it on the auction, and then we ultimately turn a profit on the other side. And obviously, the bigger the profit, the better we go. But you unlock tools like the repair tool, which effectively just lets me take the value of an item that's broken and just nudge it up a little bit, so you get like just a tiny bit more out of it. Okay, we got at least what looks like a bed frame, a refrigerator, and a chair. Oh, and your options for character models in this game is like negligible. You have like one dude, one lady, and you can change their faces between 4 options. And all of them are pretty... They're pretty... They would be an excellent radio host. Got a fire poker in perfect condition for $70. Got a wooden mug. On this game, definitely does that. That'd be worth $70 in a vintage store. Oh, which item? The wooden mug? An $80 refrigerator. Excellent. Oh, the poker? Yeah, no, I can see that. You can still get like the pokers and all that. Like, you know, people still do have fireplaces. That's not what I was planning on doing with it, but that technically works. I suspect the moment we touch it, it's gonna break. This is Chinese decor? That makes more sense. Okay. Can you get a bigger truck? Yeah, there are more vehicles. I mean, right now I can't because I don't have the money. We got a bad quality bed frame. Got another box to throw everything in. Alright. And this game absolutely rewards you for being an absolute pack rat. Oh no, we're just really weak. We just have telekinesis. Alright. I don't even know, I wish I knew my D&D terms better. Whatever the telekinesis, you know, type wizard is. You always amused me how fridges involved in the games. You know, light thing. Oh yeah, no, fridges are really heavy. Like, if you have a fully empty fridge, they're not the worst to move, but they're not light appliances. Do you know how you can tell it's an old fridge versus a new fridge? Coils are on the rear versus the bottom. The cooling coils aren't put on the back of fridges anymore. They're put underneath it. Okay, so leave the boxes alone. We haven't unlocked them. We won't get paid for the goodies inside. There's a poker. Come on, wiggle. That's good enough. So we do have... The VCR has been priced. Do we have any more auctions over here? No, the only auction left is back at the other side of the island and too far for me to reach. So let's go to the furniture store and get our priced VCR. Then we need to get to the locksmith to get these boxes busted open. Yeah, that command's not working, Bentley. I'll take a peek at that, because that should be working. Like I said, my luck. You know what I bet it is? I bet when I dealt with all these sound files getting all moved around when I got screwed by my backup software, I bet you it's got like a bad link. All right, So, the VCR, we paid $30 to get it priced. And it is worth... I'm calling BS on that. $163 for this? $163 for a rusted up old VHS player? Come on. Zero chance that's a reasonable price for that. You'd have to have, like, the bougiest you know, VHS that has ever been bougie. And even that would be ridiculous. Like, maybe if you've got, like, some historic one that's, like, the very first, you know, VHS player kind of thing, that they only maybe made, like, 100 units, maybe I could see it. But you're not getting some bad quality, beat-up old VHS player and selling it for $163 at the pawn shop. I'm sorry. That's a hot no. But I'm doing good. You know, when you switch today, I'll take a quick peek at the hello command and see what's happened. I suspect, like I said, that a while back, I had my backup software screwed me and just moved a whole bunch of my files, like just moved my directories around for a bunch of my files. I still had them all. It just like injected a new directory in between it, which made everything linking to everything broken, and I was pretty livid about that. That was the last time I used that backup software for a pretty understandable reason. So I got to 9 p.m. At 9 p.m., the town shuts down. It's basically Salt Lake City. The sun goes down, and so does everyone working. Okay, so there's the toolbox. There is a little bit of rush. I wouldn't say it's one of those things like... It's like Stardew Valley in the sense that you can make it something that you feel constantly and perpetually very rushed. But I feel like you put that pressure on yourself. There is some requirement to, you know, get stuff done. Because you do have to pay your rent each week. Alright, so get rid of the VCR. But your rent's only $100. Did you pick up the toolbox? I dropped that off with the mechanic. Because it was a collectible. So I did grab it, but the mechanic has it now. So we didn't actually get the money from it, but we got stuff towards unlocking things from it. But yeah, I would say the game is more about the margins. Yeah, now there's a non-zero amount of pressure, just to be clear. And what I mean by that is there still is a pressure. You do got to make your weekly rent, but it means you have to make a profit of $100 per week, which is pretty negligible. Okay, so put all that here. Because we can store that. We can only store 10 items. The next tool we would want to unlock is probably the lock-picking tool, which is $1,500. It means I wouldn't have to spend, like, you know, $30 every time I'm going to pop open a box or whatever it is. That's it. You didn't know if you would like the seasonal changes like Stardew? It said, I didn't know if you would have, like, seasonal changes. Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing. I am someone who does pressure myself in Stardew to get a lot done and not a lot of time. I like to, you know, quote-unquote, finish everything within, like, first 2 weeks. So it's a changing of the week. Okay, so the MRE, the preppers want it now. So let's go get our MRE to give to the preppers. But it is one of those things to recognize that when you play those games, the game has no pressure it applies to you. You can take all the time in the world in Stardew Valley. If you want to just do one thing every day and only one thing, that's a-okay, you'll eventually get everything done. But generally speaking, people, you know, put a pressure that they want to get certain things done in certain times. And that does ultimately just cause you to keep stacking more and more stuff on your shoulders. Okay, so now you can go get our 2 lock boxes and see what we got out of there. Because yesterday we had the one storage unit pretty much broke even, not counting the lock boxes. And the other one we were down, I think it was like 200 bucks. Yesterday was not a big money day. So the hope is we pop these boxes open and, you know, we just, you know, find a Rembrandt or something in there. So now we do our tradition of looking at the locksmith, breathing heavily, staring through their glass, you know, the entire 10 minutes before they open, unmoving, staring them directly in the eye and watching them move around in their store until they open. It's definitely not serial killer behavior.
Afternoon.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so we have household detergent. Yep, just gonna go sell some old household detergent, $5. That's plausible. We have $10 of bad sunscreen, because that'll certainly sell for that. We have a smoke grenade. And then we can sell the box itself. I'm supposedly selling this Chinese food box for $9. It doesn't even qualify as garbage. We have an old camera. An old camera actually could have a little bit of value. So you're considered electronics? You're considered art and culture. Oh wait, you're... Oh, there we go. A unique medallion. That could be making yesterday profitable. That might have been our winning lottery ticket. Okay, so first up, we got that smoke grenade. We don't know what it's worth. So we gotta check with the expert. So I could drop that off with this guy.
Good morning.
He'll charge me like 30 bucks. And he'll get me a price on that. Yeah. Serves me right. I go to, like, business plan. We go to the Chinese place. We buy just buckets of rice. Absolute buckets of rice in those little containers. You know, each one costing us probably like $4 or $5, something like that. And then we just make it on the margins, man. So both those are art and culture. Let's get those dropped off. Because with that, if we spend $4 a tub of rice, and we can sell the container and the chopsticks that come with it, you know, for $9, that's a $5 profit. You love how you run this game? Oh, I haven't been paying attention. There's been some pretty cursed run models I've seen in some of these sim games. Some of them do, like, a demonic shuffle. I still think my favorite for just, like, weird glitchy stuff happening in game is, oh, what was it? It was a slice of life Stardew Valley-esque game. Very, very Japanese. Not like full kawaii, but like vaguely anime-esque, like CG. But you ran your little farm and you had like this little Japanese style town and everything. And also check out Alice Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Playing some Outward recently, definitely someone I recommend. Each rice box is worth twice as much as the previous one. Anytime. But yeah, so, oh man, what was that game? It released, oh, it was, Sunnyside. That's the name, Sunnyside. And they would have their animations would glitch sometime, and there's a clip I have of just, like, one person sliding sideways into the person I was talking to. And it's just like, excuse me, I ask you please not slide into other people like some kind of demonic presence. Alright, so let's go see what we can do for auctions today. $62. Well, actually, that's a tier 2 at $97. Alright, I'm curious. So apparently the tier doesn't reflect the initial starting bid. I agree with this rice box business plan. It's Sunnyside for you, sliding in like toast from a toaster. That's another good line. But yeah, I was just in the middle of reading the dialogue out to chat, and this person just slides from the entire way across the screen over into the character. It's just like, what? What is this demon spawn doing? It was a promising game, but unfortunately it released really, really scuffed. And then the company didn't have the money to really deal with it, so they made like a kind of quick and dirty like vending machine management game, which actually I've heard is pretty good. And then they're trying to use that to make Sunnyside what they wanted it to be. I wish I could still see inside the unit to feel like, am I overbidding? I probably am.
Come on. Yeah.
500's my limit. This is my limit. I feel like we 100%. We lost by winning. Alright, we got almost 500 bucks in here. Oh, this is not going well. I can see 25 for a propane tank. Because you're actually getting the tank, you're not doing a rental thing. We got our book. Oh, we got a lamp. We got a lamp. Clearly not a college book. Oh no, it is a college book. From last semester. If it was this semester's college book, then yeah, no, it'd be like 150 bucks. Last semester's college book, 25 when you go to return it. Yeah, no, I remember how thing. Sometimes you need to lose money to make money. Wait, what? I mean, there is a thing that very legitimately sometimes it costs money to make money, but sometimes you're just losing money. There's no second part. We're not doing great. This is not looking encouraging. We're at about $200 and we spent about $500. You can't use last semester's books because the teacher will teach them in a different order. Oh yeah, no, my most expensive books in college were the Cisco networking books, which change every single year at the time. And the set of books together cost me over $300. And you couldn't buy them used because they change every year. I was so pissed about that. Because, like, the first book, the very first, class, had something out of the book directly. It's like, okay, this is one I actually need the book. Because that used to be one of the things I would do. Is, with the college books after a little while, it was just kind of one of those things that I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait. And until my teacher brings up the book, I don't buy the book anymore. Because those books, like, the cheaper ones were like 120 bucks. And they would get up to like the 200s and 300s if it was a specialized thing. And then I had a lot of teachers who, for whatever reason, and it was one because he had published the book and then was using it for his own class, which I'm like, you know what? That feels like that should be illegal. Okay. So we got the propane tank, we got a cereal jar, we got household detergent, we got a pumpkin, we got a absolutely cursed doll, we got a Christmas present, and we've got 2 school books, and then we got a lamp. So we're down about 250 or something. And then it's, you know, whatever the lamp comes out to be. The lamp to not go on a loss is gonna have to be like $200. I'm not very confident in that. Who is the one who did the it was pieces of like broken glass and ceramic art style that was like super popular in like the 70s? That it was like lead mesh and all that. I'm blanking on the name. I've seen their stuff. Tiffany, yeah. Hopefully it's a Tiffany one. Like actually a Tiffany one and not like just a knockoff. Okay. It sounds like a money-making scheme that should be illegal. Always changing the order of the book just to make more money. It's a racket. There's a bunch of those around education that are unfortunately... Like, it's not even the schools that do it. Not typically. You know, everyone wants... It's the same thing, like, you've got rackets around weddings, you've got rackets around that. So, like... Okay, well, I see a weight set, I see a bathtub, I see a lockbox. There's at least some goodies in here. But yeah, no, there's a lot of that stuff where, like, you go to walk-in graduation, and there, at least here in the US, there's only 1 or 2 companies that can legally sell the, like, college gowns or whatever they have. It's, what is it, not a copyright or whatever on it? And all that. And so you get a piece of cloth that's barely anything, worth like a couple of bucks. Super easy to make. And yeah, it is a monopoly.
Yeah.
We in the US patented maybe. But it is one of those things that in the US on paper we supposedly are very anti-monopoly. But also we are very, very on board with monopoly. But yeah, so like the cap and gown for your graduation is run by a company. Your class rings are primarily 1 or 2 companies. They have that's branched out a little bit recently, because you'll still get your stuff marketed at the school, like, oh, your high school graduation, you want to get your class ring, right? College graduation, you want to get your class ring, right? And so you still get the, like, official ads that show up in the school. But there's, yeah, Johnson's. Jocelyn's or whatever it is. But then you have a lot of the jewelry companies have gotten to the point where, like, we can't call it a class ring, because that is, you know, got a bunch of rules around it. But it's a ring that you happen to get for school, and it happens to have a whole bunch of things that are, you know, celebrating academic stuff. But, you know, it's not a class ring though, so it's fine. I mean, I actually feel like the safe would be worth more than $10. Like, being in actually good shape. Alright, so right now, without what's in the box there, it's 172, and I spent 222. So we probably will come out ahead on that one. You rented the graduation here in Australia? Yeah, you do actually have rental things here in the US as well. You also have, if you watch, like, a lot of the thrift stores around graduation will break out a bunch of the graduation gowns and everyone that the people who bought it and then turned around and chucked it at the thrift store. Is that a skill point? No, there's not skill points. It's telling me that I've got someone who has something for me. We got the box to open. You borrowed it from a friend for the photo? Oh, yeah. And you should, because it's an absolute racket. But yeah, no, we have another one. Another pretty famous monopoly we've got going on here in the U.S. is Luxico, eyeglass company. They run a number of the actual eyeglass stores, like the people, like the actual doctors. They go through the insurance companies. They run a bunch of stuff related to the insurance companies. They run the retail stores for the glasses. They run a lot of the manufacturers for the glasses. And they're actually pretty anti-competitive what they do. They actually, Ray-Bans used to be a very cheap brand. It was like cheap but nice. And Luxico is like, hey, we want to buy you. And, you know, Ray-Ban is like, no. Like, our whole thing is we want our glasses to be, like, accessible and all that to people. And then they're like, okay, well, we're not going to carry any of your glasses in our stores anymore, which means you basically can't sell them because they ran all the retail stores at the time. And we're going to, like, not have our doctors recommend them and a whole bunch of stuff. You know, obviously they didn't openly say that they were going to do that, but that's ultimately what they did, is they would just stop carrying Ray-Ban entirely and just crashed their stock entirely into the dirt, and then bought them, and then put them in the stores and jacked up the prices and made them a premium brand. But yeah, no, it's a thing. And then, like, wedding stuff is another one of those things that becomes an absolute racket, where so much around weddings is just artificially have their prices massively inflated for the same thing. Okay, so we need to do this auction, then we're gonna go do our drive around to collect all the things we dropped off already. Should have probably gone to Locksmith first, but we're here now. Okay, I see at least 4 items I can sell.
Yep.
With the prices being all over the board of this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, well, I don't have that kind of money. We're out. Alright. Now keep in mind, while the money I have on hand is just depleting rapidly, I am getting a bunch of stuff that is going to my bank account. Because you assign a certain percentage of your money to go to your bank account. And I don't think you can set it to 0. Alright, so we drop off the box.
Yes, Chief.
Wedding rings have a resale value of 30% after leaving the store. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical of a lot of things in general. Most stuff, it isn't some, like, massive collector's item. The moment it goes from new to used, just the value just plummets. Especially if it's machinery, since it has actual wear and tear. Alright, we got $156 from our smoke grenade. That's recouping some of that money. Okay, so the place I have stuff to pick up is the art store and the furniture store. Don't just get the material value for rings and stuff? It depends. If you take a nice wedding ring and you manage to sell the ring to another, like, private consumer or like a group who operates in reselling the jewelry, you can get more. But if you just go into, like, the local pawn shop, yeah, you're probably just getting the value of the gold and such. One of these days you're gonna get something from the appraiser and be like, Agent Orange. Well, that was not Agent Orange, but that was kind of one of the things that part of me would like to see from this is that occasionally you pop open the storage unit and it's like, oh, that's illegal. So, you know, you just have to turn it into the cops and all that. That it's a good you are physically not allowed to have. Like, it's, you know, one, it could be a stolen good, and if you could confirm it's stolen, you're not supposed to be allowed to resell it and all that. That's more of an issue at the pawn shops than an individual person. But then there's some goods that you open it up and you find like a frag grenade in there, like, oh, I'm not legally allowed to have this. This is something you'd have to have a dud one. All right, so we got our camera and we got our medallion. The camera's 150. I think that's enough that made that one profitable. And the medallion is 280 bucks. We gotta go to the electronics store, and then we're gonna try and, you know, the lamp is 250, it's golden. Yeah, obviously I'd like to make more of a profit. I don't have high expectations for the lamp. If it breaks 100, I think I'll be alright with it.
Good morning.
Alright.
Who are you?
141? All things considered, it could have been worse. That said, was the fix and fix levels? So every item has a quality from broken to perfect, and in between. And that affects the price. Okay, those are all bad. But it's not that you repair at one level. I can repair it from broken to bad. So ultimately, we would probably turn to profit. We definitely lost on a couple of units, and we made on others. Because we're pretty close to the money we started with. The difference being is I also got additional money in the bank account. Because while my on-hand money is relatively even between all of the units combined. Like the one I spent 500, we lost about 100 bucks on. We probably did pocket ourselves 2-ish hundred bucks, not quite. Like roughly like 200 bucks that are in the bank account. How's the skill tree in this game? There isn't one. You get renown, which is kind of your equivalent to XP, but it's more what it does is like the local pawn shop, you can't buy it until you have enough renown in the area. My assumption is I think renown might affect the prices, that, you know, people might give you a better price if you have higher renown. I think that's how it works. Like, I have noticed it seems like the locksmith is charging me a little bit less now. And that might also be the same thing, as I might have hit some threshold in renown where it goes, okay, well, instead of 30 bucks, I'll charge you 15. Repeat customer kind of thing. But it doesn't tell you explicitly what it does, nor do you go in and, like, choose, I want to discount my lockpick stuff. Oh, and also, now I think about it, that's 800, and we would have already paid our rent. So yeah, so we came out even farther ahead. The community might like you more if you didn't drive like a maniac, but would they recognize me if I didn't drive like a maniac?
Morning.
I am keeping the city workers well employed. Okay, so we got some crappy leather shoes and all that. Probably another 100 bucks between that and the box. Hey, Allie, how's it going? Alright, so it actually looks like I think we are up between the two accounts maybe $300 from the start of stream. Like the money in my actual pocket is about $100 up, I think, and then the bank account's up about 200. You know, then we consider that I'm at half a tank of gas, so I'm gonna put about 20 bucks in there. Have I played Stone Shard? I have not played Stone Shard yet. I did pick it up with the intent to play it, if I remember correctly. It's just been kind of one of those things of like, probably play it after a major update kind of thing. It's just the same problem that we always run into, is those games, they'll do their major update, and they'll do those at the exact same time everything is updating. And it makes it really hard to do that. Because, like, for example, like, you know, with Farm Sim being something I played on the channel a whole bunch of times, when they have, like, a major update or something, it makes sense for me to play a game that I know the channel really enjoys all that. Versus Stone Shard is definitely... It's something I'm definitely interested in trying, but that's more of a, not a risk, that's not the word I want to use. It's something that is a little bit more of a departure from my normal content that may or may not resonate with people. So it's kind of one of those things that it's easier when something new... So yeah, you can hit people for people who asked earlier. They just get back up, though. There's no actually, like, running people over and killing them GTA style. You don't come back, there's, like, money in a pool of blood there, I think. You just knock them around. Alright. The only auction you have is a really expensive starting auction. I mean, it's what's here right now. And I don't have anything anywhere else, so we'll just take the ones here. Starting at 265. That door needs to open and needs to look real good in there. Well, I could see two things. Potentially I could... Ah, there we go. 3, 4 things I could see that I can sell. 500s are cut off.
Okay.
Come on!
Yeah!
You can move, but I've had it glitch a lot where I start to walk around and then suddenly I'm not allowed to actually join the bid. I've had that happen 3 times in the last stream, and I had only played it for a couple of hours. But it's like, I would walk up to look around this, and then suddenly, like, the space to bid disappears and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I thought those boxes were things I could check out and sell. How did the value sort of start at 200? So when you check the auctions, they'll say like, okay, this auction is going to start at $100. This auction is going to start at $200. This auction is going to start at $300. They have, you know, different starting ones. Yeah, there's a minimum bid. Oh good, we got more Chinese food. Container. Have you experimented with bidding slower if it changes anything? If it does, I haven't super noticed it one way or the other. We got an iron. Fire safety equipment. What even are you? It's just fire safety equipment. Looks like maybe a Not a regular smoke detector. Yeah, not the regular style smoke detector. Was it carbon monoxide? No, what's the other one? Because you have your plain old smoke detector, and then there's a more specialized one. Oh, fire alarm pull tab? Maybe. I couldn't really get the see the texture very well. I'm sure tomato plants that have been sitting in there for however long it took them to lose the unit. Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's a pull switch. Okay. We made a profit on this. We are officially profitable. And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. And I'm going to make sure I don't forget the blanket. It's just big and awkward, so we'll have to deal with that. Alright, we can get our gun display case. Stay. Stay. You can get a better truck. Alright. So there's definitely nothing wrong with this safety-wise, having the giant blanket completely covering the entirety of the windshield. Let me go ahead and check with OSHA. OSHA, are we good here? Okay, OSHA says we're fine. Oh, good. That make it disappear button's broken. 1 second, I gotta go help OSHA. She's getting a little aggressive on wanting to be on camera right now. Sometimes she does that. She just gets very excited. Okay, so we got the gun rack here, the fire dispenser, the rug, the broom, the plant, the bangle, the gas stove, the iron, the penguin figurine, the Chinese food box, the thing there, and the regular chest. So that was just a solid win across the board. We have a $66 one right around the corner from me. So opening bid is 66 bucks. Have you gotten the collectors, I think? Yeah, I've gotten the collectors probably a good 5 or 6 items now. Whenever I get the opportunity, I'll give them stuff. Okay, it looks like we've got a wood fire stove, some type of display rack, a box, an Easter thing, and a bunch of garbage. That might be an MRE on the ground? Oh, there's something else on the ground that we could potentially sell.
Okay.
That I have no idea what it is. It's a rectangle.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Hi. Come on.
Don't you bid.
Okay.
Sir, I will shove those sunglasses into your face. Not because you're wearing glasses,
Okay.
but just, you know, I'm going to punch you in your schnoz. And they happen to be there. Alright, so you spent $300. I am on normal. Usually when I play a game for the first time, I will give them whatever their default settings. I'll give it a shot. And then a lot of games I will ultimately go way harder with. But it is a thing that some games, when you play them, the difference between like normal and hard is tedium. That it doesn't really make the game hard, it makes the game slower. And sometimes that can be fun. I like doing that. Project Zomboid I play on sweaty try-hard settings. and that. But then there's other games which a lot of Tycoon and Survival Crafter games are particularly notorious of, where you put them on their harder difficulties, and it's like, what if instead of this costing, you know, 20 clay, it costs 200 clay? And you're like, okay, so it just means I'm going to grind materials. Or, very, very famously with survival games, what if, instead of having to eat, like, 6-course meals a day on normal, you had to eat, like, 10-course meals every single day just to survive, and all that. This has a very high level of delinquency for storage units. Yep. Yeah, instead of this being worth $10, it's worth 1. Right, and there's, like, that's not to say it's all games. There's a lot of games that do a really good job of handling difficulty. But as those things, I do tend to play the games on whatever the developer's default settings first, and then we go from there. With this one, it seems like, from what it was implied, the only difference between normal and hard is that you get more renown, which appears to be their equivalent of XP. You get more, or reputation, or whatever you want to call it. You get more renown and all that. And they just have a higher chance, and it says losing auctions you have a higher chance of. Alright. So that one is going to be a bust. We got 250 out of it, and it cost me 300. So we lost about $50 in that unit, because I don't have anything to unlock, and I don't have anything to quote. But so you don't remember the game, but there was one game that was one indie that basically shoveling food in their mouth constantly, and the dev eventually diagnosed with hyperthyroidism. The dev was replicating what seemed normal for them eating. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the Division does the same thing, where the Division, you have the problem where you turn up the difficulty. It doesn't really make it hard in a meaningful way. It makes it harder in the, you just start pouring magazine after magazine after magazine into a dude running up to you with a bat wearing a t-shirt. And you're just like, alright, come on, man. And so it's not even really satisfying fighting. You're just expelling munitions into this like thug who's running at you, and it just ends up feeling weird and funky. And then, like I said, there's games that do difficulty really well. I would say RimWorld does relatively solid difficulty stuff. Okay, I was curious. So we turned in the MRE, and I'm assuming once I've turned that in, I should just sell the other one, which is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, the worst part was the early game when you had no ammo to spend. Oh, yeah. Borderlands, the older Borderlands got that way, too, when you start playing on, like, the really sweaty settings. You'd get to some of the the enemies, like, not even the bosses. The bosses were pretty bad, but they're at least bosses. You get to some random enemy, and it would just soak damage with its face. And you're just like, dude, this is some guy running around with, like, a ski mask. Calm down. But for example, like, I enjoy Big Ambitions is the game. That it's like a Tycoon-style game. And it just makes your money take longer. And sure, objectively on paper, that is harder. But ultimately, it's not really a hard game. It's a game that can be slow. So it just makes it more tedious. And that's also a game that, if you were to do a full playthrough where you took over Manhattan, it's going to take you hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
Okay, we stop. I'm not that brave. Let me out. There's already $600. You know, I'm pretty sure we lose money on that one. Yeah, you enjoy your loss, buddy. I was like, there's a table in that in there. There ain't $1,000 worth of stuff in there. Okay, so we probably can't make the 4 o'clock, but we can definitely make the 8 o'clock. Yeah, so let's go over here for the 8 o'clock. Why does your dude keep getting out of the car on the wrong side of the car from where you want to be? I have no idea. I hadn't been paying attention to it. Most likely because it's a jank simulation game. Like, it's fun, but, you know, it is one of those things. There's a lot of games that have come out that are, you know, they're just simulating some type of idea or job or whatever. And a lot of them are very low budget, which there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But, like, you know, grab a bunch of stuff on Unity, get your handful of assets, you get your idea. What would have been historically a prototype of a game, that you got your basic concept and you've executed on it. And then, you know, you'd go through many iterations to polish it up and make it better. But with a lot of that, you get a lot of these games that they come out, they just grab the asset packs, grab the packages and all that, and flip them real fast. And you do actually get some pretty good games out of that sometimes that can be a little messy and a little janky. Like, a lot of them suffer horrifically from performance because they're taking a bunch of, like, random different packages and shoving them together. But it does allow us to get all sorts of wild ideas. We have a drill press, we got a map of California, we've got a box, we've got some detergent, some rectangle I don't know, some shop sink, or like industrial kitchen sink or whatever. The drill press could go for, in real life, a really old one. You might be able to get $100-something out of it. If it's actually in good shape, drill presses are not cheap. Like a big full-size drill press like that, you definitely get a couple $100 out of that in real life. Alright, so 534. I'm counting on that drill press having a realistic price. $73, bull. If this is in an operating order, you wish you get that for $73. That is a full-scale, like, full-size drill press. That motor on that's worth more than $73. Yeah, the metal alone would probably put you in that $70, $80 price range or more. Because that'd be cast iron and steel. Like, the pad on the back and the general housing would be probably cast iron. And then, like, this column would be steel and all that. Yeah, no, it's okay. I set the shave my head to be a pretty ambitious goal, and I knew that. But I figured it's like, hey, you know, it's a thing I am willing to do. But, you know, you gotta earn it. Now we got a storage box. You say a steel comp sink would be worth more than that price? Yeah. It's one of those things that, you know, people are like, you can look around. It's like, but it doesn't mean anything until I've memorized the prices of a bunch of items in the game. These numbers are utterly irrelevant. That so many of the items in the game have completely implausible prices. Like, you've got a map of California. Just a regular old map of California. And it is worth more than the drill press. It's a map. Like, it's not some, hey, here is this map from the 1930s that was printed by this now defunct but famous map printing company or something like that. You're like, oh, okay, that's you know, a collector's item. It's like, no, it's just a Californian map. Like, the fact you can even sell a bottle of bleach you just randomly found in a storage unit is weird. Okay, we got a silver bangle that we don't know what the price is. We got lamp. That's got to be worth something. It brings us light. And we got tape dispenser. So right now, the price we have before opening the other box and getting the estimated price on the bangle, we're going to be short about $100. So I'm feeling pretty good that we'll come out ahead in the long run. I didn't see something, but we can check. Because when we go to sell, I'll have something that's not verified. The last lamp was around 40. Yeah, the thing is they're like different styles. You know, you could have sworn you watched Storge Hunter when it first came out. I guess your mind made it up. Oh, so Storge Hunter, Oh, watched me play it? Oh, yeah. No, I haven't played this until yesterday. It was one of my lists to play. It's just, you know, too many games. You played this game before? I'm 90-ish% sure I have not played this before. Because it wasn't in my Steam library or anything. Oop. The binder can be repaired for a couple extra dollars. Maybe a demo? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we hadn't played this. More than likely we'll have played a similar style game. Yeah, so I did that for $1 extra. Yeah, no, it looks like a it has similarities like State of Decay. We have played some other jank simulators, and more than likely it's an asset flip. Where, you know, they just go onto, you know, the Unity store, grab some free or relatively cheap assets and just reuse them. Oh, it's already 6, so it's going to probably be too late for me to buy anything else. Yeah. So, I definitely know we need to go by the art store for the bangle. You like when you make cursed characters? Yeah, I did discover, because I briefly messed with this after stream yesterday. I did discover after stream there is actually more customization you can do to the character. I just didn't notice there was a scroll bar. It's nothing too exciting. It was stuff like you could change your hair color. So, you know, I could have given them like pink hair, green hair, blue hair, but that's about as exciting as it gets. They don't really let you do anything too wild. The game doesn't have much character customization. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure yesterday was the first time I played this. Like I said, there's a lot of games that fall into similar umbrellas. I've certainly played no shortage of games where you can drive around town and do simulation things. I'm just trying to think of off my head what game would be the one to be like, oh yeah, that's similar enough, I could see that. It's also possible I forget things. But yeah, no, I don't think I actually ended up playing this. Farming Sim? I mean, I'd definitely say Farming Sim looks better than this. The driving model is certainly better in Farm Sim. Like, the driving model in this is fine. It's about what you expect for this style of game. It works, it functions, it does its job. It's nothing to write home about. We don't have anything like traction considerations like SnowRunner and anything quite like that.
Afternoon.
Is there anything else going on? Yeah, so that's in 3 minutes. We can't get there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good we'll come out ahead on the one there, because like I said, we got those two things that look like they'll probably give me good money. The two rare items. And we don't know what's in the box, but the box itself will probably be another 20, 30 bucks plus, you know, whatever's inside, and if whatever's inside is more than like 30 bucks, we'll come up ahead out of opening it and everything. So all in all, we're looking pretty solid about making $200 or whatever on that storage unit. Okay. And I do suspect once we get to the point of being able to unlock our own stuff, that'll help a lot, because, you know, we're taking a hit, you know, 15, 20, 30 bucks every time I gotta open a box. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we will do our rounds to grab stuff first. And grab our gas. Low-key, one of the games that, so there's sometimes games that present themselves that they look like, you know, cheap, low-budget asset flips. Or, you know, the kind of knockoff game, you know, there's House Flipper, but then there's also, we have House Flipper at Home style games. And one of the ones that kind of, like, on paper looked like an absolute knockoff was Hotel Renovator. I remember having a really good time with that, and, like, circle back to that one later. Lockpicks are the verified tool. Well, the lockpicks are $500 cheaper. The bigger question would be the verification tool or the fixing tool, because this would make anything bad worth a little bit more. The verification tool, on the other hand, for anything that was rare and more, I would get the instant price and I wouldn't have to go and verify it. But it does look like once I verified an item with the collectors, I don't have to re-verify it. So it is kind of one of those things that I think between those two, the repair tool probably is better, since that indefinitely gives us more money. But the lock-picking tool, you know, it's indefinitely going to be a reoccurring expense. So weirdly, I think the verification tool is actually probably one of the less useful tools, but also one I absolutely want. So we got a soup spoon, we got a silver bangle, we got a handgun. Like, you get the, deadlock eyes to the stutter, it gets you. You've been inside watching someone do that? Oh yeah, no, when I worked at Sears, it wasn't very often. But you would have that customer who's just like standing outside there, like staring in. I'm like, alright, look man, I know you're here to get whatever it is you need. And it's like, you can almost feel like they're like offended by the fact that you are in there and you're not open yet. It's like, man, we got a lot of crap we gotta do before we open. You're quite a higher level wire, and the verification tool is way better. Yeah, I'm still gonna go by what I said I was gonna do, because it is one of those things that I like to figure out games based on how they go. So I've kind of already made that decision. I'm gonna stick with it. Based on the information the game gives me now, it's the one that looks the best on paper, even if like ultimately it's very much not the case. Or closing the store and someone tries to stop you. You're like, hey, I just want to. It's like, no, you don't. Yeah. Luckily, I didn't run into that too much when I worked retail. It happened every once in a while where, you know, like, you're closing at 10 or whatever, and, you know, you've gone up to the door. Like, usually I wasn't responsible for locking the door. That was someone else's job. But, you know, when you're, like, closing your register, and they're like, hang on. I just want to grab the one thing. And you're like, my register's closed. I've already started counting money. Like, this isn't a thing where I could be like, yeah, no, that's no problem. It's like, no, my register, like, I've already done the things. Like, you're just too late. Okay, so we definitely made a profit on that. Those two alone made it that. You had people run for the gate when you were closed. It's like, no, girl, you don't need that candles that bad. Yeah, for me, it was a tool store. So it is a thing that are like, okay, there are circumstances you're like, I got this pipe, it's like rupturing water, I just need to run to here and get a pipe wrench. You know, like, I don't think we ever had that kind of thing happen, but you could plausibly see that scenario where the person's dealing with like an actually urgent thing. Why allowed the... Oh, so the store had multiple cash registers. So I would be shutting down the tools/sporting goods department. You'd have, like, the front register was still open. You know, that kind of stuff. But it's basically, like, we're starting the process of wrapping everything up. You're kind of in that point where you're like, hey, if you're not in line, come back tomorrow kind of deal. Like, we're done now. Sorry. It's like, if you're not already got your goods, you know, get to the register, you can check out what you got, but it's time to go. And for the record, the store would stay open, you know, reasonably with people. You'd get to the point where someone would follow you around and be like, hey, you need to move towards the register. And you'd be like, sorry, you need to move towards the register. Like, people gotta go home. The whole time you're here, we got like 20 people who are all on payroll being stuck here. And it doesn't matter, unless you're planning on dropping like $10,000-$15,000, the store's going to lose money. People just ignore it. Oh, we trespassed people once or twice that they kept trying to keep shopping, or like, we are telling you to leave now. This is no longer a request. We are telling you to leave. We will come after you for trespass if you do not leave. Not that anyone ever pushed their luck to the point the cops got involved. Yeah, most stores are large enough to have an announcement 30 minutes before, 10 minutes before they start closing time.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to go home too. Yep. I would say if you allow me through the doors, I expect to be able to buy. Well, right. The thing you run into with Grimmix with that kind of thing is you'll have people who they come and are like, I just need to get my 2 things. They'll go over there, they'll get their 2 things, then they'll come back. That's fine. The thing is you'll have someone go in there and they'll walk up and they'll be looking at this item and they'll want to ask a whole bunch of questions, and they'll walk into the next item and they'll want to ask a whole bunch of questions, and they'll go back to the first item and then they'll ask you which one do you see, and then they'll go, I'm not sure, and then they'll walk back and forth and they go, well, I need to go check the other thing, and they start asking you a question. And you're like, look, man, if you know what you need, come and buy it and go. Like, closing time happened. Again, because it is one of those things, if you got a store and there's 18 people in there, those 18 people all got to stand around and are getting paid that whole time, potentially pushing into overtime, while you might buy a $50 item. Which means it is just a wheel of money burning. Yeah, I just need to do this really quick, 20 minutes. Oh, 20 minutes is not even that bad. I definitely know there was one we stayed open late because this guy was doing like an entire build out for his garage with cabinets and everything. And that was legitimately like a $20,000 sale. So like normally we would have told this guy to shoo, but the thing he was purchasing is like, okay, like this is, you know, big enough spend to justify everyone being here. But it's half the time people walk in, they're like, oh, well, I just want to, you know, I want to go over here and get paid. Hey, let me hold up all my cards and compare my different colors. Hey, can you mix up this paint for me? Okay, well, I'm going to need 20 gallons of that. And you're looking at this being like, hang on. Yeah, the single purchase does our thing. Yeah, if you need like 30 minutes of shopping, but it's 5 minutes before store closing, you are an a-hole. Yeah, no, exactly. And you get sometimes people don't really get a choice. That's like, they rushed straight from work there and that kind of thing, and they just have to work evenings. And like, you know, I'm sympathetic and empathetic for that. But at the same time, it also means all of these other people aren't going home to see their family because they're stuck around. And there's definitely a balance between considerations. Like I said, if you just walk in and you just make your way to your purchase and all that, that's fine, that's whatever. Like, it'd be a thing if you go into the grocery store and you just need to grab a couple of things, and the store closes at 9, and you show up at, like, 8:59, and you just, you know, sneak in the last second kind of thing. If you're just grabbing a couple things, like you're just grabbing your eggs and milk and whatever, that's fine. If you're doing the whole, I'm about to go and get $500 worth of groceries, so I mean, you know, a pack of soda, I guess a little bit of ground beef. I'm joking. But, you know, you go in to get, like, your, you know, $500 worth of groceries, you're buying your monthly grocery run that's going to take you, like, an hour to get through. There's definitely a point where you're like, hey, man, I'm sorry, but no. Okay, so this should be fine, because we got a box to open. The box itself is worth $27. If there's literally anything in there, we should have a profit, because we're $9 short of a profit, and we haven't opened the box yet. Let's see, my opponent, showing up 5 minutes before closing is also different from knocking on the door. Oh no, if I've already locked the door, you're done. Like, if I've closed the door, you're done. I'm sorry. It's just what it is. Because again, once you start closing out the register, it's not like you just open the register. You would literally potentially get fired for that. It's, you do everything, you do your count, you put in your stuff, and you're done. That register's offline for the evening. Once we're at that stage, you miss the boat. It's like showing up as you're watching like a cruise liner leave the port. It's too late. The boat ain't turning around. You knew what time it was done. You missed it. Maybe you can get a vehicle to bring you to the boat and they might be willing to amend that. Probably not. Okay, so the magazine, we can fix it. But when they're like, you will be here at this time, that wasn't a suggestion. Yeah, we did that for $3 more. So that means we're only $6 short of a profit before opening the box. And there's people who show up before you open the doors in the morning and assume since there's an employee side, they should be allowed in. Oh yeah, no, I've had people cuss me out because they're like, why didn't you open? I saw you behind the counter like 10 minutes ago. It's like, I was still getting my register, man. Like, I have a whole lot of garbage I gotta do before I'm ready to deal with any customers. And it's like, plus, this is a corporation and we got policies. If I open early, it is a whole fiasco. Just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm available. Why didn't you get the wise? We open at 10? Oh, like, you don't actually have that discussion about, like, why or anything else. Like, with a customer, it is basically that, where they're like, why weren't you open? I've seen you here for 10 minutes. And it's like, we open at 10. Like, that's the time we open. If you are unhappy with that, here's the line for corporate. You can go yell at them to change their entire business model. We have dishes to do food and to distress. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other thing, is like stuff like food services and everything. There's a hell of a lot going on in that kitchen. If you show up, say the place opens at 10 and you show up at 9:30, you're going to get raw meat if you try and take that now. It's not done yet. They got to get that stuff going. You're not getting your fajita veggies. You're getting a raw, you know, raw capsicum or raw bell pepper, depending on where you're from. You just get the uncut onion just put on and saying, hey, sorry, we need our 30 minutes to make that into something other than a raw onion.
Come on.
I mean,
Okay.
you definitely get some people are older generation. I wouldn't say it's necessarily an old generation. It's people who feel entitled, that they look down on a lot of those jobs that are traditional entry level. That they kind of, there's like a feeling that they're better than you or whatever. And I've certainly seen at companies, luckily not while I was working retail, I didn't run into that. But I've been at places where there's just some waitress trying to do her job, and just someone giving her a hard time or whatever. You know, because it's like, you're just some dumb whatever. And fortunately, I'm happy that nowadays I see more and more when that kind of interaction happens, I see the manager walk up and be like, get the hell out of the store, you're not welcome here anymore. And I really appreciate more managers are starting to be that way. When someone is just belligerent with the staff for no reason, that they're just like, go away, you're not here anymore. Though we did oh, what was it? Oh, yeah, no, I've told the story before that we had a guy show up, and he was hassling, in our retail store, there was like the department cash registers, so like tools, that kind of thing, and then you also had the, like, front cash registers that were just, like, for whatever. And so the person went up to the front cash register, and was like, I can't remember what the discount was, like 10% discount or whatever, because of, and he showed his concealed weapons permit, because at the time here in Florida, you had to have a concealed weapons permit to carry. That was just the rules. And was basically like, you know, this, you know, I get a discount. And the person was like, no, you don't. And I had started ringing up someone for some other tool, and was like in that front box, but you know, I was ringing up a tool sale. And the guy, give me a moment, fighting a box. And the guy, here, 1 second. And the guy went like this, he had his jacket on, and he went like this, to like push the jacket on, like he's putting his hands on his hips. But at that point, you know, he was no longer concealing that he was packing a firearm. And I immediately stepped in and was like, sir, you need to get the hell out of here. That is a strong arm robbery. Like, we are now going to be calling the police. So you can get out of this building. Because it was the whole thing. And I had the manager who showed up while he was yelling a bunch and everything, and the manager showed up. And she was like, yeah, you are no longer welcome in this store ever. Like, if you show up again, we will have you trespassed and everything. And the guy started getting upset. He's like, but this is the only tool store for all this thing. He's like, well, you shouldn't have been an ass then, huh? But yeah, no, it was like, and he probably had no thing, but at the time in the state of Florida, again, this was a time where it was concealed permit. And the idea was, if you were displaying your firearm, and it wasn't for, like, you're in the middle of making a sale for the firearm, or, you know, it's, you know, some type of cleaning, like you have a business reason for displaying it, like you are displaying it for other reasons, it is considered intent to use. So in that situation, as far as Florida law was concerned, the moment he flipped that thing back to show his firearm, it was no different than him pulling the gun and pointing at her face. And I honestly think that's fair in that type of scenario. Because, like, what way am I supposed to interpret that? I have told you no to something, and you have shown me your gun. How else am I supposed to interpret that moment? Because that's the way I would interpret that, is I told you no, you got upsetty spaghetti about it, and decided to show a gun to me. And there's only one way I see to interpret that. Because that was clearly a deliberate motion. He was basically just trying to get this, you know, this 80-pound, 17-year-old girl to, you know, get all scared and give him his discount. Which he probably couldn't have given anyways, because corporate. Like, not policy-wise, she probably would be incapable of ringing it up with the discount. It would have made her call the manager. But, you know, people are dumb. Really? Shutting everything down early today. Your mom was a manager at a hardware store for a while in her early 20s. Just in the early 70s, you're not, I'm sure you can imagine how much crap she had to deal with. There's very much an attitude with, What, a girl manager? This is a hardware store? Oh, man. I had it was, So, in the department for hardware, we actually had 3 managers, because they would rotate. There's 2 guys, there's, like, 2 guys and a woman there. And for the record, like, she was the least knowledgeable of them on tools, because the other 2 had, like, a long background in working as mechanics and all that, whereas she came around more from the managerial side. But I would say of the 3 of them, she was the most passionate about actually learning. And she got a hard time a lot of times. And there was more than once I'm like, hey, she knows more than you do, to, like, whoever was on the other side of the counter. It's like, I'm sorry, but, like, you're saying some dumb crap. She at least acknowledges when she doesn't know stuff, which puts her leagues ahead of you. That's the other thing you love, people just assuming that because they want something that the cashier is actually capable of doing. Oh yeah, like the vast majority of time, when you're talking anything but like a mom and pop store, the vast majority of the time, if I go to try and give you a discount, if I enter it, the very first thing it does, it locks the station and goes, okay, you need to get a manager over here for approval. And sometimes you can like back out of it and try something else, but like the vast majority of the time, you know, it's gonna just immediately shut you down and be like, no. It's not, it's like, the people working in like stocking and cashiering, we have nearly no autonomy. We're just human robots a lot of the time, so far as doing the policy. And as much as people aren't gonna get themselves fired for some like silly little thing that you want, a lot of times it's not even a thing we can actually do. Yeah, no, exactly. Like Blockbuster, like, canceling the late fees. They're like, oh yeah, I can do that with manager approval. And if I be like, oh, but they're so nice, manager isn't gonna go with it. And if I get caught in the lie, I lose my job. Your $2 late fee is not worth my livelihood. You have your gun on your 9 out of 10 times you go to the store? You have open carry, but out here in the Rockies, everyone's packing, and anything just to keep wildlife away. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, again, your local laws. So it wasn't the problem of the person having a firearm on them, because I'm willing to bet even in an open carry state, where, like, you're allowed to just have your firearm, like, full display. So, you know, you've got your firearm just on your hip. Like, not hidden, not anything, you're open carry. And the person's like, no, your gun permit doesn't give you a discount, and you put your hand resting on the butt of your gun, I'm still gonna take that as a threat. Like, that one's got at least a little bit of fuzziness to it. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones. The moment you're putting your hand on your firearm when you're in disagreement with someone, that is enough to be like, hey man, we're done doing business. You get the hell out of my building. Like, that is not okay behavior. Yep, you touch that gun, it's an implicit threat. Right. And that's why it's called a strong arm robbery. For those who know what don't know a strong arm robbery, it's not where you sit there and be like, I'm going to shoot you or I'm going to beat you up or anything like that. A strong arm robbery is being like, hey, you should give me the money in the till and have, like, you know, two like no-neck muscle people with you. You never threaten them with violence. The threat's there. It's very implicit. You got, like, you know, you got your goons hovering over the thing that, you know, the unspoken implicit is, if you don't give me the money, you know, I got steroid jacked up person 1 and 2. Oh. Oh, Tomb's almost home already. Okay. Yeah, right. It's the same thing of, like, the old mob stuff where it's like, you know, you need to pay us a little protection money. You know, scary things happen around here. If you don't pay us a little bit of protection money, you know, maybe things aren't going to go your way. You never did actually threat the person that you were going to be the source of those unfortunate things, but it's dripping with implication. Yeah, nice shop here. It'd be a real shame if something happened to it. You know, me and the boys could take care of you. You just gotta pay us a little bit for our time. Yeah, but it's an intimidation tactic. But also with, like, strong arm robbery, you don't even have to ask for money. That discount one is explicitly stated, like, requesting a discount that you shouldn't otherwise have. That is another form of robbery where you're not really stealing, you know, the money directly, but you're stealing it by means of paying less than you're supposed to, and then the store eating the cost and all that. But yeah, so it's not necessarily that the person had a firearm that was the problem. It was their behavior of what they were doing while in possession of that firearm. Okay. We got a pirate scarf, a toy spaceship, and a school textbook. So I have to get the pirate scarf verified. And then the rest we can just sell. But yeah, that was the only case I had someone do that. I had plenty of people who yelled at me where I was like, alright, this dude's about to throw fists. And like, and it's always over like the stupidest thing. Like that one who did the firearm thing, it was over a discount that would have imagined like, it would have been like 10, 15 bucks. And you're like, is it really worth going to jail to try to save yourself 10, 15 bucks? Let's see. It's over here. You can legally hold your gun in public. You just can't use it as a threat. But, like, if someone says something idiotic and then they put their hand on the gun, tell them to choose their next words carefully. It's legal and not brandishing. Only brandishing if it leaves the waist. Just a bit more Wild West out there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I personally am of the mind, if we're in some kind of disagreement, whether it's a discount or whatever, and your hand meets your firearm, and we're not explicitly, like, shooting at the gun range or someplace where that makes sense. The moment your hand makes contact with your firearm, that's an implicit threat. Again, obviously if we're at the gun store and you're cleaning your gun, or you're at the range, that's all fine. Or if we're actively hunting or whatever, that's fine. But, like, if we're in a retail setting where there's no reason for you to be messing around with your firearm, like, the moment there's, like, a disagreement, you start fussing with your firearm, that's that. Like, you are at least tacitly implying that you are considering doing stuff with your firearm. Whether it's empty threat or whatever. But again, that's in that scenario. That's not a problem with possession of the firearm in itself. It's your behavior while being in possession of a firearm that could easily be taken as a threat. And I would say credibly taken as a threat. That in the boots of the other person, it is a fair and reasonable assumption that a threat is being implied. It'd be the same thing as, like, someone's like, hey, you're gonna give me that bike, and they're sitting there, you know, tapping a baseball bat in their hand while asking you for it. Or yelling at you, or whatever. It's like, yeah, you could argue it's fine, but that's not, like, the threat is heavily implied. Yeah, no, most of the places you would actually get nailed for that here in the US.
Come on! Come on! Hello!
Like, regardless of open carry, concealed carry, or whatever rules.
Yeah!
The implicit threat, like you said, you get the actual charge isn't strong arm robbery. I think you still go under larceny. Actually, I actually don't know what the charge is. But yeah, like I said, it's considered a strong arm robbery. That you're heavily implying a threat. Verify at least 10 Halloween decorations. A coffin stroller? Okay. Luckily there's no coffin that goes with it in here, because that gets grim. You're like, there's a lot of stuff that it doesn't make sense. Like, you're like, oh, I've got this broken, you know, collectible magazine. I'm just going to make it better. It's like, what did I do? Did I, like, tape up the pages? I don't feel like... I feel like that still ruins it. Or, like, you know, random pair of sneakers that I fix it to not be broke. It's like, did I just break out the duct tape and give it a little wrap? See, in your state, at least a pistol can... Let's see, in your state, at least a pistol can't be a threat in any circumstances in the holster. So you can grab it and hold it and tap it. As long as you don't draw it. But in different regions of the law, okay, I mean, I get what you're saying, but there's certainly we could take that and kind of do the whole thing where you go, okay, well, let's take an extreme scenario to demonstrate that there's definitely more nuance than that, and then you'd creep it back to whatever the reality is. And if I were to walk up and go to a retail store and be like, hey, you need to give me that discount, or something unfortunate might happen, and then, you know, I fully wrap my hand around the gun handle and everything, but it's still in the holster, I think any police officer would reasonably arrest you. And I think that would be an entirely reasonable thing. So that'd be your extreme scenario where it has remained in its holster, but very clearly a threat was made, and, you know, it was a threat with a deadly weapon. And then, you know, you creep that back an inch and go, okay, what happens if we didn't fully wrap our hand around it? Would it still be there? And then you keep creeping back to wherever the actual place that you make that cutoff where it's like, okay, never mind, that's the place where it's okay. So far as, like, legally speaking, I still think the behavior would be repugnant, but you get the idea. It probably greatly depend on the situation. Right. And bear with me, chat. We just hit the ad break, so I'm going to take 2 seconds to run downstairs. Tomb may not be home yet. Oh, she literally just texted me that she got home. So Tomb's home. I'm going to quickly run downstairs, make the dinner thing happen, and come back. And for the record, this isn't being, like, anti-gun or anything. It's just, you know, there is... Even if we replaced all of these comments with a knife, most of everything I said would still apply. So it's not anything related to gun law, safety, rights, or anything specifically. It's more a weapon and a, you know, situation where you're at disagreement. All right, well, I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we're back. And yeah, I saw the let me check that message again, Cathawk. I saw the message. I didn't see that disclosure on it because I had looked previously. So for voiceover artworks and other marketing materials. Ah, I see. So you're using it for localization and marketing materials using Gen AI. That sucks. Because I haven't seen anything in game, nor was there a disclosure on Steam, which is a requirement these days. But it would make sense if they're using it for marketing materials, why they wouldn't need to disclose things. Because if I made like a poster on whatever website using Gen AI that's not technically in the game, therefore would not run afoul other thing. That does suck. Because people know I'm very, very avidly against against generative AI. I can see the argument with like localization. I'm a little mixed on, because on one hand, the alternative is you probably wouldn't get the localization at all, which is certainly bad. I'm still not in favor of using Gen AI for the localization. I haven't heard... Are there voice lines in the game? I haven't heard hardly any voices to begin with. But yeah, that sucks. It's also when I need to look at it, because there's a lot of times that people will say there's Gen AI not... Because I didn't see the disclosure on the Steam page. And I haven't seen too much that makes me think Gen AI, but it is something I definitely want to check into. Ah, they did have one? Okay, when I first looked at it, I didn't see that. Now, it could be on me, like I could have overlooked it. That sucks. I'm so tired of freaking Gen AI being an absolute frickin' everything. But yeah, no, if they use it for the localizations, they would be required to disclose that. I don't actually see anything I could sell. I just don't even want this. Because, like, looking at here, that gets junked, that gets junked. The box gets junked. I don't think there's anything we actually... I don't think there's literally anything we could sell in there. You're constant. It's so frustrating, because it's like, look, I just want to not support Gen AI. I think there is accessibility reasons that are good, legitimate uses for it. That, you know, you are adding like text to speech kind of stuff, and I know there's people who are very against that, but from an accessibility side of that, I can be okay with it, assuming people are being paid correctly and yada yada. Because like we've had, you know, what was it, like the Microsoft Bob voices from back in the day and everything, where it wasn't doing any type of like sophisticated, you know, pulling people's voice together. And the difference there is where you're just trying to have it have a voice in general, so whatever, or you're trying to make it sound like someone. The moment you're trying to make it sound like someone, that's kind of where it goes from, okay, this is about accessibility versus this is faux pas. Yeah, and then you have actual artists getting their stuff called AI when it's not. It's a very difficult thing, and I despise the situation we're in with all that. And it's because a whole bunch of companies, and it's the same companies primarily who are doing like asset flips or cheaping out in their assets and all that kind of stuff and doing like those kind of things, so they're really the worst offenders. But you unfortunately have a lot of big companies out there who are getting on board because of investor tech buzz shenanigans, which isn't even an AI thing. That's alright. 500 is my cutoff. This is my cutoff right now. No more. Okay, we're out. Too rich for my blood. Way too easy to lose money on that one. Because I didn't see anything in there that made me go, ah, definitely gonna make money. But it's just kind of one of those things that, in so many ways, it's being used against people. That being an excuse to, you know, pay people who are not historically paid well even less. And it's a whole thing. But I'm given a decent amount of hope that we've recently started having more and more court cases go through with the various AI platforms. And as my cutoff, I'm out. We've had more and more, you know, different companies get sued by other big companies about like copyright infringement and all that. And while they haven't all been victories for, you know, the copyright owners, there's definitely been a lot of them that have ultimately gone the way of copyright ownership. So, like, for example, I think it was Germany had a major court victory against people using their, like, AI voices for stuff like song lyrics and all that, that the German copyright was just like, hey, just because you had a computer do the violation of copyright doesn't change anything. Like, it's still a copyright violation. I've been pretty happy to see that. Okay, so we got the box to open, we got one to drop off of the mechanic, I believe I saw. And it looks like this is going to be a short day because the auctions, like, the prices were going up, and the one, like, I didn't even see a single item laying around in there that was a sellable item so far as, like, not just junk sellable. And so for that to cross, like, $600, I'm like, I'm sorry. On that, there's, like, gold bullion hidden underneath there somewhere. That is just losing money. And the second one had a couple of sellable things, but nothing that stood out particularly for hitting $600. But it is one of those things in this game that we just have to arbitrarily memorize that, like, oh, that type of shelving unit's worth good money. And that part I'm not super thrilled. I do wish that when you're looking at it, you could actually have your mouse highlight it and be like, oh, this item you previously gotten was like $250, because you can't use real-life knowledge. Like, we had that VCR we got. It was a VHS-style VCR that was in bad condition, and supposedly we sold it for $163. I'm like, I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry. Just no. Okay, 140 for that scarf. That's fine. Right, the fan was for the mechanic. That's right. Can I get this to the locksmith? Yeah, lots of lawsuits on voice acting. Right, because it's one thing if you're like, make a pirate voice, and you just make a pirate voice using AI. That wouldn't get you in copyright violation. But if you are saying you're going, okay, make a pirate voice of Captain Jack Sparrow from Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, and they start sampling Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, and they start labeling it as Jack Sparrow, you know, now you're committing some copyright violation. That's no longer fair use. Or fair use wouldn't be the right one. Fair use is when you're doing it for non-profit or not for profitable situations. Where you'd be limited down to, was it like 15, 20, 30 seconds you can get by with fair use. And then you're like, okay. But, you know, for like a game's purposes, you'd be like, okay, well now you're just stealing Captain Jack Sparrow and shoving it in your own game and being like, ah, but the computer did it, so it's fine. But yeah, so you got a lot of that stuff going, and a lot of that's been starting to be ruled in the favor of copyright holders. So how tall have you been able to stack? There's a limit on how much you can lift things above you, about that high, and I've gotten pretty close to the limit on how high I can lift stuff. Which I think will be kind of the hard limit on how high you can stack. Like, once you're at that stage where, you know, you can't really lift it, there's not an easy way to do that. It's the same thing with, like, when people ask me how high I stack stuff in Farming Simulator before. You do run into the situation where the forklift only lifts so high. And you can get a little bit past that by stacking stuff up. And then, you know, picking it up from there. But it's kind of your hard limit. Corporates use it as well, which is a bit sad. Paying the fines and ignoring the laws. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is I think what we're going to ultimately see is as the laws start catching up in places that have better consumer protections and copyright law and all that for protecting the people who actually own stuff, I do think we're going to ultimately see that there'll be enough that, like, especially, like, you know, European Union, there's a lot of countries who take copyright very seriously there as well, in the sense that if you deliberately violate it, that, you know, it's not just you get hit for like $50 and told to quit it, that ultimately the profits you made become factored into and all that. Well, sorry, not profits, revenue made get factored into that decision. And the moment you get into that range, you could start doing it where, yeah, it'll be a fine, but it's adjusted based on your revenue. And the moment you do it that way, it eats up any opportunity to do the whole thing where, like, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that protection because ultimately I make more money than I'm fined, and therefore it's just a business expense. Was he breaking the law is punished by a fine? It's not illegal. It's pay to play. Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny. So there's a game called Final Fantasy Tactics. Very good game. Highly recommend. And I haven't played the re-release of it, but I have played... we're not going to actually have anything else available today. But, really good one. And there's actually a line that one of the main characters is attributed to that he never actually says. Which it is along that lines of, like, you know, when the punishment for a crime is a fee, or is a fine, then it's a law only on the poor, or something like that. Or it's, you know, it's something like that. And it's not actually ever said in the game. There is a line that spiritually is along those lines, that basically if the law applies only to a subset of people, then it isn't a law at all, is I think what the actual line is, like, so far as the more accurate theming to it, which still is inherently kind of true. And we've had the discussion before that was it, oh man, it's either like Switzerland or Sweden. There's one of them that have when it comes to stuff like speeding tickets, they do take into consideration your revenue, how much money you make. And they very famously gave a speeding ticket for, I think it was $130,000. And I wholly agree with having, you know, criminal fines and all that be revenue adjusted. Because it's just one of those things that, you know, when people, for example, when people ask me, it's like, is this game worth it? I always give them a saying, like, I bought the game when, in this case, I was given the key. But when it's a game that I purchased, I'll say, like, I bought the game and I don't regret it is usually the way I will state it. Because is it worth it is extremely subjective, and your personal means is a heavy factor in that. Because I make the example, like, if you own a super yacht, I don't think there's a game out there that you'd be like, it's you know, it's not worth it because, you know, $50, $70 means literally nothing to you. You're a multi-billionaire at that point. You know, that's not even a rounding error. That's a rounding error's rounding error's rounding error. Like, that's an irrelevant amount of money to you. But if you're someone who, like, you're not sure where rent's coming next month, you know, $20 is a big ask. You know, that is a very different situation where even an amazing game, is it worth it? Well, no, because that's money you don't have available. You know, losing your home over a game is not... Nothing. You played games that was... Well, I mean, there's games that are just objectively bad, but that's not the question being presented. So just... Okay, so just that. So unfortunately, that box did not get us much. The only item in it was worth $20. But it's kind of true when you take that same exact scenario. 22.7 million ticketed Switzerland Guinness record. Is that the actual Guinness record? I'd be surprised to see it that high. But right, you get the idea that with some of those ones, when you get those fines, what they do is they income adjust it. And it's like, okay, this fine will be 10% of your monthly income, you know, by whatever their calculations are. And because that's the idea, is like, a punishment is meaningless if it doesn't actually punish the individual. Like, you know, and you can go into, like, whether or not you believe the punishment is the appropriate thing, and that's a whole separate argument. But, like, here in the US, there's the joke that for people, like, I had a boss that literally would jokingly refer to a speeding ticket as his go faster tax. And he would speed everywhere, not by small amounts. And he'd get caught, you know, once every 3, 4, 5 years, he'd get hit with a speeding ticket. And he would just pay it, and who cares? Didn't even mean anything. And you get points on your license that once you get a certain number of points, they take your license away.
Okay.
But it's, you can take a course once every, I think it's 6 months or a year, to get it just automatically forgiven, so you don't get points on your license for speeding. And there's a limit, like if you're going double the speeding limit, they can literally just arrest you then and there. And you can potentially, you know, get jailed for it. It's one of those ones you'd only go to jail for like a week or a month or whatever it is. It wouldn't be a long stay. But the idea is you've hit the point of like criminal negligence level of like public endangerment kind of charges, that you were just speeding at such an unreasonable excess. Oh yeah, we're gonna do fine. We're already at 250. We spent 300, and I haven't even identified half the items. So this is a good one. So $290,000 for a speeding ticket because the person was their income was $22.7 million. Right, and that's the idea. Is like, and you look at it and be like, I was just speeding, you know, $290,000 is an unreasonably large amount. You're like, right, but when you take into consideration it is a person who is just made out of money, then it's like, well, that's the only way to make it a point where it's like, this feels like something. Otherwise, the fine is so minimal it just doesn't matter. You go, oh, I gotta spend $300? Yeah, I don't care. Talk to my accountant. They'll get you squared away. Okay, so at 323, we haven't opened the box yet. And then it's not a big money one unless there's something really good in the box, but we did turn a profit. That's ultimately what matters. Each one of these, because it's effectively a gamble, the important thing is we're generally speaking, on the average, making a profit. You heard about the asset one? Yeah. Can you buy loaders like people to help you? I don't believe so. Now, I'm curious when you buy the store. What are we gambling on? Well, we're auctioning the storage units, and therefore we don't really know what they're worth in there. So it is effectively a gamble every time we buy a unit. And generally speaking, we're winning more than we're losing. But we have taken the occasional one where, you know, we buy the unit and we get to the other side and be like, all right, well, we lost $100. I think the worst we've had is I think we lost about $200 on one unit. Like since I started this run, not this stream. I think the worst we had this stream is I think we came out behind about $100 on that one I spent about $500 for. Because luckily we did get one piece that was worth $150 out of it, so instead of taking the $250 loss, you only took about $100 loss. But we did have one the other day that was like 200 and some change. That I bought the unit for like 600 and I did not make that much, and it could have been more. There's not a super easy way to look at the unit without sitting down there and doing the math at the end to be like, okay, what was it? Because you'll buy the unit, and it gives you a rough, this is what it's worth, but that's without considering what's in the boxes. Oh, wait. Are you grade?
Hi.
Weird. Okay, I guess that is the grayed out one. That's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna just drop this off at home while I'm sitting here. It's fine. What's in the box? Hey, Comac, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. I do appreciate it. And that's also with me stashing those stuff for collectors. Now, I did notice I could only stash 10 items in my warehouse. So I do suspect there'll be a thing that what I might even do is we will have all the stuff there. And if the next Monday rolls by and we don't manage to sell any of it, get anything to happen, I'm just driving off. I don't have the next thing queued. Sure. And we don't, like, you know, I just drive off and go on to the next thing. Is there a warehouse upgrade? Not that I've seen. There probably is. Or it could be one of those things that when you get the pawn shop, it effectively replaces it. For all reasonable purposes, but I've not openly seen. Okay, there's a lot in there. At least 6 or 7 things I can sell, and some of them don't look like they're utterly broken.
Okay.
I mean, it comes with the new house. It could be as well. It could be you get the new house, and that is what you actually get for it, is more storage.
Okay.
I'll say 500's my limit. Okay, so 340. I actually want, yeah, I want it to be on its side to put in here. I did not play, so I've actually had 2 people say now that I did. I'm super sure I did not. But, like, it's not that it's the whole thing. There's a lot of games in this style. Yeah, I know you said I played. I'm generally, you know what, we can find out and confirm for real. Alright, let me take 2 seconds, because I'm 90% sure I did not play it. So I can go to Sully, Gnome, go to my own thing here on here, go to the games list. Let's try and remember how to search for this. There's a way you could, like, search of all the games you've played. And we can go to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's Storage Hunter Simulator. And that's for the whole category. Prologue? Man, I'm so tired of prologue games. Yeah, not sure the best way to search for it, because I wanted to search for it. This is going to take me too long. You can actually check in your category, like, what you've played before and all that. I'm 90% sure, 95% sure I have not played this one before. I'm fairly confident I have not played this one before. I know it was one I talked about potentially doing. Oh, you know what? There's an easier way I could do this. I can just go to the Discord. We have our going live message include the game name. And we can go Storage Hunter. And we've got today, yesterday, and no other mentions of Storage Hunter have ever been on the Discord. I'm 95% sure I've not played this game before. Before, like, yesterday, I mean. I have played a lot of games that are very similar to this. Like, a lot of games that are similar to this. Okay, so I got a achievement for getting a bunch of Christmas decorations identified or verified or whatever. So it would not surprise me at all if you could find a game that looks almost identical that I've played. But as far as, like, going through the storage units and all that, I'm very confident I have not played this before. And to be clear, it was a game that I had heavily considered playing. Like, it was on the list of games. I think I'd even requested a key at one point. But like I said, it was physically not in my Steam library, and I do not keep multiple Steam accounts with multiple libraries or anything like that. But I physically had to get a key to play it. So either they had, if it would have been one of those things, it either had to be one that had like a prologue version, which I don't think they did. I could be wrong in that one. Because if they're like, you can have the epic version for a game like this, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I'll just play something else. I don't like getting epic versions of games in general. Sometimes I'm willing to, I've done it in the past where I put up with that for like a major release that I actually wanted to get a hold of. But generally speaking, if they're like, this is the epic key, I'm out. I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with Epic and they're taking games that were going to come out on Steam and making them exclusives, and now I have to go on the other platform to play the game that I already had wishlisted and everything on Steam. And be like, well, time to go and, you know, get this platform that I'm always going to forget to go. Doesn't have basic features that have existed on pretty much GOG and all the others for this whole time. And rather than continuing to improve their product in a meaningful way, they just pay money for exclusives, which is a practice I dislike to begin with. Not even just because Epic. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing console games is no matter what console you got back in like the early 2000s and all that, they would always have the games you wanted on the other one too. And your choices was you could either spend like another $300-400 to buy the other console, then buy the game you wanted, or you could just do without. And I just went, you know what? Screw it. I'm doing without. There you go. That's the way I wanted you to tip. Why are you, like, catastrophically exploding? Because, like, I'll get it set where it's like, okay, I can see it sliding stuff off the back, but then it kind of sits there for a moment and it just bounces stuff out, and I'm not sure why that's happening. I mean, it's the reality is why it's happening is because... Yeah, that makes sense. Because this is a janky simulation game with scuff physics, is why it's happening. Because I'm sure they took the exact same like engine pack that you get from like the Realtor Simulator and all those, and just shoved it on here too. Because, you know, for genuinely, for making this become a product, it's just a faster way of working. But it means there'll be demons in them. There'll be demons in them hills. Would you stop spring-spronging? Something's got way too much elasticity. Okay. But no, I could definitely see, you know, people mistaking one of the many. See, like that one was uninvolved. Like this tipping over, that makes sense. But this just shooting out the side like that. I'm wondering if it's just like... Yeah, no, I can come back for the other stuff, and I need to do it here. Something in the vehicle right now, or the vehicle itself, is making the physics angry, and is just like making things spring. But what I'll do is I'll dump this over here on top, because that'll fit just fine. And I'll just go with this. I think it might be that coat rack. But there's something in the vehicle that is really angering the physics. So rather than continuing to fight it for the next half hour, only to ultimately do this, we're just going to go ahead and move this over. This is the first time I've split load, but like I said, something there is like the object makes contact, and it's like catapulting it out of the back. Right, and the chest was not locked, so we can just sell it. Yeah, you played tons of Sims. Clothing Store Simulator, Ship Graveyard, Tavern Manager. You remember lots of Sim titles. But not like this exactly. I guess big ambitions, but the game has a different UI. Yeah, no, I've not done one where you get garbage or salvage or like storage units. This is a first for that. But yeah, I guess maybe ship graveyard might be the closest one. Just in the sense that, you know, you're taking a bunch of garbage and bringing it back because you're tearing apart the ships. But even that one feels quite a bit different. Well, crime scene cleaner, that one I would say is very different. That one's more viscera cleanup detail, but like less slapsticky. Yeah, that was the only reason I'm kind of head scratching, being like, okay, like obviously it's being mistaken for another game. That's my assumption at least, because I'm very confident I have not played this before. But I could definitely, like, there's definitely a game that could be easily thing. Looks like this had a prologue. There's a way well, yeah, because the things don't get deleted from your... That's not where I need to look. Because I can go here. A pro... Yeah, we could check. No, all the games I have that had prologue in their name, I didn't have this one. Because I've never... That's not true. I've almost never deleted a game from my Steam account, even if it's like a demo or whatever. Yeah, no, but I was also going to say, either that, or it could also be that, you know, there's a lot of creators on here. I could absolutely see someone mistaking that someone else played it who is similar enough to me that, you know, just misattributing things. That happens. You know, I'm pretty sure I haven't played this before. Like really, really sure I haven't played it. Maybe, well, no, gas station simulator is kind of distinct.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah, no, I did a search for prologue, and I also did a search for Storge Hunter, and in both cases it didn't show up in my Steam. Okay. Junkyard Simulator? Well, we had Ship Graveyard Simulator. It's not exactly the same thing. If we hurry, I might be able to make it over there and do 2 auctions. Yeah, Ship Graveyard Simulator. That one, I mean, the vehicle steering is definitely similar, and the piling endless crap on it is kind of similar. But, that has the big focus on that. But wasn't that one more House of... Well, Ship Graveyard Simulator is way more like, it would be like if you took Hard Space Shipbreaker, gave it kind of this level of graphics, but also put it in a muddy hole, and everything was just sad. To be fair, that game I enjoy. It is also a real janky game. That said, if you can find where I streamed it, I will absolutely admit being incorrect. You're like, hey, no, here it is. I'm pretty sure that I didn't play it, though. Like, it's not that I'm never wrong about those kind of things. Like, to be clear, there's definitely been some, like, obscure games that, you know, I play for half a stream and then never come back to. Yeah, I could search the VODs. I was trying to search for Sully Gnome really fast, but, you know, I could always definitely search. Well, it wouldn't be in the VODs. It had to be on... Well, if it's on the YouTube side and it was a while back, it might not be there because of just, you know, before I was multi-streaming there to get the VODs. And then on the Twitch side, it's certainly long gone if it was a thing. I should have looked in there more. I saw there's 2 boxes, but I didn't see anything for Since I have no idea what's in there, we'll say 350 is my limit.
Oh. Come on. Okay.
Yeah, no, or if you can give me an idea of when I might have played it. Well, here's a question. When did this release in its, like, prologue, early access, whatever version? That would help narrow it down. Because if it wasn't a really long time ago, then I feel even more confident. Ah, yeah, we lost in this one bad. I should have looked. So, we spent $300 and we got 24 bucks. Does early access... That would only be last year. Nah, there's no way. Yeah, we lost over 200 bucks because I didn't look in there to begin with. We're still up from the start of stream, probably about $400, $450, not counting anything still out there doing stuff. But yeah, no, like, I didn't look into the building. And it's a shame that once the bidding starts, it turns the camera away from it to show the people's reactions. Which means you are not getting any more information once you start the auction. So I couldn't just, like, you know, wait for the camera to pan by and be like, okay, do I see anything in there? In the future, if I do that, we're just bailing on the bid. There ain't crap in there.
Okay. Come on.
Like, there was like one maybe box in there. And it's like, look, man, unless you're giving me that for a 50, that's not gonna pay out. I believe there's an achievement for losing $2,000 in a day. Not that I want to aim for that achievement anytime soon. Now, for the pawn shop, I believe the pawn shop, you buy it for, I think it's $3,500? And I mentioned before that I'm probably going to worry about upgrading my tools first, and then the pawn shop second. Now, granted, if we're doing the dare drops, one of the dare drops is to buy the pawn shop, the other one's to sell 100 items. That sounds like a real-life achievement you can hit. Oh, especially if you're doing something like this? Yeah, no, it'd be super easy to do exactly what I did. Blow a bunch of money on a unit thing. It's like, oh man, does that look like it's something good? And then it's not, and then everything in there is just hot garbage. Like, you go into that display and you're like, okay, well that's a good display. It's probably sound, and you go up and it just crumples because all the hinges that you couldn't see were just rotted out. And you're like, oh, it was still standing, but the wood here is completely and utterly compromised. It's not just slap some more stuff on here. This whole unit is just, you know, you're gonna get charged money for moving it to the junkyard and literally not make a buck on it. Yeah, and then you're paying to haul it to the local garbage place. Yep. So you get literal trash, and then you're obligated to move the trash off the place's property. It's fine. It's an RPG, right? It's just helping her build up that toughness score. It's actually weird that this game doesn't have those RPG elements. A lot of these style games almost always have some type of leveling system where it's like, it'll be usually kind of boring stuff that, like, oh, you just make slightly more money when you sell something. Oh, you have slightly better odds of winning the auction, or oh, your car can carry slightly more stuff, or whatever. They'll just, like, be numeric changes, because those are the easiest ones to implement. You just take whatever the limiting number is, and you just make it a different number. Alright. She should have seen you driving on the sidewalk. It's her fault. driving up the sidewalk. Hey, I'm driving here. Sure, that'll be right here. Kenji Storage Hunter crossover. I like that there's been more and more games around, like, you know, historically you play, like, you know, an action RPG and you just take your crap and you just go to the vendor and you just dump it there. I like that we're getting more and more games that do, like, a blend of stuff where you'll have, you know, you do the action RPG, but instead of just... There's shackles in there. I see at least 4 sellable items, 5, 6, 7. There's a lot in there. A lot of little stuff. But instead of just, you know, you go to the vendor and they just give you money for your items, you know, bring the stuff back to your store and facilitate selling it, so you have kind of Tycoon, kind of action RPG. And then someone will make it if, like, you don't like the store part, you can put a bunch of employees to operate the store. Alright, one more bid and then we're done. Okay, I've already spent too much. We're out at this point if they don't buy it. Yep, we're out. There's a bunch of little stuff, but that's already like $600. The odds we come out ahead on that are not good. Okay, so those don't open for a while yet. So go across town. It also makes me curious that with the difficulty settings, it's one of those ones where it's like, okay, it's harder to win the auctions is the negative, the hard part. But then the positive is like, okay, but I give you a bonus in renown. So it'd be kind of like, okay, you know, in this game, we've made the fights a little bit harder, but you get way more XP when you win a fight. And I, one, haven't really noticed how much of a difference it makes. Money's been my limiter anyways, so it's kind of whatever. One thing I need to do is maybe after we pay our rent this week, we're just going to empty our bank account into our wallet. Truly a responsible thing to do. And see about getting our next tool. I am curious how much a difference getting the pawn shop and selling yourself through the pawn shop makes versus, you know, having the pawn shop work as a mill. Because the assumption is I would be able to sell each item for some level of a premium. Otherwise it'd serve zero purpose at all. And then your hope would be that the premium would be like 20, 30, 40, 50%. Something to really justify it. Because once I get that, I think it's $350 more weekly expense. Okay, so we got whatever those two things are. We got some vase thing over there. We got the wheelbarrow. We got a box in the back. We got a basketball. And it looks like there might be something else down behind that. I'm not super confident on that.
Okay.
500's the limit. And that's probably already too high.
Oh. Come on.
Okay, we're at our limit. And we're out. Yeah, so I would say, based on what I'm seeing here, unless we happen to get something really good out of that box, we would have lost. But unfortunately, you just have no idea what's inside the boxes, so you can't use that as part of your consideration, not really. Because we've had boxes we open up and we only get like 20 bucks out of it. Okay. I see... Is that a plow? I see at least 5 things we can sell in there. It could be hard to load up on the truck.
Yeah.
500 again. 500 will be my limit.
Come on. Oh.
Because again, I really don't know the value of stuff in the game because it doesn't seem to align with any logic I can come up with. Okay. I feel pretty good about this. Like $300, we're probably going to do fine. Okay, we got a bad quality mattress. Nice and soiled for your wonderful use. We got a really bad quality shirt. It's a cultivator. Okay. We got ourselves an old-timey cultivator someone was keeping in their storage unit. A pizza cutter. A volleyball. You out of the way here. There's a tennis ball in there. We have textbook, an iron, the coffee kettle. Yep, so definitely already up. We made our money's worth. We got that at a pretty good price. We still haven't finished assessing everything quite yet. Alright, cultivator, get out of the way for a second. This is gonna take a little finagling to make this anything but utterly cursed. And let's be honest, it's still probably gonna be utterly cursed. Okay. Yep, so according to this, we will have made almost double our investment on this. Alright, so let's try putting the mattress here. Would it actually stick? Okay. I'm not confident that not getting thrown around. Alright, so I'm hoping I can kind of wrap this wheel around the filing cabinet. That's definitely what I want to do. This might surprise you. An old-timey cultivator, not great for attempting to load up on a vehicle. Okay, we're good. We're settled. Luckily, you suck, mattress. I was going to say, luckily, apparently the mattress is like really sticky and just like really velcros on there. There we go. Yeah, so it's a nice, really textile mattress. Really's got that grippiness to it. Thank you, Adrios, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Getting yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support, and it does me a lot. Side note, so not only did we raise over $700 yesterday for Doctors Without Borders with the charity thing, a bunch of you, low-key, while that was going on, we had all the alerts turned off, did get us over the 100 plus points we needed for the month to have December count towards, you know, the Plus program. That's all fantastic. Because I just looked at the end, like, alright, because it was one of those things I knew we were coming up really close to getting it, and I was like, I should be really plugging this to make sure we get across the finish line, because last month I didn't plug it till right at the end, and we had someone who did throw a tier 3 sub to get us across the finish line, and it didn't count until the next month, which was a really big bummer. Because, you know, they wanted to be supportive and it just didn't go to that. It went to this month. And so I wanted to make sure to do it far enough in advance if I was going to make any kind of push for it, so that to make sure that didn't happen again. But, you know, with the charity thing yesterday, I wasn't going to be like, hey, here's the charity thing. By the way, give me subs. Because that, you know, is very counter to the charity. That's, that'd be some pretty not great optics and all that. But, despite all that, where we literally turned off alerts and everything for the charity thing, it happened yesterday anyways. Okay, so I see we got a counter. We got whatever the heck that is. And there's a box back there, a eye washer, and something else. So, like, 5 items. Not counting anything small I can't see. We'll do the 500 again.
Come on!
Okay, $300. Oh, those were antlers. Okay. I couldn't see from my angle what it was. Yeah, so the cabinet's not worth a whole lot. It's like 20 bucks. A Halloween haystack. A TV. Complete with the rabbit ears. A gargantuan wood saw. No tinfoil? No, it was broken. That's why it's in the storage unit. Oh, an old sled. Honestly, some of the some old sleds you can actually get some decent money for. Depending on, like, the brand and all that. You got an easel. They're only charging $20, but if I've learned anything from The Sims, we just became multi-millionaires. We just set that up in our room and we just start painting, and we're set. Easel? Why are you so aggressive? Settle down. Yeah, it looks like there's some objects in the game that it doesn't really know how to deal with. The hitbox. It starts getting weird. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's definitely a gap in my videos. Before I started multi-streaming, that would go back a couple of years. But if it's only 2024, I should have all of those will probably be on there. Yeah, so like I said, I'm pretty sure I didn't end up playing this before. Okay. Perfectly, safely stacked. Yep, so that's another one that's going to make us money. And again, we don't know what's in the box, so there's an opportunity for quite a bit of a profit. I think we had, what was it, about $100 profit from the stuff we can just immediately sell? Not including anything in that box. So the good news is while we utterly screwed up with that one, what's antiquing your road shows? Oh, there was a show that was like antiquing roadshow or whatever. kind of filled a similar vein to, you know, like Storage Wars and Pawn Stars and all those kind of things. You know, the idea that you'd have people that get these all sorts of these like kind of cool old things. And, you know, spruce them up, sell them, that kind of things. They just kind of changed the setup around it, as it were. Okay, well, we just missed that one. There's the only one left in this area. The Antique Roadshows, It Walks with Pawn Stars and Storage Wars could run. Was PBS for the longest time. Yeah, all of them were about, like, getting like, I think the Antique Roadshow was like they'd show up at someone's house or whatever and be like, oh, hey, you have this thing. Oh, cool, and all that. Is it worth more if you fix it? Yes. There's no reason to not fix it. The thing is, I can only fix stuff that is broken, not bad or better. We need to upgrade our tool to do that. So we've got a sink. We've got part of a bed frame. I'm not sure what that is on the floor. We got a radiator. So not a lot in this one. I'll say 300's my limit.
Okay.
Okay. And we're out. Okay, okay, well that was a textbook, so textbook was like 18, that'd be about $30, that'd be 40 or so. We might have been able to get a little bit more out of that. You're here lurking, you have a pawn shop and just hit 20,000. This game very time consuming. Is that a dead dude? It's a Halloween decoration. But hey, Sim, can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? An absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Is more than happy to give Automod a proper exercise during their stream, making sure it's working correctly. But it's good to have you and all that stuff. I still really enjoyed Ultra popping in there, being like, bees, what the heck? And it's like, man, that is the tamest thing we've heard all night. FTL gets wild. But definitely go check them out. Plays a lot of like simulation strategies, games, doing all that. Broke out some Fast and Life yesterday, which is a really fun time. Definitely someone I recommend. You like the idea of learning all the items value. You like the idea of learning all the items value by heart? Oh, I don't care for that at all. Because so many of the items don't make sense. For having a full size like commercial drill press, even if it's used and being like, yeah, it's $73, I'm like, I'm sorry. You can kindly screw off with that. That thing's at least a couple $100. Even if it's, you know, Grandpa's old drill press you drug out of the swamp, if it's still functional, like, the motor in that thing will be over $170-something, even if you just strip the motor and put it in someone else's drill press. But yeah, I'm very not team, hey, just memorize all these random bits of specific data. I got other things I want to do with my life. You know, I enjoyed kind of doing that a little bit in Stardew Valley way back, having to figure out everyone's schedule to, like, meet up with them to, you know, get everyone's friendship up and all that. But you just don't put that same time into games you used to. You just can't realistically do that half the time. Alright, so we got one place here. Like, I don't mind having to figure out strategy and that kind of thing. Like, oh, I have this power-up and combine it with that power-up and all that kind of stuff. You have a lot of the items prices in your head? Yeah. No, I'm imagining that's a thing that happens for, like, repeat items. But I don't... Like, especially where how misaligned so many of the prices are with real-life items. If I have to memorize this to succeed, I'm out. So I got a drill there. A used drill is not going to be worth a whole lot. That'd be, in real life, probably, like, depending on how used, 20-something bucks, maybe push a little bit higher. The bathtub, sometimes you get the bathtub and I could sell it. Sometimes it's junk. That locker we won't know. Those are junk. And, like, the frame, I've seen those go for all sorts of weird amounts. So I'm not super convinced. Yeah, you're all good, Bentley. That's kind of what I figured is, like I said, either one, you saw a game very similar to this on the channel, or you saw someone else who has a similar content to my own. 300 is going to be my limit, and I even think that's overpaying. Well, we're going to find out. Not feeling like that's going to work out. $33, that's honestly not unreasonable for that. Yeah, so this is a bathtub I can actually sell. So like I said, sometimes you can sell the bathtub, sometimes you can't. Like there's one version of the bathtub that's just a junk asset. You have a weapon rack for $32. Okay, so technically we've already definitely made a profit. And we could potentially make more. Alright, so this is going to be kind of a rough one to stack between that bathtub and that bed frame. We're trying to use you to... Never mind, that's not going to work. So we're going to scoot you over here on the edge. We're going to lay the bathtub sideways across here. You need to be unlocked. I'll wait for you in a second. Let's see if I can put the bed frame... We had a mattress just a little bit ago. And then we can put this on the bed frame. Yeah, the extra grippy mattress we had. A mattress with a, you know, just is a really grippy one. Extra grit, extra stick. That's how we just put it on the windshield of our truck and drove around without it going everywhere. Just velcroed that thing on there. That we pulled used out of a storage unit that's been there for who knows how long. A clearly not air-conditioned or climate-controlled one. Okay, so we don't want to sell that because the mechanic wants it. Okay, so the drill isn't there. I wanted to make sure we didn't lose the drill. Driving like that, like you're gonna final destination the entire highway. Does our character look like the kind of person who cares one way or the other? We got a knick-knack that the collector wants. Alright, so this is a good chest. You chuck this in the back. I want to save that for the collector. We need to get the price on you. Yep, I can deal with that in just a moment. It's fine. Okay. And the mechanic wanted the drill. There you go. So let's go and sell the chest over here at the pawn shop. And the others need to either be identified or collectors. We need... Oh, it's only 2,500 to buy the pawn shop. Alright, so we're actually getting relatively close. Like I said, what I might try and do is once we once we pass over when our rent is due, we might just figure out what we can buy and just buy things. That's some cheap real estate? Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think we're just like buying the licensing. You have to pay rent on it still. So I think that's like paying for the lease or something. Okay. Yeah, so I had to pay our lease. Wait a second. I had more property I owned. Okay. There were toolboxes under my bed, a box of records. We have that artifact. Yeah, because if we've learned anything, it's selling all of our own personal possessions is just the way to succeed in life. Okay, so actually, the mechanic does not want that toolbox right now. But it is something that the mechanic might want at some point. You can chuck that in there. Alright. So we're going to need to take to the electronics store or the hobby shop or whatever it is. We're going to take in whatever that toy visor thing is. And we also have a record collection to see what that's worth. And I'm sure being in a storage unit in the sun with no any type of climate control, I am certain those records are not warped in any way and probably play just fine.
Yes, Chief.
Okay. Oh, that's right. The records under my bed. Yeah, no, they actually could be. They could actually be fine. All right, we got a lamp. All right. So let's sell the box. Let's see what else we got. You sold everything in your house at the bed? Yeah, no, same. None of it serves any purpose otherwise. So we got art, hobbies, art. Alright, so rather than focus on anything over here, I'm just going to immediately drive back over to where the art and all that is. Plus, let's be honest, most of the furniture you had in the house, pretty rough. Yeah, so we can go to the, we'll go to the art place, go to the hobby shop, drop these off, get our next set of auctions going. Feeling pretty good about this, because some of those being potentially higher dollar items, we could get ourselves the 2,500. We did just pay our rent for the week, so the $2,200 in the bank isn't earmarked for anything right now. So we could definitely go if we can manage to get ourselves like $300 put away. Now the only catch with that is if I literally wipe us out to do it, then that creates its own problem because I'll basically have no money to do anything. And I've not actually checked to see if the game does any type of scaling. Like if you bet, well, I mean you can take loans. So I guess that's the solution. You probably could just keep on borrowing.
Can I help you?
Okay, we got that. Now I need to go to the hobby place. And I need to drop this off with you.
What's up?
Hey man, here's your artifact. As you're doing your, like, dig here, I'll just find the artifacts in other places. Alright. You know, I imagine it's probably a thing you make really good money once you start getting a better repair tool. And that kind of things.
What have you got?
Alright, getting that appraised. Okay, so let's go check our auctions up here. We got the what's in the box that's going on right now. Really cheap buy-ins and all that. Yeah, no, we figured it's one of those things that we're going to get a whole thing, and the game really heavily is like, yo, you probably should get this. But yeah, no, all of them definitely will help you at the margins. Because, like, the assumption with the pawn shop is because you're not paying for them to then turn around and resell it, you should be making a pretty significant amount more per sale. Then it's a matter of all that stuff. The game says you need this. I say we don't need this. Okay, so we've got a shelving unit there. What looks like a washer there. I think the rest is all junk. I'm gonna say 250 is my limit. Because this looks like it's pretty garbage in here. Alright, well I'm gonna get it for 140. I feel like it'll probably come out ahead with that. It's your junk, you're all junk. Clean 500 instances of junk. Ah, there's a fishing rack back there. Got a chemical grill. Alright, so we've already turned a profit. Yeah, $10 for an old Vice probably isn't super unreasonable. As long as it's in good working order. Got a Halloween clown mask. Let's sit you down. And you're locked. We gotta take you to the locksmith. Oh, that was actually on there, technically. There we go. You know, one thing I'm also would like the... when I was still there... Did I miss something? I think it might be too late. I believe it was that row I just passed. Yep, too late. Whatever it was, it's gone forever. Anyone is open? So those are all closed. Those are all closed. Oh, nope, you're right. That might have been the unit. I've been through so many units, I don't even remember which ones we're actively working on. Yeah, that was the one we were just in. One item on the right. Oh, I see it. $2. Was worth checking still. Oh yeah, no, it's still worth checking. I didn't know what it was. I overlooked it entirely. It could have been, you know, it could have been a Rolex lying on the ground. Okay, so got a thing to open there. It remembers... Let's see. Okay, it's still there. It reminds you of 3 hours of helping someone find their flint tools in Vintage Story. We could have made iron tools, but it's not the point, right? Yep. Okay, so we got the stuff that we dropped off for appraisal is starting to come in.
Welcome.
Okay, so we spent $60 between the two of those to get them appraised, so that's $250. Alright, so our record collection was a really good record collection. And then 100... Man, are you trying to steal my light? Alright, so it's definitely going to be enough money that we could buy the pawn shop. Yeah, $250 is laying under the bed. I know, right? We had that, like, one limited run of, like, Pink Floyd or Van Halen just sitting down there.
Welcome.
Okay, and that's a $150, like, visor thing. Yeah, so they made out really well with that stuff. So sell that. That does give us enough that we can buy the pawn shop. But if we do buy the pawn shop, it is going to utterly wipe us out. And I still do need enough money to actually get some goods for stocking the pawn shop. Yeah, if I were to do it right now, I would have just about 200 bucks left over. Not counting whatever's in the box behind me. So I'll keep going through the rest of this in-game day, and we'll probably pick it up the next in-game day. So... The junkyard's the next one to run out. You kind of wish you knew what happened to your dad's electric guitar. If it had a signature on it, it would be worth anything. You'd sell it in a heartbeat. You never heard elsewhere of the band the signatures from the leader, but Dad is very proud of it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, like, it could have been a band that wasn't, like, super famous, but, you know, meant something a lot to them. Always tricky. But some of those things gain a lot of value. Like if you have, you know, a guitar that was signed by like the lead guitarist from like The Who or whatever, and is like way back, you know, you're probably sitting on a whole lot of money. Strawberry alarm clock. I have never heard of them.
Okay.
Yeah, usually for stuff to get like a lot of value, so far as like cash value, it has to be something that people.
Yeah.
It's a psychedelic band from the 70s. Stop at 300. Because I didn't look really carefully in there. Okay, commercial grill, that's $100. We got a kitchen module, that's another like 30, 40 or whatever it was. 20. Oh yeah, we got a beach coconut drink. That's definitely worth, did it say $20? how on earth do you justify a beach coconut drink being $22? Like, that's what you pay right now, today, going to the bar and getting a beach coconut drink is like 22 bucks. That isn't what you pay for a beach coconut drink that's been sitting in someone's storage unit for an unknown amount of time, going from being fermented to just simply being rotten. That band formed in 1967? Yeah, so I guess it'd be one of those things that, for people into that particular music, is that a band that people would seek out? Because even if it's a niche thing, if there's like a following or whatever, then there is definitely potential there for it to have value. They have a sizable following? Okay, then genuinely it could be something that's like, alright, that... Oh, good. Storage unit canned food. But yeah, no, I mean, maybe it is a big band. It could be one of those things that, like, for that particular genre, maybe they're, like, a big name for that genre, and it just... You know, you don't hear about the psychedelic music nearly as much these days. Not that it's anything wrong with it. But, I would imagine if you have someone who's from that era who, like, really likes that style of music, there could be potential value there. Okay, so we got our canned food for $5, which I also... Alright, so that's going to be a collector item anyway, but I need to double check that. Alright, that chest wasn't locked. The other one was. Okay, and we can check here. So what's in the box? That goes at 5. Both these are at 5. I'll try to make it there in time, but we got like 20 seconds or so. See, modern jam bands ended up in SpongeBob. Hell of a ride. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of things that changed with the way we consume music and all that, that made it a lot harder for, like, small, unknown bands to get their name out there. Okay, I was worried because I figured pretty soon. So we got a hockey stick. There was at least 2 cabinets that were able to do stuff. We'll say 500's my limit.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I get to see if I made a mistake or not. So we got a regular old hockey stick. That's 30 bucks. We got a fancy end table. And our crappy kitchen module, that's not a whole lot of money. A Halloween decoration. We got a necklace. That might have value. Honestly, that candle isn't too terrible in its own right. This will be an interesting one. We got sand pail. They're supposedly going to be selling for $5. But yeah, no, it's just like these days as a band, if you're trying to start out, get your gigs and all that, it's just a wildly different world. Between the internet and everything else, you can just find stuff easier. So if you're someone looking to hire that, you can just find, like, you know, the online presence with reviews and everything. It's just a different world entirely. I can't imagine starting, like, it was already a real big, like, how do you make it as, you know, a new band out there back in, like, the 80s and all that. Like, how do you get off the ground? And now, like, I don't even see how it happens. And especially with, like, how much readily available music there is and all that as well. Like, it seems your only opportunity would be live performance stuff. Trying to get stuff to sell and all that would be even more of a long shot. You can play a game where you're just a stacking wizard? Absolutely. Low-key, it's some of the stuff like that, like just the way we stack the stuff in the vehicle, that low-key usually makes some of these like really scuff simulators so good, is how often you look at that stuff. And like, really genuinely, it's kind of a hot mess. Okay, so we've got the necklace to try and drop off. That won't be ready for us to sell this in-game day, but that's fine. Because that could potentially be a nice big bonus money-wise, so we probably made a profit on that one. And it's just a question of how much
What have you got?
is based on the necklace. And we won't be able to make it back to the other one. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so we've got the necklace, and we've got whatever's in this box, and we do still have enough money after that to potentially buy the pawn shop. It will wipe us out, like, properly wipe us out. But we'll still technically have a couple of ideas floating around. You had no idea the game existed, but now you're convinced this would be a perfect game for your dad. Maybe he'd stop trying to do this in real life, and he could get his kicks in the game. Dad's got some mild hoarder tendencies. But hey, Casey, it's good to see you. What's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah, we've got that one a couple of times. Yeah, no, that's, I grew up with where I had a friend who had their, it was mostly their dad, but their mom didn't exactly dissuade it. But was definitely the kind of person who anything and everything that could potentially be a collectible, you know, grabbed it on like eBay or went to garage sales, and it just found a home in their house somewhere because someday it'll be worth something. Don't you worry. You know, you'll be shocked when it gets there one day, and how much money they're gonna make. And the reality is it's just becomes clutter that just keeps building. But that guy was a proper hoarder. We're talking you're going through the hallway of boxes to get through your kitchen and everything, and like the couch is in its own little, you know, designated slot in the area of boxes that has a mild opening to the TV like 6 feet away that's also crowded by boxes. It was pretty cursed. First time able to stop by since TwitchCon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been good having you and all that. But yeah, so can we get a shout out for Casey Snow Art, by the way? Got to meet them at TwitchCon and everything. It was a good time and all that. So we're going to go here. I'm assuming I have to have the money on my person. And I don't really transfer from my online account over. Yes? No? Oh, money to send. I see at the bottom. I see. Okay, cool. Transfer. But thanks so much for that. I missed what I even said you were doing recently, but does a bunch of art, does a bunch of fun stuff over there. Definitely all that. You just want to say hi? No, it's super appreciated. We always love to show love to other content creators who do good stuff. Oh, I guess the money has to be in my bank account, not the other way around. My apologies. My apologies. I thought I was just rolling up and paying this person cash. That's on me. I own you now. I'm sorry, what? Anyways. Yeah, no, exactly, Casey. It's literally the same thing that my buddy was going through. Was literally the whole thing about just, you know, yeah, no, we should have, it would have been yesterday we would have paid the maintenance. If my understanding of how this works is correct. But yeah, no, it's literally with the friend and everything. It was, oh yeah, this will be worth something someday. Oh yeah, this will be worth something someday. Oh yeah, this will be worth something someday. And it just became clutter. I understand eventually, like, the family intervened in some way, but I also don't really know, because I kind of haven't been in touch. But that was, that particular example was absolutely 100%, you know, hey, someone needs to intervene, you've gone full hoarder kind of thing. Not even kind of, would be absolutely perfect for those shows where they, you know, try to help hoarders stop being hoarders and all that kind of stuff. Would, like, if they showed up on there, I'd be like, yep, that checks out. Versus, you know, there's a lot of people who get into the, oh, well, you know, it's a collectible, maybe it'll be worth something, but, you know, they don't get tons of junk laying around everywhere. Huh. Right. So you don't open for a minute. We're going to go ahead and we got $35 to our name and our bank account is at 0. Feels like college. And we're going to go ahead and go to the pump. We're going to go ahead and gas up a little bit. Maybe shake down one or two people there being like, hey man, look, I just need to get to class. You know, if you could just spot me. Oh, good. We had enough money for gas. I now have $1 to my name. Because your mom had a ton of good stuff, but there's so much of it that it took your aunt over a year to sell it. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's kind of thing. Even if you do that... Alright, hang on, I just gotta stare into the locksmith's window for a while. It's our tradition between me and the guy working here. But, even when you look at that, like, there was a point in time that we had a bunch of the old game systems and everything, and, you know, when me and my brothers all, you know, moved out of our parents' house and going, okay, well, what are we gonna do with these things? That there was a short while that kind of entertained at selling a bunch of those games since none of us would play them anymore. And even with a couple of games that actually had some value in there, it was just one of those things that was, like, really, really hard to justify in any way. Because you sit there and you look at all the effort that goes through that, and you're just like, oh, so, you know, this game is worth a lot. It's like $100. And you go, well, I gotta go through all the effort of figuring that all out, and then I have to package it up, and then I have to send it, and you're like, you know what I'm probably not gonna do? Any of that. Okay. Automatic listing by employee. Up to 3 specializations. Okay, so you can buy specializations. How do give thing? Your employee will automatically open the pawn shop and sell items in your absence. We have space management, items in the warehouse. Ah, so there's a warehouse here somewhere. How do warehouse? It's fine. Oh, that's inside. Okay. Alright, well at least I was able to take that out to get that priced. And by that I mean I can't actually afford to price it. So... Can I see what the price is? Gotcha, and I can increase the price if I want. It released. This was an early access, and it fully released. So let's go get this necklace thing. And there's a chance we'll end up needing to take a loan out to continue doing anything. Because we make great decisions. Oh, you know what I need to do? We need to go back to the garage at the house. I've got a bunch of items in there. You can always take a loan, right? Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. You remember the pawn shop you had to buy the flooring? Well, I don't remember. Like, this is my first time playing, but I bought that, and it gave me, it looked like 2 shelving units, but then there's a list to add a bunch more. So my assumption of how the game changes now is I kind of just load things up. I also probably should have checked where I'm actually going. We are going to the artist place. And hopefully this is worth a lot of money, because if it's not, well, that wouldn't be the best. And my assumption is when we would go there, we could specialize our place. The specializing is probably like a multiplier. Yep, so we got the art place where we were getting this necklace appraised. Oh, there you are. $201. That'll do. Unfortunately, I don't already have the $201. I will take the smallest loan I can right now, so I can get this appraised. Will he let you help sell? Probably. I don't know what the value of some random necklace is. Okay, so let's drop off the radio to get appraised over here.
Yes.
Hang on. There you go. And that'll be something we pick up tomorrow, because it won't be ready for a while. So we're going to go back. Well, actually... yeah, I'm assuming we would have to have the cash on my person. Let's see. Your brother has tried to help him, but he's not organized enough to do it on his own, and it won't stick with it. We're all adults and live outside our home, your own lives. You're 800 miles and have your own business to run. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. And ultimately it still becomes a problem because, you know, eventually someone's going to have to deal with it. You know, whether dad has to move one day, you know, especially as people get older, you know, and all that, maybe need assistance and all that, or the sad thing is age sucks, it does sad things. But eventually becomes a whole thing. And usually that's where things get really, really tough because, you know, a lot of that could be just a pain. That's actually one of the things, like, I worry about, you know, when eventually something happens with me, whether it's just age or otherwise, and someone having to go and, like, clean up my junk after me. Like, what am I leaving for friends and loved one to have to deal with? That's why you're glad Mom is keeping him under control. He has one storage unit and a big pile of stuff in the garage, and she won't let him spread it out anywhere else in the house. Excellent. Good on Mom. You'll be surprised he has a secret storage unit somewhere else. Don't worry, it'll be worth something someday. Right, the warehouse. Okay, so we can have 20 items for sale. Alright, let's check here. Automatic listing by employee. So I'm assuming what that means is if I have Jason here take care of that. Yeah, Jason... Okay, so Jason marked that up about 25%. You heard that one before. Meanwhile, paying $100 a month for years to procrastinate going through it. Sometimes tells me he's going to be lucky to break even. I mean, that's a reality with it. Is, while sure you might look at it and be like, ah, the item doubled in price. You know, okay, but what did it take you to get that item there? Like, did you pay for storage? What's your time worth? Yada yada. Yup. Okay, so we got the mechanic actually wants that one. We got 2 artifacts as well. And the rest we're going to go ahead and sell, even though the collector likes these things. The reason for it is I can only store 10 items, and as far as I'm concerned, if over 2 weeks we don't have one that pops up, then that's fine. Because I'm sure we will get more stuff. Now I got a store to run. We're now a happy business owner. At least a business owner. I can't really say with confidence whether or not our character's happy. But we are a business owner. Who has, like, rent and staff and everything. And I'm sure we will do well. We still have some of your grandparents' dad's stuff in the garage. They still hasn't gotten rid of. Never easy to deal with parents and relative stuff when you're forced to move into living home and all that. Yeah. We had... I think it was just the mechanic was the only one who had something that we wanted to give him. Oh, it was 2 of the artifacts and then 1 for the mechanic. Yeah, no, that's I've helped others deal with it. Like, I've lost family who I've just never been the one who was, like, really the appropriate person or anything to deal with the individual. But I definitely have been there when like, close friends and all that lost family and wanted help dealing with it. That'll be one of these things. Okay, so before anything updates, keep that. So we want to take these to the dig. Alright, so we got items listed here. Looking good. I'm seeing the items slowly appear on shelves. Yeah, so we estimate that's worth 25. So it seems like they're charging about 25% more than I would get otherwise. Just vaguely looking at that. So that would mean basically increasing our total revenue by 25% just in general. It's apparently a thing that we can bump all that up. Gotcha. So I could take the money. Choose your first specialization. Yeah, so we could choose to specialize. That we could sit there and be like, our place operates in whatever. I don't think I'm ready to deal with that, because then I guess the assumption would be I'd have one specialize in one thing and another specialize in the other. And it looks like I'd have to potentially buy a specialization, which then lets me increase the price by 20%. So let's run back over here, get these dropped off at the dig, go get that radio. But the pro and the con with that is this does mean delayed gratification. So I'll get 25% more-ish for everything we sell, but it will take me, you know, some amount of time extra to sell it. Which I think is a fair trade-off. Alright, so what's going to happen here in just a second, chat, is we're about to hit an ad break. And I'm going to take 2 seconds to eat this food here and top off my drink and all that during the ad break. Because I am hungry and I need to hydrate. And I cannot do so until I top off my drink. So now you own a pawn shop, do you get to tell people the best you can do is pocket lint? Pretty much. That's what we're in the business for. You want goods? I got pocket lint. On a good day. You might have to settle for less when things are a little bit tougher. Because we definitely broke the bank to do this.
Hello.
There, I've got really nice artifacts for you. So hopefully the electronic radio we have is worth something. I wouldn't imagine, most likely the radio is probably not worth a whole lot. Not unless, again, it's some, like, special, short-run, historically relevant or something radio. You're just gonna have fun sorting through your random collection of board games, comic books, and random toys. Yeah, the unfortunate reality is a lot of cases, people just don't want to deal with it, and they'll usually find someone who just knows about it, and they'll just be like, hey, you know, sort it out, you know, keep a bunch of it, and there's a lot of people who are on the up and up who will do right by them because they know they're going to make money. There's a lot of people who take advantage.
What do you want?
Because very understandably, people don't want to deal with it. They're going through what they're going through. They don't want to deal with it. There's a lot of people who take advantage of people in that time. One of the things I used to deal with while I worked at Sears is we had a guy who would show up maybe once every couple of weeks to month or so. Not super often, sometimes longer, like sometimes a couple months in between. But he would come in with a bunch of, you know, tools. And a lot of them would still even be in working order, but there'd be a bunch of, like, Craftsman hand tools, which, you know, there's a whole guarantee we'll swap them out, kind of no questions asked is sort of the thing. Like, you know, you bring in a tool, we'll get you one that's in working order, that kind of thing. And there was times he pushed back, like, a little bit, like, oh, hey, you know, this is still working, that kind of thing. But what he was doing is he would go and look up when someone had passed away, and then go to, you know, it would basically be, like, the widow or whatever, and be like, hey, you know, I see you got a bunch of tools in there, like, you know, I'll give you a fair rate, you know, rate, or, like, if they're having a garage sale, like, hey, I'll give you a fair rate for all that. It would basically underprice the crap out of the person. And, you know, buy would be thousands of dollars of tools for maybe, like, $100, $200. And then he'd come into the tool store and he'd swap all of them out for brand new tools, because, you know, there's the lifetime warranty on all the tools. But take all these tools that, you know, they worked perfectly fine, like, maybe they're a little scratched up here and there, but we're in perfectly working order. Get them all swapped, but the big thing is they'd keep the tags on it from, like, when we swapped it. So, like, if it was a ratchet, you know, he'd take the ratchet, he'd swap it, have, like, the big plastic thing that on the top would say, like, you know, this is a $25 ratchet. And then he'd go to, like, the flea market, and he'd sell them at the flea market for, like, 18 bucks. And be like, hey, man, I'm giving you 30% off on this tool. Brand new. But he was an absolute scumbag. That he was just taking advantage of people who, one, didn't know any better, and then two, you know, were having a tough time. And I remember the last time he showed up was, I started pulling all the tags off, because, you know, we were well aware of what he was doing. Huh? Oh, it's already there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it was super shady. It's 100% taking advantage of people who are in a bad place. How fast are you selling this stuff, man? Well, hey, if you keep this up, I might actually be able to buy more merchandise to put back on these shelves. Alright, so let's go to our bank. Oh, we're going to transfer our money. But yeah, so I started pulling, so basically, like, he came up and he had all these tools exchanged, and pretty much the way it went down is, and I didn't eat during my break like I should have, so I started pulling all the tags off. So I was still giving the tools because I had an obligation to do that, but I was pulling all those tags off that had the price tag. He's getting, like, visibly upset with me. And he's like, what are you doing? And it's like, oh yeah, no, we've apparently had a bunch of people in the area recently who have been going by and, like, basically buying tools from people, like, dealing with their loved ones who passed away, and are going to the flea market and just really scamming these people. So we have a new policy to, you know, take all the tags off to make that scam a lot harder for them. Basically calling him out directly to his face on what he was doing. And I'm appreciative of which manager I had on hand as a guy who I really liked working with. That, you know, he kind of walked up next to me, and seeing this customer getting really visibly upset with me and seeing me pulling all these tags off, no idea what's going on. And so he kind of comes up, he's like, hey, you know, what's going on? It's like, oh yeah, no, we got the new policy where we have to pull the tags off because people have been, you know, basically scamming people. He's like, oh, okay. And he started helping me pull the tags off. Like, you know, didn't question it for a second. You know, just was like, all right. You know, obviously that wasn't the actual policy. I was just doing that because I was tired of this scumbag, and I was going to at least, you know, I couldn't stop him from doing it. He wasn't doing anything illegal. But, you know, I could throw a little sand in those gears.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go to 400. I did not take a good look at what's there. Well, now I can see if we made a mistake. Love and no questions. Yeah, no, it's basically like, what's up? And it's like, oh yeah, you know, we had this new policy. And for the record, like, at the time, our individual store had been, like, looking into it because we had been seeing a lot of, like, brand new Sears merchandise showing up at the, like, you know, at the flea market, and we're like, alright, this is really weird. Like, it's one thing when it's a bunch of used tools, sure, that's fine, like, whatever. But it's like, this is like basically brand new stuff, and you're like, okay, something's happening. Either like someone's lifting stuff off the truck, or, you know, we've got someone who's stealing from a bunch of the different stores, because that much loss at one store we would have absolutely caught on to. Like, you know, the inventory and everything. And so it was just kind of one of those things. And again, what he was doing wasn't illegal. It was immoral. It was unethical. It was being a person, again, who's taking advantage of people in a moment of grief. Like, in his own mental script, he may have been helping people out, but it was like, nah, man, you're just 100% taking advantage of people. Like, if you sat down there and was like, alright, well, let me price this out, we'll give you a fair amount, that, sure, there's something to be said with that. You know, taking a person who's in a bad way and being like, hey, I know you're in a bad time, I will deal with this, and I will treat you fairly. But he was just fleecing him. It'd be no different than if you saw, like, where you've got, like, the comic book person, and, you know, you're like, oh, that's the one of a kind, like, signed original Wonder Woman comic signed by, you know, both the person who wrote the comic and everything. Like, you know, something that for a collector is bordering priceless. And being like, yeah, you know, I guess that's maybe worth $100 or $200. Yeah, sure. Like that kind of thing. The truckload's giving you anxiety? Yeah. I mean, at least we don't have a grippy mattress this time. We did the grippy mattress already. The mattress that was, like, bad quality and was cursed looking. And we just stuck it to the front of the truck and it just stayed there. I'm like, that is a really, really grippy mattress, really sticky mattress. That is deeply upsetting, actually. Okay, so drop you off. Okay, make sure none of this is collector stuff. Cool. So I've got a wreath, and I've got... I didn't see what that box was. Oh. The box is quite literally a box, that's right. But yeah, so as well as things, I like, you... Like, not everyone sees it in person when it happens, but you definitely heard of the stories of, like, the person who had, like, a really, really valuable card or comic or whatever, and they went to the local shop and just got taken advantage of. That's considered a fashion or beauty item. Unfortunately, they close at 9, and I can't get that far across town in time. It's more than a 45-second drive. But yeah, so, you know, you just do what you can to try and prevent people from being taken advantage of. Yeah, no, it was to a point that, like, literally the loss prevention person was like, hey, you know, we've been hearing about this. If you're going to the flea market and all that kind of stuff, if you could just, like, you know, take a couple pictures if you see it. Like, we'd like to try, basically they were like, we're trying to figure out what's going on. Because their concern, again, is that it was being stolen in some capacity. And that, like, something was happening, like someone was doctoring the inventory for one of the nearby stores or something. And just trying to do that. The trouble with signed comic books, especially older ones, is to make sure it's the actual author signature. Oh yeah, you got a lot of phonies out there. A lot of phonies out there. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to take like 2 minutes. I'm going to give myself like a quick 2-minute break. I do apologize. I was going to try and line that up with the ad, but I got to give myself a drink. So I'm going to do that really fast. You know, take a couple bites of food. We'll get back to it, so I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I am back. Alright. That's cool, Sabraxi. But yeah, no, that's like the animated, incredible show. And the animated show is incredible, gotcha. Alright, so we got the wreath that we need to take by the art place. Let's see if we actually made some decent money from the pawn shop last night. Because I have no idea how it mechanically works. It could just be it rolls a dice every so often, and it sells a good. That's fine. That pull deserved it. You don't want to know that thing that pull says when people aren't looking. Alright, so once again we will stare directly into the locksmith's eyes. Make sure he is as uncomfortable as possible. Also, what is with all these retail spaces being wide open completely? If there's anything that's more valuable, like, one of the single most valuable things in any type of retail space is shelf space. That, like, genuinely, you're trying to, like, maximize your shelf space as much as humanly possible. You know, just bringing it back just from the brink of, you know, upsetting people with it being too crowded or, you know, breaking fire code or anything. So all these spaces where you walk into them and there's just nothing always feels weird when you're playing these games. Okay. Well, okay, we're fine. I was mildly stuck in the wall. Okay, so what is the radio worth? Yeah, pawn shops are usually stacked. Okay, we got another helmet. We got a gun tripod. All right. Yeah, now generally speaking, the only time you see places that are retail stores that get away without having, like, really pushing the retail space is if you're talking some, like, super duper premium brand kind of thing. Sometimes you'll see that go differently. Okay, so you had more in there. I thought so. Okay, so need to get you priced. Alright. So with that, we will toss you two there. Alright. Give me the cash. So we can get the military equipment appraised over here.
How can I help?
Alright. I will definitely say the appraisal tool is probably going to be, or the verification tool is probably your biggest quality of life for just not needing to drive around and constantly do that. I'm willing to bet it's the first tier probably lets us verify rare items, then the next one to be like, you know, legendary or epic or whatever they use for the next one, and you get the idea that there's probably different tiers for the different pieces. So we're gonna go up here, we're gonna drop off the wreath, and then we're gonna go ahead and get an auction. So we've already got ourselves another almost $800 in the bank, which is lovely to see. So that pawn shop is really solid money. Now, supposedly, when you do your specializations, from what I saw, it said that you'd be able to charge basically 20% more, and the people would still buy it, so basically, like, 20% increased money and all that. Which then goes to, okay, would it be better to try and put that on the fewer, more expensive items, so we don't get the bonus as often, but when we do, it's more meaningful? Or do we take the opposite approach, which is we take it on just items we get lots of? Okay, so now we need to get more auctions. So I've got what's in the box. So the junkyard one ends at 3. I'm trying to do it by when they end. So hopefully get a little bit of time to try and figure that all out. Yeah, so I do think our next 2 upgrades is going to be getting the lockpicks and the verification tool. Because that should just basically increase the margin we get on everything by not having to pay a bunch of other people to give me the prices and to unlock my stuff. So I'll be saving like 15, 30 bucks very regularly. And considering a lot of times the margins we're dealing with is not that much. So I definitely see... Is that a kiddie pool in there? I got some junk on the floor here that might be something. I've got what looks like a gun display case there. I think that's a kiddie pool. Which probably shouldn't be worth that much. Especially if it's not in good shape. I think 700 will be my cutoff. I'm out. Let's see what actually was in here. I mean, there was some jewelry there. There's some medallion. That very well actually might have been worth it, but I couldn't really see, so... Yeah, they're still going back and forth. That's clearly broken 1,000 by now. We got a bed frame, we got some sinks. I think I see a filing cabinet. Got a lot of junk. There's some other piece of furniture behind all that.
Okay.
I'll say 400, maybe 5. We'll go rich. 500 to my cutoff.
Come on.
Come on.
こっちだ。
Yeah.
Come
on.
And when you are auctioning stuff, this is kind of the strategy of you make the decision of what you're willing to spend for something, and that's what you're willing to spend. If it goes even a buck higher, you stop there, because it's really easy yourself to get yourself there. So we got our 500, and we're out. Obviously, the video game, the logic works all differently. But it's the same. It's like the same thing if you go and you do some kind of gambling as well. Like if you're gonna do like a type of gambling, you sit there and go, okay, how much are we going to donate to the house potentially tonight? And you set your cutoff. And that's what you're willing to gamble. And when you pass that, you're done. It's the way to protect yourself from just wiping yourself out. You wonder how often they find bodies or substances in storage units? I would imagine stuff like bodies not very often, because, you know, when the storage unit starts getting super ripe, people are going to ask questions. They're going to crack in there to figure out what's going on. Substances like drugs and all that, I imagine it's probably not a hugely unexpected thing. I imagine probably not as much as you'd think, just because, you know, for these to go there, the person has to go delinquent on it and everything. And stuff of value like that, probably someone's going to want to clean it out. We'll say 500.
Come on. Okay. Okay.
I'm kind of mentally setting myself thresholds of, like, you know, the next to nothing ones I usually bail on. The next tier higher, it's kind of like usually I'm like, alright, 500 is my limit. I'm sorry. You're not spending $30 on used and in bad shape sandals. Like, don't get me wrong, you can get some, like, name brand sandals that run a pretty premium. But you're not going to be buying, like, used ones out of a storage unit and selling it for 30, 40 bucks. This is, not looking promising. We spent $445 and we're about $238 for everything in here so far. The good news is now that we have the pawn shop, those numbers we can kind of just bump it up by 25%, because that's kind of how much they get to increase it. That'll do. It's a literal gold bar. I joked earlier about being like, you know, in order to make this be profitable, we need to find gold bullion. A gold bar is a step over gold bullion. Okay, so let's see. Where did I have stuff dropped off? We had the art place and where? Ah, art place and the military place. Yep. That's definitely the thing you do, is you just show up at the local art shop and be like, hey, can you price this gold bar for me? I feel like that's the moment you're like, you give them the gold bar and they're like, what gold bar? Did you get a receipt? I don't remember you dropping by here with the gold bar. The 125 for the wreath. Now, one thing about owning my own pawn shop that changes is where before I just wanted to dump those at the local place, but for $25 or 25% extra, it does get to be worth it to drive back some stuff. Now, I probably should be waiting for like more valuable stuff, but you know, we don't exactly have a whole lot of money right now. You get that gold bar, you show up and you put it in your display in the pawn shop, and the FBI just shows up and be like, yeah, we're confiscating that. You're not allowed to have that. As a private citizen, you're not. I mean, there's sort of wiggle room around it, but basically there's restrictions on how much, like, just straight up gold you can own. And I'm willing to bet, you know, getting your Fort Knox style, like, gold ingot more than likely excessively exceeds that limit. I don't know that for a fact, but it certainly feels like that would be outside the limit of what you can have. Like I said, there's a lot of wiggle in that from my understanding. I can run over here. And get our gun tripod. $180. I mean, I'm a little bit more concerned in this game that we keep finding stuff like bags of flour. And all I can think is, hang on, why on earth are we, like, you know, you're getting the bags of flour, and on top of that, why on earth would anyone want to buy an old bag of flour you pulled out of an unair-conditioned, you know, storage unit? It depends on where the gold came from. There was understandably a lot of concerns about gold in the late 40s and 50s. Well, I'm talking about nowadays. I believe it's not a matter like there's the concerns about where the gold came from, but I'm under the understanding that a private citizen has limitations on how much gold they're allowed to own here in the U.S. And again, there's like lots of wiggle room. I'm talking strictly within the U.S., not that they've got gold abroad or anything like that. Like not loophole kind of stuff. But I was under the impression that as a private citizen, you can't just go out, drop a couple $1 billion and buy yourself, you know. I was gonna say a big money pit of gold, but it actually wouldn't be that much gold. You know, a nice mound of gold. I was gonna make the comment that's like, oh, you know what I should have done is need to pull money out from that laptop. That's what needed to happen. So there's like, oh yeah, you know, run back to the pawn shop. I'll go get some cash. Then we can do another one of these. Buy your Scrooge McDuck pool of gold immediately. Break all your bones when you try to dive in. I appreciate that meme a lot. Where it's just Scrooge McDuck just jumping in and just slamming into it. Because, like, yeah, it's gold. You're jumping into a pile of metal. It's not gonna give way. You are the less dense of the two objects involved here. You thought some of those restrictions were removed when we got off the gold standard in the 70s? I believe we got off the gold standard in the 30s, if I remember correctly. I mean, that doesn't change the point of what you're saying. Like I said, I was under the impression that we had those, but like I said, I want to say there's a bunch of wiggle room in it. You know, people could certainly correct me, but I was under the impression we still have rules around that. Yeah. All you're seeing is saying that all of that was lifted in 1975 in terms of federal laws. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's okay. So I just have outdated information. Yeah, because I was under the impression there was restrictions on that. According to... Yeah, sorry, the link will get thing. In the United States, there's no legal limits exist on how much one individual can own. You can buy, sell, and possess as much gold as you wish. Gotcha. Okay, so I just have outdated information. That I was under what I had heard. It was probably something I heard. Well, I'm not enthused by this. So we got what looks like a water heater, a propane tank, a box. There's something else there I'm not sure. That's probably $300 worth in there.
Yeah.
I'm willing to risk $350.
Come on. Oh.
I think that's overbuying. Oh wait, I can't risk $350, and we're out because I don't have 300 something on me. I was mostly going just to be like, because we've got in a couple of minutes, we got the next things coming up from the art place, our gold bar. And I certainly want to take the gold bar and cash that sucker out. But yeah, no, it's okay. No, I'm probably just mixing up my things because I'm not someone who's like, I want to buy a bunch of gold. I'm not, that's just not something that interests me. But I likely heard about it coming out of like one of the gold rushes or something like that whenever that law came to be. You might be thinking the reporting requirements around transactions. You know, banks have recs that there's required for declaration requirements when you travel. Well, I mean, that is a thing. You're not wrong. But that's not... I mean, unless there is a rule around you can only travel with so much gold. Which could be a thing. So far as, like, in and out of country, I mean. But yeah, no, more than likely, I'm just thinking back to, you know, again, the 30s or 50s or whatever. Lady? Is it weird if I just stand here and I just stand at your desk basically waiting for you to finish appraising my gold bar? It's not that I don't trust you or anything, but I'm really really wanting to make sure I get that gold bar back. And the best thing is she's giving me about the appropriate face for that response as well, where she is very clearly displeased with me hovering. You didn't know there was ever restrictions, so no harm in not knowing. Yeah, no, I do know there was, at least at some point, like, restrictions on how much gold you could own. And this, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of that came out of going, like, into the 30s, the Great Depression. I think, like, it pre-existed from that, the gold rushes and all that. And a big part of it was fear about being able to mess with the currency since it was backed by gold back then. But I was under the impression that those laws had gotten carried forward because, you know, gold is still a strategic resource. But, I guess not. Yeah, these are problems most common folk never have to deal with. Right. Yeah, no, the idea of, like, what's my limitation on gold? Like, what can I do to legally acquire it versus not? Hey, man, look, I'm just going to want to try and, like, reliably pay my bills, and make sure that's locked in for the foreseeable future. The like, rules around gold trade, not really my concern right now. A nation of temporarily embarrassed millionaires? She's like, it's almost, you can see it's like, so are you done yet? It's like, did I say I'm done? Look, man, you're standing here the same way. I told you 4 hours. It's been 3. We can do the math. You know what that means, right? It's not done yet. He's like, go wait outside. You're scaring my other customers away. With, you know, the corrosion of the pipe band shirt from the Moody Plumbers. It's also interesting to me that, so, like, oh yeah, this is their European tour. I was gonna say, all these cities are European, but, you know, I don't know where they had, like, the Storge Wars. I thought that was, you know, taking place in the US because it seems like a completely unhinged US thing. But yeah, I'm also curious now that I own the pawn shop. Oh, yeah, because I can go to the garage and can just dump things off. I just need to drop by in the morning to get my cash out from the laptop. But yeah. But it's always interesting, like, some of those things that you just wouldn't think. Like, you could imagine someone back there being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna buy some gold, and someone being like, hang on, wait a second. You actually have to have, like, there's a lot of rules around this. Just hang on. There's a lot of that stuff, and a lot of it exists for very valid and reasonable reasons. But there are just some laws that, unless you're in whatever market or industry that's relevant, why would you know them? Like, there's every once in a while, I'd run into a place where I was doing software dev, and the person's like, oh, we could do this. Like, no, we can't. That's against the law. We're not doing that. And it's like, here's why. And I'm like, oh, no, that's a really good reason, actually. And it's just, you don't think about, like, you're thinking about what matters to your end of it, and you're not always thinking about, it's like, what is the thing I'm doing? What is the side effect of it? What is the other end of that? All right, so we got 11 minutes. She's just like, dude, you've been standing here for 2 hours. Go away. Thank you. I got my gold bar back. And I'm sorry. That is a gold freaking bar. You are not convincing me that this gold bar, this normal everyday gold bar, probably weighs like 15, 20 pounds or more. Gold bar is $300. I'm sorry. Are you expecting me to sell it to you? Is that why you've load ball me? Is it like just a gold wrapping a tin ingot or something? Like, it's not actually a gold bar? Like, what's going on here? Because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure a gold ingot is worth, like... Oh man, it'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe pushing more. Like a full-on gold ingot. Yeah, it's like gold is almost $150 an ounce right now. Yeah, it's like this is gonna be a heck of a lot more because I want to say, oh man, you can get ingots at different sizes and all that. They have like a whole stamping system on them. But like, assuming it's like a 10-pound bar or something like that, you know, you're talking some pretty hefty cash. Because I remember, where was it that I went? There was somewhere I went that used to be a gold reserve for the US, but not used in that capacity anymore. And they were showing, like, when the gold came in and all that, like, how they had the stamps on them to be like, this is what it's worth. And then, you know, some of the cons that kind of happened over the years where people tried to, like, falsify gold, you know, falsify it and all that. Oh yeah, give me that money. Yeah, so we didn't actually get lots of goods for our pawn shop this day. But we're doing pretty good. We need to have the $450 in the bank by Sunday. Let's see, you did a tiny bit of gold prospecting once. It's super hard and the water is so cold. Me and Tomb went on an Alaskan cruise this past year, and that was one of the things. Like, she wanted to see the dog sled dogs really bad, and the tour or whatever that made the most sense. It took us to see the dog sled dogs, and then it let us ride a train that went out to the Yukon in Canada. Like, it just barely like dipped our toe and then went back out. But then it also had gold panning. Because a big part of it was talking about the it's got a couple different names depending on where you're located at, but the Yukon Gold Rush. So where they found gold up in Canada, and people were coming in from Alaska, at, was it Straight Point? No, it was not Straight Point. It doesn't matter. But there was like a little town there that people were coming in from and then going inland and going on this absolutely horrific hike that so many people died, to then reach the Yukon to go panning for gold and all that. And like all gold rushes, mostly it was just a big tragedy that a lot of sad things happened, because that's the way pretty much every gold rush went. Where's my gold bar? Hey, Jason? Buddy? I don't see a gold bar on display here. I don't see cash in the inventory. You want to talk about it? More than likely in the time I dropped it over here. Oh no, it's still there. He hasn't even bothered putting it on the shelf. Alright, so auctions. Most I could do is $50. But yeah, no, it was a whole big thing that, like, we went and it was funny because they're like, okay, for the record, the gold isn't here. Like, when they found gold, it was way over in the Yukon, that kind of thing. This is just where people land to get to that point. But they still had where you pan for gold there, and they showed you how it kind of worked. But it's like, yeah, the reality is you'd be doing this for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours a day. And you would maybe make $2, $3, $4 worth of gold flake a day on the average, where some days you wouldn't get any and some days you get a little bit more. And you'd barely scrape by if you're lucky.
Yeah.
We're gonna go for 500.
Okay.
That the joke coming out of all the gold rushes is if you want to strike it rich in a gold rush, You don't dig for gold, you sell shovels. Or, you know, you run a brothel, or you run, you know, a hotel, or whatever. I should not have chosen that one, but that's fine, we're already on our way. Actually, can I switch, like, which one's going? That's fine. It's like, you don't dig for gold. Yeah, during cryptocurrency fad, how do you make your money? You don't mine for the cryptocurrency, you sell GPUs. You do the thing that supports the gold rush. The stuff that all the people trying to strike it rich are going to need to do it. That's where the reliable income is. Because everyone, whether or not they get there, is going to be buying that equipment. And then it's a matter of who gets lucky and who doesn't. And usually with most of those, the very, very bulk, large, like 98, 99 plus percentage of people don't get rich. Yeah, so you're Nvidia during the crypto coin bubble. Yes. There's a reason why Nvidia has done, like, extraordinarily well, and now people are being like, alright, it's a little bit more tenuous with the AI bubble looking like it's gonna burst and everything, and how heavily they're positioned and all that. And there's a question about how that's gonna turn out. Like, if I was sitting on Nvidia stock right now, I'd be cashing out. I don't know what I'd be cashing it into. That's a big question. But that's with the AI bubble looking like it's gonna burst, and not having like crypto or the next thing being big, or NFTs or whatever. All right, we're getting that arcade machine. There's a full-blown arcade machine in there.
Okay.
Give me the arcade machine. You see that, man? He wasn't as enthused with his bid. You back off. I'm a man who has no oven, no fridge. I live in a trailer with a bed that should probably be burned. We're not going over 1,000. I'm already way over what I should be. Lady? I don't know where you live. Alright, this is the last bid. That's my last bid. Lady? I don't know where you live, but I will figure it out. I don't know what the arcade machine's worth, but even if it's a couple $100, let's see, gold in the US is about 149,000 per kilogram, 2.2 pounds. Which is about 2 inches and a half inch, a little smaller and a little more expensive than a couple of AI cards. Alright, well, and we'll do the next one. Because I need to keep bringing in merchandise for my pawn shop. About to turn into Breaking Bad's like, Samantha, we talked about. Okay, so we've got a cultivator, we've got a bathtub that's probably a junker. I can't quite make out what that thing is in the back. So there's really not a lot here. I'll bid on it, but I'm not going to go high. We'll say 400.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
Alright, and that's my last bid. And we're out. Because, yeah, we got a cultivator.
Yeah.
We missed out on some Chinese food thing. We got an old school pencil sharpener.
Come on.
There was a box back there. Oh, it was a eye washer station. Yeah, so that one would be down to the box gamba. Basically, it'd be down to if I open that box and I get something like blue or purple. You can walk up. Yeah, no, I mentioned a couple times the first day I did that, and it kept bugging out where I would still be standing there where you'd hit space to start the bidding, and it wouldn't give me the option to hit space, and I'd have to cancel out of the whole thing, and then I couldn't do it. I had that happen like 2-3 times, And so I've stopped looking around at it because it is seeming to bug on me a lot. Yeah, and it could be that I stepped too far back, or I stepped this way, or whatever. Like there might be something where you can get yourself caught with, and I just happened to do it. I don't know. It could even be like a memory leak kind of thing where, you know, once you've done a bunch of them, it starts bugging out. I haven't tested it very heavily, but I've stopped kind of looking around. Plus, very genuinely, with a lot of these items, their prices are all weird and wonky, so it's kind of hard to get anything meaningful. Okay, so we got a box you could sell. We got some furniture there. We got a kettle. There's definitely something back there, and there's something over there. Can't really make out what they are. 750 will be my limit.
Yeah.
All right, we're out.
Over here.
So what do we got going on in here? We got a weight set. I still don't know what the thing way in the back there. It looks like an Easter decoration. That painting might have actually been worth a lot of money, but you know, they're still going, so it probably got up to. They may have gone up to $1,000, at least $800-900. Yeah, no, if I were to have one change I'd like to see them make in the game, when you figure out the price of stuff, I mean, this one I can't see anything. You've got 2 posters and a saw. One bid and then I'm out. Alright, we're out. It's 2 posters and a saw. That is not going to make you any money. But yeah, like I said, I kind of wish that once you knew the price of stuff, that when you're doing this look around, that you could go and like highlight that. Yeah, so that's gonna be like 20-30 bucks. The bathtub's probably... This one's probably sellable, that one's junk, and we got a box. So it's basically gambling on that box. There's also like duct tape in that back there. But not really anything worthwhile.
Okay.
Italics at 20,000 by themselves? Holy crap. And thank you, Blind, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. But subscribe to the channel for 6 months. Also, a fantastic fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, and someone I highly recommend checking out. Italics individually hitting 20,000. Alright, I shouldn't go too very high because I couldn't see anything worthwhile. We'll say 400's my cutoff.
Come on.
But yeah, so definitely check out Blind. I'm playing some Bannerlord 2. Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord.
Okay.
So definitely check them out. Plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress and all that stuff as well. Highly recommend. A lot of dry wit, fun humor over there. It would definitely be nice to have a skill to unlock at the level of Renown. Yeah. Like, because it's one of those things that a lot of the stuff in this game, they just don't align with any type of real pricing. Like, we've already talked about earlier on, there was the drill press. That was like a full-on drill press. Like, the full big thing drill press. And it was like, yeah, that's like 30 bucks. Or 70 bucks, whatever. Like, I'm sorry, say what now? Like, there's parts on this drill press worth more than 70 bucks. Even if it's not in amazing shape. This is a big drill press, and this is not like you sit on your workbench. It's a standalone monstrosity. You know, it's a unit new is like anywhere from 18 to 1,200 bucks, depending on how nice of a drill press it is. Okay. And then the one that really gets me as well is the Chinese food box, as in the paper carton that Chinese food comes in, and that's worth $9. Alright, so the good news is where we technically came out not ahead here. If we consider that I'm going to get about 25% extra because of selling at our pawn shop, we should have come out ahead only like 12 bucks. Next to nothing. But still. It is a shame that I got to drive this back, which limits me here. But I think that's an intentional thing where you got to make that decision. Okay, do you take your like paying out stuff, or do you sell this here and not make your extra 25% in hopes of finding something better to then drive across town to drop off for the 25% extra? Like, do you hold out in hopes for like a pearl necklace? Or apparently a VHS player. That still is another one for things that's like, that's not the price of things. Getting a VHS player that was in bad condition was the actual condition rate. But like a plain old VHS player, like single cassette going in, and they're like, yeah, that's $139. You're like, say what now? I'm sorry, what? So this is a poor condition, like really, really roughed up, you know, functional, but you know, it's got some rust, it's got some chip paint, the display, you might have to tap it a little bit to get it to come on, and I'm going to sell this for $139? I'm sorry, what? You had to get some, like, bougie fancy VHS player back when those were the big thing to start getting in the hundreds of dollars. That bathtub has seen better days, and I will be selling it. I wonder if our gold bar is sold yet. Okay. So get all that in storage. There's our gold bar being sold for $417, which again, we had people look up. You know, a full-on gold bar like that, we should be getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for. For, again, the pricing in this game is just silly. Oh, well, we missed that one. Alright, we can go back, we can probably get back to what's in the box. It's a gold bar. Well, that sounds like, it's like, okay, let me get this straight. Maybe it's like a tin bar with gold plating, so you know, the gold plating's legitimate gold, so you got yourself a couple hundred there. I mean, it depends. It's still a gold bar. You can get some crap quality gold, and it's still going to be at least decent money for a full, like, 10-pound bar of it. Even if it's some, like, heavily nickelized gold. It's going to still have at least a little bit of value. But yeah, just as a reminder, since it came up, the Rimworld Hot Potato is going on right now. We're down to, what, we got, like, one more day left of it, and all that. Well, yeah, no, and if Italics hit 20,000, that means we probably, if we haven't broken 100,000 for the year, we're probably pretty dang close. I would guess we probably crossed it. You think that pawn shop owner might be taking advantage of you? Oh, well, I'm the pawn shop owner now. I own it. I think my verification on the price when I went up to the art store with like a gold bar, and you know, asked the lady behind the counter, was like, hey, could you price this gold bar with me? You know, painter slash sculptor, who, why would they know the price of a gold bar? Why is this the person I have gone to? Not an insult to artists, just why would that be where you get your appraisal? Okay. So we've got a box, a dresser, that cabinet, and some Easter decorations. It's not a corpse. It's a Halloween decoration.
Okay.
You can apparently find a coffin.
Come on.
We did find the roller things for a coffin.
Okay. Come on.
We'll say 500. It's already probably more.
Come on.
A vase full of carrots of novelty. Yep.
Yaha.
Stop
Okay.
fighting me. I have shelves to stock.
Come
Lady.
on.
Lady. That's right. Was it worth it? Probably not. I mean, that's actually $68. It's not the worst. Now we got a regular old radio that's apparently worth $36. Granted, that at least looks new. Oh, heck yeah, a bad quality toilet. Putting this on display at our place so you can get that toilet in your home. My character's home, no toilet. We don't have one of those. Oh, that's a television. Oh, man. It's not quite like this. It didn't have the bottom speaker. I remember as a kid having a TV this style, just again, that didn't have the speaker on the bottom, but otherwise. But I also remember at Sears we had a lady came in that she had kept renewing her warranty on her television until it finally did give up. And it was that style of television. And, you know, the policy was we would replace it. But, you know, they haven't made a television like that in a very, very long time. So we gave her basically the equivalent by modern standards. Which basically meant, like, because a TV like that, when it came out, was a pretty nice TV. Like, that wasn't a budget television there. You think all the gold discussion affected your ads? You're getting an ad for Roblox Official with a World Gold console? Excellent. Molecules model. Oh, the Molecules model toy is worth like $100. Yeah, so officially we got 400 value, and we spent 485. But again, we're going to add about 25% onto that because of the pawn shop. So we'll have made out about $20-something. So probably not a great use of our time, but that's the gamble with these storage units is it's basically lottery tickets with some mild being able to look and go, okay, that looks expensive. So it's a hair above the rand. Did I knock the light off the top of it? Okay, sure, why not? Your dad had the one that had the speakers? Yeah, no, the speaker ours had was like on the right, so you had like the dials for your channel and your volume and everything, and there's like a little speaker kind of bottom right of it. But I can't, like, when you look at those things and it's wood there, we're not talking, that's not faux wood where they put like a Flamica or whatever over it. It would be like an oak cabinet, like a solid oak cabinet that they just put the tube television in there. Like, the thing would weigh, like, 40, 50 pounds. But yeah, no, I remember I had moved from working in sales to what was known as a preventive maintenance technician, which is a whole lot of fancy words for I would fix things around the store from time to time, and then when you return stuff, I would deem its fate. Now, granted, there was a bunch of guidelines I had to follow, because there'd be certain companies who'd be like, yeah, you're not allowed to resell our stuff used. If it comes back, you have to junk it and then the inventory that you've junked it, or, you know, oh, for this one you have to send it back to manufacturer. So there's some of that kind of thing where you really had no control over it. But like when someone came back with a lawnmower, I was like, yeah, the lawnmower didn't work and it got returned. It would show up in my area. And 99% of the time, well, it's like 95% of the time, it was people just don't know how to mix gas or to put oil in their mower or have any basic competency. They can't follow the directions on the package. And thank you so much, Randall Thor, for the, is that 10 gifty subs? I think that looks like 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. And I see the alerts got broken. It's doing them one by one. I gotta go fix that. Not like right this second, but yeah. So it's gonna go through that. All right. We can't get to what's in a box by 8, so yeah, so we're done for this in-game day. But yeah, so let's go through this 10 and all that, and I'll catch up. Yeah, let me see, there was something about the television up there. Yes, let's see. Solid oak cabinet with cherry wood veneer and purple heart inlays. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it was like they were fancy thing. Can you like repair and upgrade items? You found improved value? Yeah, so if we check here, I've got tools and there's a refixing tool. The way the fixing tool works in this game is for your first level, the worst condition you can find something is broken. And with the first level tool, I can take broken to bad for quality. And that's all the higher it goes. And then the assumption is the next tool would let me go from bad to poor, whatever the next level up is. And then you'd probably get another one to take poor to normal. You get where this is going. But right now, because I have the worst level of it, I can only take things from the very worst level to just one up from there. So I do repair them as able, but it's only the worst off. Yeah, so technically, according to this, we lost money today. But a big part of that, it's not factoring in the extra 25% I get from my pawn shop. So it does very much that money where it's like, you did good, you did bad, whatever. You can't take it at face value. Now, pretty soon, I'm going to need to move stuff over. Hopefully we sold that gold bar. And all that good stuff. So let's pop in here. You got my money? Jason. You got my money? Better see. Jason. You need to be bringing in more money, Jason. I'm not going to say your job depends on it, but it really, really does. And I'll pretend it stops at job and not, you know, other implicit threats, which I will not openly make for my own legal reasons. Okay. Okay, it's not as bad as it looked at first, because at first I didn't see all the stuff standing behind him. And I was like, oh, this is going to be terrible. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4 things to sell there. We got that, that, and that. So there actually is a little bit there. But it's not a lot of money. And thank you, Midland, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's too much. You've been sub the channel. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. 400 is going to be my cutoff, and that's already higher than I should go. Because while the unit looks mostly empty, there is actually a couple of sellable items on the bottom there. Alright, I'm out. Okay, so that's not for a while. So you go across town. Yeah, is that free? Yeah, no, I got you. Twitch Turbo, all that stuff. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. We're up to was that a level 4 hype train we're at now? Yeah, level 4 hype train, so thank you so much for all that support with the, you know, the gifty subs, the biddies, the Prime Gaming sub, all that stuff. And again, as a reminder, I just wanted to mention this from, like, during the hot potato yesterday. First of all, thank you again for everyone who was there. You know, we were able to raise over $700 during our segment. And considering how far into the hot potato we were, like, I'm not upset about that at all. I think that's an excellent amount of money to bring in. Because it is one of those things that usually it's those first streams that really draw in the money. And then, you know, a couple of big names like, you know, Italics and Am versus everything and everyone who tend to bring in a lot of money as well. But, during all that going on, we had people, you know, re-up their sub and do new subs and all that stuff. I had all the alerts turned off because, you know, we wanted to make sure during the hot potato it was about the charity. But we did hit our 100 plus points for the month. So we are locked in. We are good. All right, so this one goes way at 4. So both those things did happen yesterday, where we raised a bunch of money for Doctors Without Borders, and we hit that milestone. And we're not, for the record, I already have the 60-40 split in my favor. And we're not really up to the fence of that dropping off. But if we're happening to get those months, it means it's that much longer I don't have to think about it. I actually don't remember when ours stops. I think it drops in like May or June or August or something like that is when the current 60-40 split will end for me. But if we're going to go ahead and like qualify anyways. Yeah, no, Doctors Without Borders is excellent. So we have a cursed-looking doll that's like $10. Can't quite make out what that is. It almost looks like a I'm really not sure what that is. We got a bathtub. So not a lot. Oh, is that a pulley operated table saw? We'll go 500.
Come on. Okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna find out. So 418. I feel like I overpaid for it. Yeah, so that was broken, and I fixed it, so it went from being $2 worth of doll to $3 worth of doll. Oh, okay. Apparently a holster is considered fashion and beauty. Sure, we can go with that. We can patch up that container. Boat scrap is what that's called. We got a sink. Oh, physics in these games. Always an experience. Oh, that is a washer. That is a really old school style washer. I could just see that there was like what looked like from me back there. It looked like as a pulley, not the rotating thing. And I think here in just a minute we'll probably change the playlist. I think there's been an excellent playlist for this game, but I mentioned it towards the beginning of the stream. It's not a very long playlist, and so we have gotten to the point where I think we're at like our 3rd, maybe 4th repetition of it. So I do think it is time to probably flip that. And thank you so much again for that that hype train. For those who didn't catch, the hype train hit. So it's 11 subs, 100 biddies at level 4 and 4%. Got a board game. But yeah, I'll get it switched. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it. There's for some reason, when you go to like the DMCA safe music, there's just not a lot of stuff like bluegrass and all that. For some reason, there's just not a very large collection of bluegrass, and I can't imagine why. Stay, stay, stay. Perfect. Yep, and according to that, even at our base price, we are over it. Oh, you box. Telekinesis? Absolutely. That's right, we have telekinesis, and we are using it to help us sell junk. We could do magic shows and all that, and blow people's minds and all sorts of stuff, but nope. Our calling with our telekinetic powers is we purchase storage units in auction, and we sell them at, you know, the junk. Maybe it's just that common in this world. Maybe that could be possible. That's fair. I'm just assuming it's a normal place. All right. Let me quickly see what we can change our playlist to. Because like I said, I've enjoyed this playlist, but we have heard it loop a couple of times. Try this one. It'll take a minute to get going. But yeah, and if you're wondering why we're not doing the in-game music this time, is the in-game music is really excellent for this, and both YouTube and Twitch were like, absolutely not. That YouTube was like, demonetized. Muted. And Twitch was like, we're muting your VOD in a bunch of places. So unfortunately the music in the game just blew up all the copyright flags, so it's like, alright, I get it. No game music. Devs did not make sure the music was stream safe, and therefore I have to do without. That's right, we are going to use some of our shelf space for a $3 cursed looking doll. I might be moving on to the second track. I know this playlist is good.
Afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I appreciate when a game does that. It is a real problem as a creator that when a new game comes out, until you kind of get a feeling for, like, does it do that? It's always a risky thing to leave the game music turned on. So many games will cause, like, especially on the YouTube side of things, will cause it to flag as copyright violation. Some of them shouldn't, but do anyways. But, like, there's so many who, like, they license their music for whatever for making the game, but you know, I don't have the license for the music. It's the game that has the license, so when I stream it, I don't have the authorization to do it. Or it can also be that technically the game says, like, hey, you can stream this music, we got the go-ahead, but the publisher, licensor, or whatever doesn't update their stuff, so it just flags incorrectly, and you can contest it, but by then, you know, you're a week or two after that game was relevant, so you've missed out on all the early clicks and all that kind of stuff. And it's just one of those things that's like, alright, we just won't do it. No good music. It's one of the things I appreciate about games like RimWorld and all that get their own music, so it's just not a problem. Or Hardspace Shipbreaker. Yeah, it's more... Oh no, it's a whole range of games. I imagine, you know, Western games would be among them, but a lot of the games that aren't just like generic lo-fi, whatever. Anything that doesn't have its own its own, like, individually made licensed thing. Oh no, here. The shirt says, I can't apparently pause here. So we got a tire. We got at least one openable box, maybe two. We got the table back there. We got a helmet here. I think there's some good stuff in this one. Now, the shirt says, never trust an atom, they make up everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. Or your character is actually the only one or one of the few. Let's see. And he used to be like in a freak show when he was little, and the town got used to his abilities and novelty wore off. And they grew up and kind of needed a job.
Come on.
Her shirt is too small. What shirt? I see the bathing suit she's wearing. We've spent too much on that. It's just Bobby Sue. Don't worry about Bobby Sue. She's nowhere near as bad as Tammy Lee. Then there's Cletus. Gotta watch out for Cletus. Oh, he's up something. Yeah, so we got a couple of car parts out of here. So we spent 600. Yeah, and that's part of the reason I was gambling a bit more on it than I normally would. There was the wheel. I figured the wheel would be at least a collector. Yeah, so the wheel we don't know what the price is. Nice, this is Rual Storge, not what we said. Wait, what? What? Why can I not scroll up chat? Did I misread Cookie's comment? All I'd say is that your character has some type of telekinetic power. I thought there was a... Did I misattribute it? I thought someone said that the, you know, her shirt... Yeah, her shirt is too small, is the comment as are responding to. Did I miss something? Okay, well... I'm not sure we're getting $350 out of that tire. It's not... Table. Just because your price is nice doesn't mean you get to be a troublemaker. Hey, Doodles, how's it going? I like the second version, kind of funny, the idea about superpower being normal. Yeah, that's just Rual. He could do that. He said, nice about your t-shirt. Oh no, I'm sorry. I wasn't responding to you. I was responding to Cookie. Yeah, no, I like the shirt. Yeah. No, it was, I left the necklace in there? Let's double check, because that would be a big deal. Right at the entrance. Oh, there is. Hey, it's still 29 bucks. With the way a lot of this is depicted, I'm willing to bet it's a faux leather necklace with a shark tooth on it. Maybe a small crystal like quartz or something, like quartz or amethyst or whatever. So we don't know the price of the tire. 1 second. We don't know the price of the tire. That's equipment. I think that's the only one we didn't know the price of. Okay, so that means going back home, because equipment is right next to our pawn shop. A piece of quartz that size is barely, you know, barely $8, maybe 10. Right, but you know, you're talking about the overpriced necklace. Because they used to sell those things at, like, every tourist destination you'd go to that has, like, that crappy leather strap. It'd be, like, that little teeny, like, wire. And it'd have, you know, again, like, amethyst or quartz or whatever. And they would, and it'd charge you, like, 25, 30 bucks for it. And it's, you know, it's this piece of quartz that's worth less than $1. That was, my family, you know, like, my extended family, you know, learned that I was into collecting rocks when I was, like, you know, high school or whatever. And there was definitely, like, one Christmas came by, and everyone practically got me quartz, except for, like, 1 or 2 people who got me amethyst. It's like, alright, hang on. It's like, quartz is a pretty rock. But, they're, like, it is, like, literally the most common one. I'm going to need you to not buy me more quartz. I appreciate the gesture, but I have an entire dedicated drawer to quartz now. And I really don't need that. Okay, 2 of those are collector's things. You collected stones for a while in your teens and a lot of different ones. Let's see. But you think there was a mossy green one you really liked, and you had a few of those? I'm kind of curious, looking back, like, what my favorite of the rocks I collected were. Also, onyx, because birthstone? Yeah.
Yes, Chief?
Alright, so just got the spaceship in there. You're like, Shy, I think you're not even sure where they went. I know where mine is. I still have mine.
Good morning.
Okay, so get the tire priced. So you got a huge chunk of pink quartz, and that you got to mine yourself. That was like 30 pounds. That's cool. I did get the opportunity to, like, pop into our mine or two, but it was usually like well after anything of real substance had been going, so it's more like a touristy thing.
You managed to find it?
Okay. So I'll give you the part. You don't currently want the helmet. You start collecting shiny art supplies. Yeah, no, mine was I was just into collecting it, like, seeing all, like, the different types of, like, rocks and minerals and all that. So, you know, I do have a lot of stuff that's, like, you know, they're crystals and all that, because people are, like, pretty and whatnot, which is totally fair. But then I also have a whole lot of stuff that, you know, they're cool, but they're not really aesthetically pleasing. Alright. It's about to be 7. Is there another one I could get to in time? I might be able to make it over there. They'll be pushing our luck. Ooh, do I think I can get there in just over 1 minute? Jason looks like someone you know in real life. I am not feeling too good that we're going to actually make it over there, because it's not a direct drive. I got to drive past it and circle back. Come on, we got about... Yeah, no, it's definitely in the realm of possible. The big problem is here I have to go left and then come back around. Oh, was it hit sign? The sign command should work. I'm trying to think of what the command was. It was something like hit sign. There we go. Not going up the hill? I was under the impression there's a fence over here. Because I cut across there before and there's a fence. Yeah, the junkyard, like you see there's a fence here, so I still have to go around to this side. There's probably a shortcut over the hill, but I haven't memorized the map quite to that degree. Okay, there's at least like 8 items in there.
Okay.
They don't look like big sale items, but a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's plowed straight into people? Yes. Oh, okay, I'm gonna get it for 365. I can go for that. $17 pumpkin. Coat hanger. Kitchen module. That's fine. We have an urn. Definitely don't want to know who's inside that. Why does everything look like it's covered in black toxic mold? It's mostly the black toxic mold. Stay. Oh, someone get Ultra. I found her a fire extinguisher. It's actually honestly about the right price for a fire extinguisher if you're getting like kind of a really cheap one that, you know, like you're just your typical household, you're gonna shove it under your sink one. You can get those for like 15-20 bucks. You can obviously get, you know, something that's good for like a commercial kitchen or whatever. You know, those tend to be like closer to like 60 or whatever. But a standard little fire extinguisher. I mean, I guess that one's a larger one. That one would probably cost you a bit more. Oh. Now, with the comment earlier about, you know, our characters just, they've got this superpower, but they've been around town, so people have just kind of... Hey, get back here! Come on, wiring box. I was counting on that wiring bracket to block it. We'll see. So we got a bottle in this back corner. Okay, we'll try that. Because I'm hoping... Stay. Gunsbook game lets you buy a bungee rope? Oh no, that's out of our budget. Have you seen the price of those bungee ropes? Definitely not something we can swing. It's nice that they lock them in place when entering the car. Yeah, no, but I think that actually adds to the game. Because you have like this single, like this cursed, let me try and stack this as high as possible so I don't have to multi-trip this. It really does, in my opinion, add to the game that you can do that. Because otherwise you'd be stuck grabbing like your 2 or 3 items that are large and be like, alright, we'll come back for the rest later. And it'd just be all the laps. And so you do have the funny of being like, alright, how tall can I build my Jenga tower before it all finally gives way? So our 2 money values we have what's in my pocket, which I use for the auctions, and then what's in my bank account that I use for stuff like rent. I think they probably did that because of how easy it is to accidentally spend the rent money, as it were. So it's probably a way to give the players a little bit more ability to be a bit more careful with their spending. Huh? Where did you two come from? And the rest of these stay out here. It came from the chests? I must have overlooked it. Okay, and there's the water heater, once again trying to make a break for it. The mechanic wants it, so we'll see. I assume the mechanic's done for the day.
What do you want?
Alright, so unfortunately, the locksmith is closed for the day, as are the appraisal people. We're just going to go ahead and zip on back here. Now we got to check on the one we got appraised and that. Bye, car. Oh. Well, I'm glad we didn't lose that by bouncing around. Because that would have been a bummer. Alright, so we got a box to open. We've got a little statue thing to get priced. Then we gotta figure out where my other thing I dropped off for pricing is sitting. You also need to get gas. Okay. Weirdly, this makes me think of Pacific Drive. And I'm going, I want more Pacific Drive. Because we played the new DLC and it was a lot of fun. It's the same thing with Keep Driving. Both of those are games that I'm like, I had a good time, but I want more. Oh, the tire. New lawyer character doesn't have a license, but his telekinesis stops him from actually harming anyone when he runs into them. And the townspeople are very tolerant. Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, it makes me think there's been a couple of shows over the years, like Steven Universe, where you eventually, you know, the townsfolk are just normal people and all this stuff's going on. And, like, a lot of the townsfolk just get kind of, like, okay with what's going on after a while. And there'll be, like, the one person in town who's like, why is this not upsetting you? Why are you all acting like this is normal? It's like, oh, that's just Steven. It's like, what? Why? Like, this is a big deal. So I like the idea that we have telekinesis, and like it is just this wild superpower kind of thing. But you know, everyone just so desensitized to it because it's just been there the whole time. They're like, yeah, no, it's cool. Like he used to do some magic tricks, and we all got a good chuckle out of it. But you know, it's he's been doing that for years. A perfect wrench. Yep. I didn't notice that in the box. A Molotov cocktail. I'm glad he found a real job. Oh. Yup. And you know that's a thing that would happen too. It's like, and someone else like, real job. He's got, you know, insert long string of expletives. Telekinesis. He once saved a kitten from a fire. He's cool. Alright. Don't mind me just giving a bad quality tire to the race car driver. I'm sure that would end well. I don't know. Part of me feels like doing magic tricks using your telekinetic powers is more a legitimate job than going to storage units you buy on auction and trying to flip the junk. Yeah, no, I've hit that a few times, Canhawk. Sometimes it's hard to tell what it does and doesn't include because of range and all that. Wow, when you walk around like you are stalking someone. She's like, I am going to ruin someone's day. Just woke. Alright, so the whole town has magic power. She just teleported in through the roof. We are not the only ones with superpowers here. Yeah, makes every more sense. It's like literally it's just a town of people with superpowers that are just trying to live their best lives. Just laying low. You know, it's not really supported by anyone. They're like kind of out there. So when I make the other guy take over, he marks him up 25%. Because I don't feel like going through and trying to trial and error my way to seeing what I can do there. I'd rather just deal with more storage units. Okay, so we got a big desk that actually looks like it's in relatively good shape. We got a plant. We got a toilet. There's something else under there I can't quite make out.
Come on!
Let's say 500.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So, I haven't hit. We stop. We stop. Don't make me pay for it. Okay. Thank you. You saved me from wasting money. Our mode? No, actually. So, like, this is my first time playing the game. And generally speaking, the very first time I play a game, I'm not going to start on hard mode, especially with like survival and tycoon style games, because the frequency you go to those games where hard mode isn't hard, it's tedious. Is very, very frequent. So like a game like this is making almost nothing. Okay, so we've got whatever the heck that is up there. We got what looks like some type of robot arm. We've got multiple pieces of furniture, a fridge, some rug, and a poster. This room actually has a lot in there. You've been really sick since Thanksgiving? That's no fun. I hope you feel better. But this one, it sounds like the hard mode from what was described is just your odds of winning an auction are reduced. And then the other thing is you get a bonus to renowned. So it just sounds like the game bumps up the odds that you don't get stuff. I'm gonna go 700 and that's my limit. It's actually easy mode that those are easy, so you don't tend to lose lose money. Oh, so you can just bid and win any single one? You can purchase a bigger truck? Yeah, but I'd rather purchase the upgrade tools first. The classic, where am I going to put my limited money? Imagine if this were a game or an MMO and you're bidding against real players. Yeah, for a game like this to make sense as an MMO, you'd have to have some type of, like, economy that would, you know, as people were buying and selling the same things. Let's see, close. So you get, later in, you think, when you try the demo, Easy made at least 100 more than you spent. Yeah, but then the question is like, okay, but does it make the game more fun if you win them more often, if, like, everything is, like, locked behind money progression? Because, like, obviously, you should be able to, you know, quote-unquote lose. I don't disagree that it makes the game more interesting to have more risk with your purchases, that you have to actually put some thought into it. But my other thing is, people mentioned earlier that they were like, oh, I like where you have to, like, memorize all the prices. Like, no. Like, if it comes down to that's what makes it so I have to succeed, is I have to just memorize a bunch of arbitrary prices on something. It's like, that's not going to happen. Because that, like, I've done the time of having to memorize just random trivia from games just to succeed. Like, it's one thing about figuring out, oh, I could combine these abilities and they work well here. That I'm down for. But when it's like, no, just random number, memorize it so you can, like, go and say, this one's worth it, this one's not. It's like, nah, man. No, I'm super out on that one. Especially with how so many of the prices in this game are just very unintuitive. I think the reality is this is a two-trip, or no how much I don't want it to be. So rather than fight with it for 20 minutes, I'm gonna roll this over. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Is just like always winning the auction, like it always works out. I could definitely see where that would be as exciting. I would. That doesn't fit the tedium that I'm talking. So, like, imagine if you would, the reverse is like you have the easy mode, you just always win. Make sure none of these are anything we care about. You just always win the, like, you always come out ahead. Now, the tedium on the other side is you do those auctions, and of, like, the 5 auctions you can fit in a day, 4 of them are crap, and the last one you make $50. That would be the tedium that I usually see in a lot of hard modes. Is where, like, okay, so that means to get, like, my basic upgrade, I have to just grind for 2 or 3 months. And there's definitely, you know, you need to be in between there. You need at least a little bit of room to be like, okay, that didn't work out. I gotta be a little bit more careful about my approach. You know, unless you get like a bunch of late game unlocks that you can kind of just, you know, muscle your way through by the fact that you've got like everything unlocked so you can, you know, turn around and repair everything up to its max and all that. When you've already put in, you know, 100 hours or whatever nonsense, that you're just kind of vibing at that point. We started a new co-op Stardew run today, and it's annoying enough to remember where everyone's hanging out. You don't need to remember more. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely, like I mentioned before, when I was getting all the achievement in Stardew Valley for the very first time, I remember having to sit there and like memorize. It's like, okay, Abigail will be over here, you know, this person will be over there, this person likes this gift, because like all the tracking so far as anything where anything was, one, a lot of those were mods, and then two, a lot of those weren't in vanilla Stardew Valley. They were quality of life additions later. Like what could be brought into museum, that wasn't a thing that was a feature in the game. You had to go to the museum and be like, okay, like, can I donate this? And then later on they add like the little star in the corner that'd be like, oh, okay, or trophy or whatever the symbol was. That was like, oh, this is a museum item that you don't already have. That was added way later. Oh, good. We got a Chinese food carton. Violating so many traffic laws? Absolutely. And the telephone wasn't a help either. Wasn't there either? Oh yeah, where you could get like the times that businesses were open and all that. Okay, which one is ready for what? Oh right, the Molotov cocktail. Okay, new lore, retconning the old lore. There's a guy with powers to control vehicles that regulates the traffic. Not very well, but again, everyone has powers, so nobody gets seriously hurt, and we don't actually have to drive ourselves, so you're actually playing as more than one person. I can see something weird like that. So it's a $100 Molotov cocktail that we're going to sell in our pawn shop. That's certainly legal. Nothing to question about it. Because it's not like we're selling... It's not like we're selling, you know, a rag and liquor and being like, just so you know, you could make a Molotov out of this, but you shouldn't. We're literally labeling it being like, that's a Molotov cocktail. Light it and let it loose. That dude always a 50% off? Yeah, that's just marketing. Have you never been by a furniture store where they're always going out of business or grand opening? Same strategy. It's a vintage collectible Molotov cocktail. You don't understand this reference. It's just, that's not even a reference, it's just a tactic that furniture stores use. There's just a lot of furniture stores out there that they will literally rotate between grand opening and going out of business, and then when the season changes, they'll just like change the signage. Oh, you mean Tanner? So you're playing a Tanner with parallel lines. Oh yeah, I don't get that reference either. Driver parallel lines, he literally shifts his consciousness to other cars. Oh, weird. Trophy Hand just lives in the pickup permanently. Well, I'm heading over there. I had to go to the other side of town to deal with it.
Can I help you?
Okay. If I really rush, I might be able to get back in time for one auction. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like I said, and it's one of those things that so Stardew Valley came out with its, I forget what they called it, like their big anniversary update thing. What was it, like last year or whatever? You know, it's just really fun to see like all the extra stuff they had done with that. But I found myself in the weird spot that I've been playing so many of those style of games since Stardew Valley first dropped. And it was honestly pretty rough. Like, I love Stardew Valley, but like, there was so many quality of life things I'm just used to having in games nowadays that going back and just not having them, like even it used to be that like to figure out what hours the businesses were open, you just had to go there and just stand in front of the door and be like, okay, cool, they open at this time. Versus like at a minimum, most of the games nowadays you can walk up to the business, read the sign, and it'll be like, I'm open from X to Y time, except on these days. And I think they added that to Stardew Valley eventually. But a lot of them now you can just pull up your mini map and they'll just have that there, like what their operating hours are. So you don't have to go there. Okay, so we got like some major lights. We've got the police barricade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 260. That's not bad. Halloween gravestone. The spotlight is rare. Give. You love the victory dance? Yeah, it's a weird thing to me to be like, you're bidding on something that you may or may not turn a profit on at all. And so you're just like bidding on it, trying to do your best. And then you get it and you're like, are you victory dancing because you're getting to spend money on this? Oh yeah, no, our character's definitely got a gambling problem. And this is just where they've decided to take that gambling. Well, hopefully that box has something worthwhile in it. Oh, actually, we don't have the price on the spotlight. Are you electronics? Of course you are. Yeah, so it says 6 items. Unfortunately, it includes everything in the car. You know there's a mod to change your character into Yoda? The game's probably not the hardest to mod. I would suspect you will not find much in the way of mods available for the game. It is just kind of a niche, janky simulator. They don't tend to get too many mods. Deb probably watched. I mean, clearly the game is very, very, very heavily influenced by Storage Wars. Pretty much the premise of the game is, what if Storage War, but game?
Yes, Chief?
Get some rifle ammo. Okay, so those are the only 2 items found here. They'll drop off her box and her rifle ammo. And they're going to take the light to get that appraised. And how are we doing over here? You got money for me, friend? I will say it is much harder for me to gauge how I'm doing on my sales and all that this way. Like, to know whether I'm doing well or not, it is much harder because we've got, like, the buffer of the inventory in the pawn shop. I look at my money and be like, oh man, we're down so much from what I would expect to have right now. And it's like, oh right, but I've got like $500-600 worth of inventory in the pawn shop, so I'm actually really ahead. But it's just difficult to quantify how much is just sitting on my shelves. And this is definitely how you travel with this. So I can pick up our art. We can drop off this. I'm not gonna... Actually, that is low enough I can go under it. I was about to say, I'm not gonna get baited into going underneath the gas station thing and clipping it. Looks like a bird shedding the light from all angles. Pretty much. Just about everything you find, it looks like someone just dumped into a ditch, rolled it around. It looks like you're about to go storm chasing. Something like that.
Welcome.
I am also learning that where I thought once we had, like, revealed the price on something, that was that. That is not the case. But I'm not really sure why sometimes you just seem to remember the price, and other times you have to, like, keep re-validating it again and again. It could be, like, minor differences, like you have to have every single quality/item type. So, like, you can't tell the difference between a high quality of a certain item and all that. Yeah, they're all done for the day. I'm gonna take this back to the pawn shop. Here's the live stream. Oh, he's just a IRL streamer. That's just his lighting solution to make sure he's always got the right lighting. He brings his own sun. Okay. Sure, Tomb would go with it. You turn it on, you see the lights flicker in the car a little bit. Car stops running quite right. Too much power draw on it. Okay, we can go ahead and drop this off in a hot minute. Oh, I should have had someone clip when I bought the pawn shop. That was one of the dare drops. Both the dare drops I grabbed, they are for keys, but they're actually keys for Construction Simulator. The keys for this game weirdly were pretty far up there on the dare drops. Seemed like pretty substantial things. I do wonder what the best way to that's what happens when you look off the road. I do wonder what happens here if we train of thought is gone, man. Just straight up gone. Yep, whatever I was gonna say, it is outie. Yes, we're basically out of merchandise now. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, to give you an example of where hard settings can be very tedious, survival games, if you look at a lot of their difficulty settings, are like, you burn through calories 50% faster. And you're going, okay, well, food wasn't really that hard to get a hold of in the first place. But all this means now is now I need to dedicate even more of my inventory to food and eat even more constantly. Where you get into that weird thing when you're playing the survival game, you're like, alright, hang on. My character probably just ended like 30,000 calories today. Was ignoring this game now, bought it through the link. Peril of watching. Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy it. I've been enjoying it. Like, it's one of those games that, as I mentioned a couple of times, you look at it, it's like, it's just another jank simulator game. Not in a bad way. Yeah, it's just another jank simulator game. It'll be fun. But very genuinely, it's been very enjoyable. Like, it always has something to do, which is good. And while there's a little bit of time pressure, honestly, I don't think the time pressure is that bad. You only have to make $100 a week to break even, which is really not that much. Like, very genuinely, you don't even have to have a good storage unit. Just an okay storage unit is enough to pay for the entire week, and anything you manage to pocket after that is bonus. Now I gotta stare through the window every single morning. This is what we do. And meanwhile, you know this guy's sitting there, and every single morning you show up and he's just sitting there going, I effing hate this town. I hate this town so much. If it wasn't underwater on my mortgage, I would be out of here so fast. I hate all these people. You're all weird. Y'all creeping on me all the time. Yeah.
Morning.
Why can't you all just be normal? Chinese firework. Yep, just 2 items found, so is that just the box and the Chinese fireworks. And the appraisal was the art thing? Oh no, it was the electronics store for the light. I also like the idea that this is like, we're literally just putting trash on the shelves. We're not even putting like fun or interesting things. It's like, yeah, this is like an old Chinese firework. We got a rotten box here that has been, you know, out in the sun for entirely too long. Ooh, I just realized that had a number 3 on it. So I assume that's like a big money thing. And I'll probably have to take a little bit of money out of the bank to make sure we make rent this week. Well, I can see there's a grandfather clock. At least a little bit of furniture. I can't... We're just weirdly in the wrong position.
I can over here the great guy got Rual, so what I would have put spirits. I must have I would have straight through there about Rual water, 12 flood, 5 to 20 dive.
Say 700.
Yeah. I can over here the great guy got Rual, so what I would have put spirits. I must have I would have straight through there about Rual water, 12 flood, 5 to 20 dive. To Hungary, but I would have saved it. There's a single.
And we're out. So what was actually in there? So we got 2 desks, a table, the grandfather clock, a chandelier. Those are whatever they could be sold. That's all junk there. And I can't say anything behind there, but there's plenty of space to tuck something back there. I probably could have gone like $800 and maybe come out ahead with that. But, you know. Let's see, you finish your toxicity run from 0. And yeah, it's a good DLC worth the money. Oh, yeah. Is that like a body in there? It's a Halloween decoration. So we have 2 water heaters in there. We got a fancy table, a desk.
Come on.
Let's say 700.
Come on. Okay. Handbook. Come on.
Come on.
Stop bidding. I got margins to make.
Okay.
I think I overspent. We got it. But I think we overspent. We got a good quality desk. Got a wheelbarrow. I'll deal with that in a minute. Why is the plastic Halloween thing worth 80 bucks? I'm not complaining. It's okay. We patched up the bottle of sunscreen so we can sell it for more. Nope, they're not a corpse. It's a Halloween decoration. Not even memeing. Like, you look at it, it's just... There's, like, no legs or arms. It's just a plastic Halloween decoration. Alright, we got a chandelier. Got an axe. Hey, Sophie. Maybe bid at the very last minute before the bar ends to avoid someone else jumping in. That's the thing. I'm not sure if that's actually a thing. I'd actually be a little annoyed if it was. Because low-key, when it comes to the bidding kind of thing, well, it's a cool mechanic of the bidding. I'm kind of ready for them to be like, just tell me what I'm paying. Like, just let me just, like, set the amount and be done with it. Because you kind of have your thing about, like, how much you're willing to pay. We're good? Okay, that'll need lock picks. That's gonna be a twofer. Alright. Need to drop this off, and then we gotta make our way back to that Storge and grab the last of it.
Afternoon.
And Face Simplex, thank you so much for the 220 stream streak. Exciting Tycoon music. Who won the storage compartment? Yep. Yeah, no, it's a very funny thing. Like, you see the person that like spending like $700. They're like, man, I really hope I make money. They're like, and you're like, yep, you're celebrating that you may or may not have actually make a profit on this. That you're not quite sure. It's like replacing your car. You know, your car is broken down, and you're not getting like the car of your dreams or a nice car. You're going to the place and be like, man, I just need the cheapest used car. Like, money's tight right now. You know, like, give me what I want. And then you get like that used car and being like, And you didn't even get a good deal on it. Like, you paid full price. Like, sure, the car's sorted, so that's arguably a stress off your back. It's just a weird thing to celebrate. Oh, man, I need you to be making more money. $70 in there? I mean, I guess there's a lot of things still on display. Is there a bigger truck? Yes, you can get bigger vehicles. It was a Halloween model with no arms or legs. Next thing is an axe? Yes. That analogy hits really hard considering your car broke down last night. Well, I hope whatever it is ends up not being a big thing. Like, it's one of those, it's like, it's the same thing like, oh, you know, you're being told you can't, like, you're not going to be able to stay at your apartment anymore. Like, you know, whatever. And you're going to the next apartment, you sign your lease. And again, it's not a bargain. You're actually pretty upset about how much you're spending. And then be like, you know, yeah, it's a stress relief. You at least know where the roof is going to be tonight. But at the same time, you're not going to be excited about it. Maybe relieved. But you're definitely not doing a little dance around being like, yeah, look at me. Paid 2 months rent in advance. Woo. I participated in one economy. Never excited about spending money for not fun things? Yeah. No, absolutely. That's the reason it's weird. Like, this is our character's business. And each time they do a purchase like that, you know, it's... We may or may not make money. Now, granted, if it's something like you saw and there's like, dude, did you see down there? Like, that is a first copy edition of the original Legend of Zelda in the box. I just know it's in there, by the way. I'm not assuming. I had, like, the box is kind of like, you can just kind of tell. It's got that weight. It's just enough depression on the other thing it's on to know that the game is actually in there. All right, 227. I should have thought that through. I'm going to have to drive this back with just the one thing. But, like, you know, you see something, you're like, dude, I don't think anyone notices. Do you see that? That vinyl down there. That's an original. That's an original. That thing's like $800 or $900. And we're walking away from 50. Yeah, by all means, be excited about that. But half these units are buying is like, man, there's a bunch of rotten furniture in here. Like, realistically, you're just as likely to pop in there, grab that desk, go to pick it up, and it just disintegrates in your hand as you start lifting it because just the wood got wet and is just totally compromised and is splitting. I wonder if this is... So the game supports multiplayer, which is a little surprising when I saw it. Not like it's a huge ordeal, but it's like, what the heck is the other people gonna do? But now that I think about it, I could see you having one person who, like, runs around and just, you know, does the auction side, while the other person's just grabbing the stuff and running it back to the pawn shop. And then once you specialize, it might be kind of one of those things where you're like, okay... Well, I'm gonna, like, one of the people's just gonna sort through and be like, all right, this, you know, this is the stuff going to our pawn shop to, you know, get the better price. These are the ones, just get them out of here. You end up getting, like, 2 vehicles. That way you can hit every single auction in a day. And at least have a chance of snagging stuff. We probably spent $10, $15 in gas just driving over here to drop this light off. Because in real life, you think those garage seller people must look through the first thing? Oh, to be clear, in real life, none of this works this way. Where you've seen the Storge Wars thing, they've had people who were on Storge Wars come out and be like, oh yeah, it's all staged. Like, you already know who's buying what at what price, everything in there, all that. Like, it's 100% scripted. And that's, again, by the people who actually were on the show. And all that kind of stuff. Well, that's a big old bust. Didn't get much from that. Same with, like, again, Pawn Stars and all that. Because, again, like with the Pawn Stars one of the things to ask yourself when you're looking at a lot of that is, why would they be filming? Because when you're doing a show like that, it's not like someone sitting there with their phone where it costs nothing. You would need, you know, your staff sitting there with the audio and lighting and camera and all that, having that all, you know, where it needs to be. And if you're doing that all day in and out, you're burning tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars on staffing costs and equipment for the maybe chance of picking something up. And so, yeah, it is one of those things. But generally speaking, for people like buying the storage units like this, it's gambling. Like, and you are just going to lose your shirt off your back most of the time. That is just one of those things that, like, doing it as it's presented on the show, where you just go to the storage units, you just go to auction, buy them up, and, like, stock up your pawn shop. It's like, nah, man. No. You might go through garage sales and stuff like that to pick up stuff, but even that usually isn't the thing you're doing. A lot of times, people are bringing the stuff to you to pawn. Because half the stuff we're finding, we're like, oh yeah, we could fix that up. You're not taking the time to do that. You got a store to run. It would be a fun concept of game like that if you could be an active in the pawn shop, in the repair shop too. Everyone has their own area. I can see that kind of thing. You have someone who's working the front end, and everyone else has, like, their part of the equation they do. I genuinely could see there's actually a lot of opportunities for more tycoon games where, like, you have a business and everyone has their part of the business they're doing. And, you know, a lot of it's going to be not satire, but kind of overblown, because in a lot of times there's a lot of business where you start your ship and there's crap all going on for 2/3 of the day, and then there's that rush time. But, like, where we got, you know, like, the fast food restaurant simulators, the grocery store simulators, and those kind of things. Maybe also skill trees. Okay, so I got a vacuum cleaner. We got a dishwasher. I don't know what that on the floor back there is. That could be a car part, could be some type of spray can. There's something over here too. Not a lot though. We don't want to spend a lot of money on this. You try the car shop? There is a bathtub, but I may or may not actually be able to sell it. Some bathtubs are junk and some of them are actually sellable. Let's say 400's my limit. I did not do car dealer sim. With a lot of these janky simulator games, it really is a dice roll on if they're kind of janky but fun, or absolutely, you know, absolutely obnoxious to deal with. Like, the line with the jank between fun and frustrating is not a big line. Yeah, there's no like stats you gain. Like, I don't get like better at auctioning that I'm like more likely to cause others to not bid or anything else like that. There is the idea of renown, that you can only buy the dealership or whatever after you get enough renown. And you don't get access to tools until you do a certain amount of stuff. But as far as, like, actual skill and meaningful, like, character progression, broadly speaking, that's just not a mechanic. Carpentry tools. Oh, I see. It's like a chisel and a planer and all that. jump rope. Alright, so as long as we make more than 50 bucks from whatever's in that box, we'll have like a guaranteed profit with that. But with the 25% extra we're gonna get, that should be okay. And part of the reason why I said limiting myself to 400. Oh, something was appraised. Where's the appraised item? Okay, it's at the art store. So let's go to the art store, we'll grab this, and we'll bring that back home. Car sim dealer has an 87%, so it's not that jank. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's hard to tell, and a lot of times I don't catch up to checking on a bunch of them. But yeah, no, it might be good. Like I said, it's one of those things that's kind of hard to tell in advance between the games. Like, okay, is this gonna be the good kind of janky game, or is this gonna be the bad kind of janky game? And it, like I said, it can really easy swing either way. I've definitely played some games that were pretty awful. Those boxes are quite collectible. Which boxes? But yeah, no, that's, it's probably good. Like I said, I didn't... Oh, the one on the roof? Yeah, they're just everywhere. They're big trunks we find all the time. I'm also like, a lot of them, it's like, this is $15. I'm like, alright, if it's like a proper cedar chest, it's worth more than that. I mean, granted, you look at some of these, and I would say that box is not in the best of shape. So when can I, like, hire my staff to not only just watch this thrift store, but when they're not actually selling something, make them scrub up the curse that is that toilet? Or the bathtub? Like, make them, like, actually try and make it look not like an absolute dumpster fire? Because I feel like that would really help with our sales. Okay. You got one of those wood boxes? Not sure what material, but it's surprisingly light. It's probably cedar. Or a press board with Formica. Keep Niece's clothes and all that when she stays the weekends. Yeah. If it's like an actual cedar box, they, it's not that it's a valuable box. Like, I don't want to overstate it. But it's worth more than 15 bucks. If it's like a press board and Formica kind of thing, that's not worth as much. Like, and for you using it at your house, it really doesn't make that big a difference. There's benefits to stuff like cedar. That I want to say cedar keeps certain things like moths away, so they don't eat the clothes or whatever. Alright, so what we're going to need to do here is I'm going to transfer. We're going to swap that. We're going to move 100 bucks into the old bank account just to make sure I got enough to pay my bills. Because our bills should be about $450 per week. $350 for the pawn shop, $100 for the trailer. Okay. Yep, no, I own the pawn shop now. Yeah, so... Oh, okay. The 350... Yeah, so it says 350, but it's a split between... Oh, right! I forgot we even got that loan for... Okay. Okay, that explains a little bit. I was like, man, we are really struggling here. Right. We had the loan. I don't want another loan. I want to pay off my loan. Okay, so yeah, that'll be fine. We can probably drop by the pawn shop. There'll likely be enough in there that we can just pay off the loan, because it's only adding like $50-something a day, but we're not making a particularly large amount of profit. But yeah, so it looks like we've been paying about $50, because it was things I bought the pawn shop, but they took like the minimum size loan I could, just because I needed to be able to pick up some more merchandise. Okay, so let's go here. We'll transfer $100 to the bank account, and we're gonna pay off our loan. Can't do that. That wasn't quite enough. So transfer another $100 to the bank account. Okay, so our loan is paid off in full. We are now debt-free. Alright, so now... I don't know why I just gained renown, but I just gained some renown.
Afternoon.
Maybe just for being in the area, you just gradually get trickle-fed it. Okay, we found a Halloween... 1 second. Get back here. Get back here. Oh, I'm probably gaining renown for selling stuff in the, She hit my car. You saw that, chat. I am innocent here. Okay, so just the box itself and the hat. The hat's fashion, I assume? Yep. It was definitely attempted insurance fraud. Not insurance fraud, sorry, No, I guess that'd be insurance fraud. Where, like, the people step in front of your car and then try and sue you and all that. Okay, so we got $800. Okay. Yeah, so I think where we're seeing that renown just trickle in on the bottom right, I think that's stuff being sold by the pawn shop. They're getting, like, 15 renown every time a sale happens. Okay, so there's a desk in the back. Got some type of tool there. One of those bathtubs is the kind we could sell, and the other one is not. I'm gonna go for 500.
More.
Yes.
Come on.
Okay.
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 That's all we're doing. Okay. I was like, I'm already regretting it. Okay, so we can go over to what's in the box. So what else is in here? There was a box down there. There's some Christmas decorations. I think we were pushing to the point that I would have lost money if I would have gone through with it. Because we were getting up to like $700. And a lot of that stuff wasn't in particularly great shape. Now granted, you never know what's in the box. We could have gotten the box and it could have been, you know, $500 thing inside of it. Because I do know the game mentions, it has a thing, it's like, oh yeah, when you find an item worth like over $1,000, you sell, it's worth an achievement. But like purple's the highest value, I believe. Well, actually no, we think we found pink before, which is pretty high value. But I know there's items that come up like in orange and a couple of other colors that I'm assuming are like super duper special, just straight up print money kind of tier items that are super rare. What's in the box? Brad Pitt character could have just known if he had gone to the locksmith. Yep. Yep. That's such a weird movie. And thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 23 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, no, just like, whereas going through like the doing all the sins kind of thing. It's a weird movie. Yeah, we got our fruit bowl thing. We have no idea what's worth. We got a dresser there. We got sandals. Those were about $50 the last time we saw. We have whatever that is. We might have a box there. I can't really make it out. Alright, take it easy. Really don't remember why it mattered that I shot the guy at the end, because it made him wrath.
Come on!
He could have gone. It's not like he couldn't have gone away with it. Yeah, no. The whole gimmick was the bad guy was making people do all of the 7 deadly sins, and you know the guy won at the end because he made the main character become one of like his sins, as it were, by making him murder him and kill, you know, making him murder him despite like surrendering and everything, which was deliberate that he would become Wrath. It was weird. Yeah, like, it wasn't a bad movie. It was just, like, that part of the setup was, like, okay. It's weird that you've got, like, this psychopath who's doing all these crimes, but, like, he's doing all these crimes, he's like, oh, gotta get all them 7 deadly sins, and I'm sure people are like, no, you're not contextualizing it correctly, and you're probably right. Because that's the only thing as I could say is like, okay, so you want him to kill you so that he becomes Wrath, because then you've won. Say what now? Okay, so got all this. Was there something in here I had that wasn't priced? I feel like there's something I needed priced. Oh, it was the hat. That's right, so we gotta go by the fashion place. Yeah, the guy's kind of nuts. Yeah, no, it was a deliberate thing. Like, I don't think it was a bad movie or anything like that. Like, I vaguely remember enjoying it. Sometimes the mission is more important. Life is secondary. Look, they just starched the rug a little bit. They got tired of it creasing up. The problem was they accidentally starched it with the crease in it. Real not a good one there. Did his own gift you a sub? That may have been Randall Thor earlier. I know Randall Thor dropped 10 gifty subs earlier. You may have gotten caught in that sub bomb. Alright, so we got a couple new items to add to the store, more boxes to process. Oh, no, this is something different. Still nice. Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm thinking, what is it starching your clothes? What is it? For it was more of a thing in the past for, like, you know, you'd have women who wanted like the big shoulder pads like in the 80s and all that. And I remember it wasn't pressing your shirt, but it was to like get those things to hold their shape as the day went on. Otherwise, you know, gradually it'd start like, you know, just from the weight of the clothes, it starts like pushing them down and droop and misalign them. So I think it was called starching your shirt. It was basically a thing to make the texture kind of hold its shape, or make the fabric hold its shape more. Yeah, your grandma starched your bed sheets. Yeah, it was a thing for holding the fabric. There probably is other reasons to do it too. But I remember it being a thing about trying to get stuff to hold their shape more. There's probably a bunch of reasons to do it, like maybe it keeps bugs away and a whole bunch of nonsense, but I remember it was a thing. That's it's interesting to see some stuff that were like styles that you see that you can tell almost to the decade like what was going on there, because it was just a style that had a very, very short lifespan. And one of those was, you know, for like women having like the really heavily padded shoulders. That was like a big thing in like the late 70s and 80s. I think by the 90s it had kind of already started to dip off. And there's tons of those little like micro styles that were out there. You remember having to starch your shirts in the early 90s for some reason? But yeah, that was a big thing in like the 80s. Like, if you want to show that, like, you could still see that, if you ever go and like look up any of the episodes of Seinfeld, there's a lot of the women in that one, they have like the big padding on their shoulders. And it's not the only one. There's a ton of shows from that time frame who do that. That's just the one that popped in my head. Because I remember the, I'm blanking on her name. That's not great. Unless there's something I'm missing, I got that, and that is the only things for sale here. Elaine, yeah. She almost always had... Oh, well, there's a board game down there. So that's probably only maybe $300 in there. Again, not counting anything I might not be able to see. Nowadays, dress shirts sort of mesh inside so you don't need to starch them. Was it to keep the fabric from sticking? I can't remember why you starched your... Like, because there's like a lot of things. Maybe it's like to keep the cloth from sticking together? There was some reason you did it, because I remember it was a big deal for a while there. But they used to have a small home mangle. Starching helped use it more easily, but sheets were so uncomfortable. Gotcha. I don't even remember why it was done. The thing is to keep them from crinkling? Could be. But I do remember there was like... It was just a thing that was done for... Oh, I didn't even see the box. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely 100% profited on this. Yeah, actually a solid desk. Just a solid winner. For shirts and collars and cuffs, keeping their shapes. Yeah, no, like I had originally said, it seemed like a big part of it was about people. Like what I was saying was like stiff, but it was like stiff to like hold whatever. I'm down to try that. Let's go. AI tends to have a lock-on value of visible items. Yeah, I'm not sure what all decides in that again. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? We can drop off all this stuff. And then the box, we gotta take it for locking. Alright. So we could probably run over there. Pick up the hat and do an auction on that side.
Morning.
Let's talk about wet-looking hair gel. Oh man, we were actually talking, because it just came up, was like hair gel in the 80s and 90s, like for what we as men had for like, you know, spiking your hair, and how crap it was back then. Like, absolute rubbish. I definitely remember, you know, at that point, you know, doing like some of the short hair and like spiking it a little bit. I didn't end up spiking my hair very much because I hated the hair gel so much. Because you'd use the hair gel, and depending on like what brand, it either between, the way I would describe it is either crunchy or crusty was the way I would describe it. And so like, I liked the way it looked, I hated the way it felt. And it was always a whole big thing. It wasn't until like early 2000s that, you know, men's hair product got to be something other than hot garbage. Like that started to catch up and all that. But yeah, no, it'd be around the time that like frosted tips started to become popular, and I never did that. But that hair gel you'd use there is you'd put that in your hair and you'd spike it up. And there was a reason why there's all sorts of like home recipes, like people using egg white and all sorts of stuff as alternative products or different creams and all that weren't really hair stuff. Because like I said, the options for men at that point for hair stuff was really bad. It caught up. It got better. But I definitely remember that's like, do you want us to put product in your hair? It's like, no. No, I don't. I really, like, I will be upset if you put product in my hair. I don't want product in my hair. Okay, $166 for the hat. The crunchy hair gel made you stop trying stuff with that? Oh yeah, no, it was just really uncomfortable. The best for slick back hair without gel with wet hair was wet the hair and hairspray. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the thing. For like other stuff, like you had for people like greasing back your hair kind of thing, we had products for that were decent. But, you know, that style was pretty dead at that point. You grease back your hair and people be like, oh, how's the 50s doing? Looks like we got a mini fridge, a cabinet, a washer, a pan. Not sure what that bar is there. And a box in the back. Maybe go for 500.
Okay.
Come on. Yep. Higher.
I kind of almost wish I could just be like, I'm setting my amount to 500. Don't, like, bid until you hit that.
Okay.
Because I kind of just want to skip this part.
Yep.
Because ultimately, I'm buying it or not based on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Wifey.
Come on.
Okay, you sleep well. I'm assuming you're heading to bed. Love. Oh no, I didn't feel like... You think 450 at bet? Yeah, no, the 500 was a little higher than I think makes sense. Alright. Oh, just raise the price you want to hurry? I don't think it affects the NPC's bid. This is fair, but I want to get it for as little as possible. Okay, so we got a cabinet thing. We have the cabinet back there. We got, that is a hockey stick. One of those bathtubs are... Oh, actually, that cabinet thing is not a thing we can buy. There's a book. I think that's a weight system on the left. Or weight set, not system. Yeah, the big thing is I want to get for as little as possible.
Come on.
So I think 500 is probably my cap on this one. And I think that's a little high.
Yaha.
Hey!
Hockey stick is rare. Yeah, no, I've gotten one before. It wasn't worth that much, though. All things considered. It wasn't like it was a couple $100 or something. I think it's rare, but I think it was like $50 or something. Because, like, a lot of rare stuff is only, like, 70, 80, $100. Like, the rare doesn't seem to be the threshold on price. That lady is laying with cash, 1,000 spent. Oh yeah, no, definitely there's times you're looking there and you're like, I don't know. But it's always hard to tell, because you never know, like, that one had a box in the back. Odds are that box would be worth you, like, $50 or so. It could be worth, like, $300, $400 if there's good stuff inside, or more. But you kind of just have to, you know, play it safe. So I've got a mattress. I got something way back there and something way back there. There's not a lot in this unit.
Okay.
I think I'm going to say 400's my limit. Carousel horse? I could not see well enough.
Come on!
Stop bidding. Stop bidding, sir. I will find you. Sir, don't make an enemy today. You don't need to. Just a legendary android. And you're up already? Yeah, and that's not even counting the android because we don't know the value on the android. I like the idea that you find, like, a bottle of laundry detergent in there that's broken, and that you patch it up to sell. So the idea is you just found, like, this laundry detergent bottle. It's leaking a little bit from the side. There's, like, a big gash in it. You just kind of go up to the side of it, and you just stick a little bit of duct tape on the side, and then you're just going to go and sell it for, like, $8, you know, at your pawn shop. Okay, so it's time to take this party home. We'll have to put the box in to get it unlocked in the morning. Slightly used, that's all you need. Yep. So the downside is that Android, it is very genuinely legendary. It's probably worth a small fortune. It's also one I believe the mechanic has on their shopping list, which means you could potentially get much. Have you experimented? Oh yeah, no, we've stacked them pretty high. It seems like objects that are round, the game doesn't handle the physics very well, which very much limits how much you can stack it. But anything that's vaguely rectangular or square in any capacity, you can get pretty ridiculous. Even if it's like, you know, a bed frame where it's like up like this and then down, you can just like put it on top and then build on top of that. Also the type of person that is so desperate they're buying secondhand detergent. You went to the thrift shop in Berlin and a half-empty bottles of cleaner. Seemed like they just cleaned out apartments from people who died or something. That's wild. Okay, so I'll drop off some of the junk. So I got the mattress. We got a field stove. We got this. Yeah, so we got the Android in the box. You're considered an electronic. Yeah, no, it's one of those things you'd be like, who buys that? That's honestly the real question. Who is going to the thrift store? You know, like, you know what I want? I don't want a full bottle of bleach. I want half a bottle of bleach. And I want to get it only at about 30% off. So yeah, I'm paying more than it would cost me to buy half a bottle of bleach. Okay. So we'll want to go to the locksmith to drop off the box. Check those other two boxes we got. Where am I going? My vehicle's back here. And we'll need to drop off the Android at the electronics shop. Of which he's probably going, what is this? Why are you having me appraise this? Where did you get this? This is entirely too unique. I can't give it a real value. Okay, so we need a little bit of gas. Could be a prop. This is fair. You know, I haven't looked at all at what the price of the cars are. Oh, let me guess. You don't open till... So you're 7,000 for the big van. We already own that. And you're 20,000 for that truck. So you got this truck here, which is... Honestly, on the trunk, I guess it's a decent amount bigger. The van's the curious one. Because of the van, it's an enclosed space, which in a lot of ways is going to limit you. But it is a larger space to start with. I have no merchandise on the floor. Already sold it all. Maybe the game is set in a post-apocalyptic future.
Afternoon.
Okay. Well, those box sucked. Yep, the boxes both had like $10 things inside of them. Well, that's interesting. Okay, it still sucked. But at least it's $32 better. Okay, so let's get the android to the electronics person, because it is taking up half of my trunk. Trailer, like bed, whatever. It's taking up half the capacity of my storage right now. Okay. You need to sell fire hydrants? Yep. I like to think that we're just calling the fire department like every other morning, being like, yeah, those guys came by again, they hit the fire hydrant again. You won't believe it. It's like every other day, man. Meanwhile, it's just the owner of the store just slamming into it every time he goes to drop by. In real life, those things aren't designed to snap off like that. You have light fixtures that do that the bottom is designed in such a way that the bolts will shear. So that way, you know, instead of slamming into it and then someone dying because this rigid pole just embeds itself 10 feet into your car, you know, it's designed to just pop right off and tip over. But fire hydrants are not that way. Fire hydrants are not designed to pop right off and fall over. They don't like to go away. So you see the games where you hit the fire hydrant, it just goes boop, and it's just gone. You're gonna wrap your car around it.
Yes.
Ooh, 150 to get the value of that assessed. Okay, what's in the box? I am curious with multiplayer if you realistically could have everyone busy, just like everyone collectively gets all the auctions. And you know, obviously you would skip on ones that you go in there and be like, this is rubbish, we don't want it. But just how much you could move in one day with a bunch of people running around. Okay, so we got Halloween decorations, we got what looks like a bed frame and a kitchen piece back there, we got a fridge, water heater or something in the middle, maybe a one of the big things with the mirror. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Android for the win. So Android for the win now has themselves a nice tier 1 sub. Yep, we did find the android. Ooh. Yeah, give it to me for like 300. Don't you bid. Don't you bid, your headset kid. Yeah, this will be an easy win money-wise. Look, we haven't even scanned anything or fixed anything. We're already profitable. Now, the downside is, because we're so far away from home, I am going to need to fit this all in here. Got ourselves a magazine. Did that say a toy? Oh, hobbies and toys. I was about to be like, what do you mean a smoking pipe is a toy? Do we need to discuss the definition of toy here? Smoking pipe is a toy, brought to you by the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry would love for all of your children to get their very own smoking pipe. Okay, so if I... You had toy pipe when you're little? I didn't have that. There was a couple times I got the candy cigarettes, which are just basically... It was pretty garbage candy, if I'm being honest. But, you know... what I'm trying to do... You blew bubbles with the pipes? Oh, yeah! So I've seen those in cartoons, like... The idea of the person, you know, like trying to do like the Sherlock's Holmes impression, but it's a kid, you know, some character in a cartoon, so instead it blows pipes. Okay, new plan. Okay. So then the plan here is to sit this way up on top. I'm too far over. It's just gonna tip right off the side. All right. Good to go. Properly secured. Have you tried the wall meta? Oh, lean it up against the wall? Oh no, I didn't think about that. OSHA likes this? We can check with OSHA. She doesn't like to go away right now, but we could check with OSHA. Hey OSHA. Is this the approved way of stacking this? Thanks, OSHA. And I gotta manually make her go away because my button for that's broken right now. Right, we found something in there that needed a price check. Does anyone remember what it was? Did I have something? Alright. Stay. Toys, thank you. Right, the pipe. I have a feeling that bed's coming off the top when we stop next. I've had some really tipping off the sides that it's accepted.
What have you got?
All right. I'm honestly surprised as high as this thing's stacked for not taking out the overhead lights. Like, we're not just going out here and just, like, clipping the light off of each one of these. Because, I mean, it's not like they put the lights that high up. Like, you get any type of, like, properly tall vehicle, they can be a whole thing. You doubt the van would fit all that? Well, that's what it's kind of sitting there with the van. I'm like, okay, well, the van, if you're talking like normal, like putting stuff in like a rational, reasonable person, you know, the van has the largest capacity. It's a really big space. But can we stack things on the roof? Yeah, no, we've got stuff stacked on the roof right now. Oh, in the van? Probably, actually. Yeah, no, it's a fair point. But yeah, as far as, like, the bed goes, I feel like the bigger truck would be the easiest to just stack to the sky kind of thing. don't think the van allows it, but the biggest bonus is it's faster. I mean, honestly, driving faster would be pretty substantial. You do a lot of back and forth. Oh, I didn't hit you. Definitely didn't hit her. She was just like, no, I need that insurance fraud.
Yes, Chief.
Okay. There's the decoration, the sunglasses, and the 2 boxes. Give me the cash. Alright, so where is the next auction? We can probably make the 4 o'clock one here. Because honestly, it seems like it's just a matter of running through and getting all these, like, all the auctions you can and just trying to grab the ones that are worthwhile. I'm sure, like, the higher tier ones have got better goodies. We got a big old Christmas tree. We have whatever the heck that is. There's something back there. We got a cabinet. I really don't know what that is. Good 4 or 5 items.
Okay. Okay.
We'll say 500.
Come on. Okay.
They are bidding extremely aggressively.
Yeah.
I know I said 500. Yeah, I'm out. I was like, when they were bidding so aggressively. The tape dispenser, I still don't know what that is. There was an axe back there. I could have probably gone higher and been okay. I couldn't really see. And it's gone. Oh, that's literally the last. Okay. Man, they do not. It's a spear standing, like, perfectly straight vertical. Alright. Sure, we can go with that. So we check on our stuff here. Reach 50 renown in all the areas. Choose your first specialization, which is 1,000. It's on a stand? Gotcha. I'm assuming that was like a unique or an extremely rare item. So the android should be coming up as, you know, identified pretty soon. There. Oh, that's the pipe. What about my android? Oh, maybe the android just takes longer? I didn't actually check, because everything's been like 3-4 hours, so I didn't bother looking into it more. But yeah, so you can grab the pipe. 12, if you remember? Well, crap. I was heading over this way because I was like, alright, I'll head over this way. By the time I get there, it'll be ready. Which, that's not the case. I wonder if we get an achievement at 100. Because that was the dare drop was once we sold 100 items from our store. And obviously I'm not going to sit there and be like, alright, let's do the math. Because the one dare drop we had to do was buying the pawn shop, which we did. And then the other dare drop we were doing is selling 100 items from it. Oh, right. It will tell me the time. Yeah, so it'll be like 11 p.m., which means it'll be after close. So we'll go ahead and grab this thing from the hobby shop. But yeah, so unfortunately the Android won't be done till the next in-game day. And then there was no more auctions because everyone went, you know, they took Salt Lake City hours and they're like 5 p.m. All right, shut it down. Everyone go to bed. It's 5 p.m. It's too late. Only degens are out after this hour. Salt Lake City's a weird city. It's a cool city, but it is one of those things that, like, most of the week, it's like 7 p.m. the entire city shuts down except for, like, the one bar.
Greetings.
That's it, broken. Yeah, 130 bucks. They still pay for the gas that drove me out here. And to be clear, like, in reality, I'm exaggerating a little bit. In reality, the 7 p.m., that part's true. That part is true. Like, very genuinely, that part is true. But it's not like there's just one bar open after that. It does have, like, a culture, counterculture kind of thing going on. So there's, like, a couple of places there will be open that are, like, the bars and all that. But yeah, also, as, like, Nakumer saying, is, I believe they're not allowed to sell alcohol. It was Sunday, and I can't remember. Ah, man, it was Sunday, and I thought it was one of the other days they had, like, a half day. Like, you could only sell alcohol, like, the first half of Saturday or the first half of Monday or something like that. There was, like, one day you had, like, literally no alcohol sales, and then the other day was, like, a half day of sales. And this is 10 years old information now. But yeah, and also, like, half the town is shut down on Sundays as well. It was just one of those things, like, you go there for a conference or something, and you're just like, okay, you know, the conference let out, what's open? And you have to, like, find the 2 or 3 restaurants that are open on the other side of town, or, like, the one serving the conference. You're like, what is this place? I don't understand this at all. It's like, where do people who visit eat? I don't understand. Salt Lake City, Utah. It's like the USA's... There's, like, very genuinely, there's honestly a handful of places here in the US that can be an absolute culture shock. That's one of the things a lot of people don't realize as well. There's a lot of broadly, like, Americana US where, you know, there'll be, like, flavor differences so far as, like, maybe there's a little bit different of an accent because you're, like, in the Boston area as opposed to, like, in Central Florida as opposed to, like, in California or whatever. But, like, there's a lot of commonality between a lot of them. And then there's just the occasional city you hit there that's just its own thing. And Salt Lake City is definitely on that list. There's, I can't remember the name, there's a city just south of Tampa that is, it's got a very high percentage of Greek population. That it was a bunch of people from Greece who moved over kind of as, like, a big group of family and friends. And, you know, they have this, like, Greek town down there. And that's another one where you drive in, you're like, this place is cool, but I don't... What? Where am I? How did I leave the country by just driving 10 miles? I don't understand. I wish I could remember. It's like... It's not far. It's like 30 minutes to an hour south of Tampa. But it's just got, like, this very, very high Greek population, so it's just... It's its own, like... It's its own subculture. Cool place. As you imagine, the Greek food there is, it's pretty solid. Oh, yeah. Almost $800 yesterday. kind of nice stuff. To be fair, I actually like those places a lot where you find that little pocket that's, you know, whether it's because people immigrated and they kind of stuck around where they were, or it's, you know, just the nature of, like, that area's got a reputation, so people lean in on it. Let's see, Seattle, there used to be only private clubs that could sell liquor after 2, so they'd charge you $1 for membership. Oh, yeah. I do really appreciate when you end up with, like, weird stuff that certain towns do, and it'll be, like, because there was some tax that was written in a very specific way, or some, you know, some, like, city ordinance or whatever, and it creates a whole thing. Like, the one I know off the top of my head is Portland, where they got that whole block that's nothing but food trucks. And it's boiled down to, they were trying to figure out how to tax restaurants, you know, such that it would be reasonable and fair. So, you know, like, the really big and expensive restaurants would pay a bit more, and you'd have, like, the really smaller ones, like, you know, your takeout Chinese place wouldn't pay that much. And so they went by, I believe it was number of chairs that you had inside your restaurant. And so what happened as a result is so many people open these food trucks because they don't have chairs. And so it's a whole thing that they have this, like, entire city block that's nothing but food trucks. And it had to do with, again, that the taxes was, like, the taxes were, I can't remember if it's chairs or tables, but either way, the taxes were based around seating of the restaurant. And so they just made a bunch that had minimal seating. And then, you know, at this point, it's its own culture thing. So even if they change that tax code and everything, I think that would stick around because, like I said, it's become its own tourist attraction. That you can go there, just about any type of food you can imagine is represented. Okay, so we got a bed frame, we got a toy truck, we got fireplace pokers. I think the container in the back on the left is something. We're probably not looking at a lot of money here. I'm going to say 500s are cut off, which is probably more than I should spend. That was a new experience when you moved here, but it was neat. Oh yeah, I also love McMinimans as a company over in, it's like Oregon and Washington and I think North California. But it's like the Northwest. It's a company that buys old buildings, so, you know, stuff that's potentially going to be shut down or demolished or whatever. But, like, you know, your really old school theaters and that. And then they'll go through and they'll renovate it and, you know, maybe they take, like, the old theater that's going to be knocked down and they might make it into a movie theater. But, like, they'll keep a lot of that old architecture and all that. And they have, like, a whole artsy style they do with, like, the decor they hang on the walls or whatever. But generally they try and, like, kind of, you know, try and keep it somewhat close to the original thing while also, like, you know, not just leaving it to rot. So, you know, kind of, not dolling it up, but, like, you know, make it nice and presentable. Yeah, they've had, like, old school buildings. They have, like, one of their breweries is, like, this old kind of, not plantation house, but it's, like, this old, like, rich house that had been left to rot, and so it's, like, this whole estate that they went and they picked up and, you know, polished up and all that. That's a military generator? Okay. Door? Maybe? I don't know. Some places they try to keep the old ghost stories alive. Oh yeah. But it's a big thing that McMinimans is very heavily based around. It's got, like, a brewery and a restaurant side of it, but they do more than that. Like, I remember, I can't remember what movie it was. There was a movie that Toon wanted to see. It may have been one of the Star Wars movies that we were out visiting family on that coast. And, you know, we wanted to see it when it came out, so we went to, like, again, it was an old theater that had been kind of, you know, they fixed up some of the chairs and all that, but it was a McMinimans where, you know, yeah, it was a theater, but they also had, like, you know, you would order your food and delivered it directly to your chair and all that. Kind of just like a nice theater plus experience or whatever. I think it was Star Wars. I don't honestly remember. It would have been a while back. Like, man, like 10 years back. I remember I went to a conference in Portland proper, and I stayed at the a McMinimans that was a hotel that had used to be an apartment building way back in the day before, like, you know, before individual apartments would have their own, you know, bathrooms and everything. So you had like a bathroom for the full floor. I did it because of the place I could stay in town. It was dirt cheap by comparison. And I actually really liked it because the building was super cool and all that. The sharing a bathroom was not the greatest thing in the world. I didn't... You found the IP nightly bed? Yep. Properly corroded. But, like, genuinely speaking, I never had a problem just because my sleep schedule is the whole thing. Verify an item of legendary value. Ah, you're only 700? I mean, 700's a lot. I'm not unhappy with that. Shared bathroom sounds awful. It can be. There, we made sure that the android was nice and comfy on their bed. But yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like very, like, I mentioned to Tomb joking one time. I was like, oh yeah, you know, sometime we ought to go and stay in Portland, and we could stay at that hotel I was at, where they had the shared bathroom. And she was like, no. I was like, what? I had a great time. She's like, absolutely not. To be fair, it was like half the price of the next most expensive place, or the next cheapest place, or whatever. Did you take the Sky Tram up the hill? OSU or whatever it's called? No, I didn't take the Sky Tram. I did take the light rail, in and out of Portland to some of the areas out there and then to, like, the airport. The android will remember this favor during the robotic uprising. Hey, I know exactly what's up. You know, we'll make sure to let them know that the android is like, I would give you better accommodations if I could. This is what I got available. So, you know, the android understands. Like, I am not a person of means, and I may not have had much to offer, but I did offer what I had. Like, at least the androids have that understanding and calculation about, you know, like, what you're capable of giving and how meaningful that can be. Man, I did take the light rail. It is one of those things that there's a lot of those places that every time I visit, even when I've gone to some of the not so great parts of town doing their public transportation, I always find myself jealous of their public transportation options. So apparently right now the mechanic does not want the android, and so I'm willing to convert that android into cool hard cash. It does make me wonder, long term, it looks like you can own all the different stores. I imagine it's actually pretty tricky to keep them all stocked. Because we're kind of loading these up and going as fast as possible between them. So unless something changes with this, like, where you level it up and it just gets more junk in it, it'd be tricky. Okay, so we got a wheelbarrow, we got something back there. Those boxes are not a thing. That box is something, and whatever those are a thing. I really don't... Oh, there is one box in the back that's a locked. Or a lockable box. I'll say 500's my cap. I think it's worth less than that.
Okay.
Oh,
But that's what we're doing.
Okay. Come on. Come on.
Buy all day, load up all night. That's what I imagine it boils down to. Okay, good. They stopped at 400. Because, like I said, I'm not sure there's actually that much value in here. Was an Easter Bunny box. I thought it was 2 separate items. Alright, so we spent 400 at 120 value in there so far. A mine detector? Alright. Sure. Does he agree we had a large shared bathroom at the sports campus hostel in Japan in the early 20s? And that was strenuous as possible. As an adult person, I wish to have my own bathroom. Yeah, no, in this case, I think part of it was because of how many people are averse of sharing the bathrooms, especially here in the US. I don't think I was actually running into that many other people staying at the same hotel. It's probably part of why it was so dirt cheap compared to everywhere else. Like, the hotel was, like, genuinely very, very nice. Like, again, the shared bathroom, as I know, understood very much a put-off for a lot of people. And it is a put-off I understand. The post-war storyline has become more probable. Yeah, because we actually have no idea where we are. A lot of how the storage units are handled in this game and the fact that they're doing like the whole auction thing makes me think US. But our character is wearing a band shirt from a European tour, so it could also be European. It's really, you know, a whole thing there. It's just a metal detector, but the military thing makes itself more. Fact. All we had to do is put a little bit of, oh, what are they calling it? The tactical wear look. But, like, what? It's not Tactical Princess. Oh, I can't remember. It's basically where people get, like, everything but tactical. Even though it's, like, not anything one way or the other. Tactical? I thought there was one that was more of like a negative connotation on that. Same idea. But instead of tactical, it's like, you know, the person compensating a little. But yeah, so you'll get your, yeah, it's like tactical but sarcastic. So you'll get like your water bottle, but it'll have like the camo and like foam padding kind of thing, but you're like, just a reminder, it's a water bottle. As a gravy seal, tactical sounds about right. A camo fox? Tactical is sarcastic? Gotcha. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing you see. Like, there's like, okay, this is something that makes sense to have like the impact paneling and all that kind of stuff. And then you're like, again, you'll see like your thermos, and it'll have the whole like digital camo and everything on the thermos. And you're like, what? You're like, but why? There's literally a US map on the military store wall. Gotcha, that would make sense. Like I said, it feels very US. Like not like you're in any like major city, but like not you're way out in the boonies. You're like kind of in that in between where you're not quite in the city, but you're not quite not in the city area. You're kind of like in the city next to the city kind of deal. It gives that feel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. They got you with the Foxpo thing. I definitely hear it said both ways, but I'm pretty sure Foe is the correct one. Alright, so I see the box, and I see the wheelbarrow. Looks like we got a kettle down there. So probably... I don't... That urn thing over there is definitely a sellable. I don't know what it's worth. It could be worth an okay amount. I don't think it's worth a lot. I think I've seen one of those before. I want to say it was like 80 bucks or something. We'll go 500 or so.
Come on. Yeah.
One more and then I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, there's some stuff in the back. I don't think there's that much over there. So like, all right. All right. Again, eye wash. We've got a nightmare bouncy cat head thing. We got an Easter decoration. We got one lockable box. I'll go for the 500.
Okay.
When you first started playing this game, you were very careful about with bidding. After nearly completing the whole thing, my feedback is you almost never lose money bidding. Well, I've been told that's what it is on like the easy difficulty. We've definitely had ones where I've bid and I've lost a couple $100 because it was just not there. Because we are on the normal difficulty.
Come on.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yep.
Alright, that's the last bid. It's already more than I feel comfortable with. Okay. So with the stuff we have estimated here, we have 121 we've got in known value versus the 600 we spent. You think the more upgrade tools, the more accurate it is? Yeah? Oh, I wouldn't say it's the more accurate they upgrade your tools. It's the more you upgrade your tools, the more you can make up on it. Alright, we're probably in actual trouble here. This one, I think, ate a major loss on this one. Like a major loss on this one. We're probably talking a good 300 bucks loss. Maybe not as bad. It really depends on what's in this chest. It's not great. So unless that cat thing is $330, we're looking at a loss on that one. But that's okay. We've had a lot of wins. You gotta lose. You gotta lose. Let's just double check. Okay. So I gotta take the cat thing over to get it appraised. I'm guessing that'll go in the art place. Storage units like that aren't a thing over there, to be honest. You've seen very recent with those smaller units in the cities. Gotcha. And also check out the absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone else I recommend checking out on the, I was gonna say the channel, on the platform. Okay, let's check you real fast. You asserted dominance over that lady? Dominance to lose money. That's not a dominance I want to necessarily have. I tend to make fun of people who go out of their way to win something when they do so at their own detriment. They're like, yeah, but I won. It's like, right, but look, man. What? Wow, we have a really bad truck. I couldn't drive forward because my tires were just perfectly aligned to not work well for it. Keep going over there. Give me the cash. Okay, so you're toys and hobbies. I was going to guess the that makes sense. It's a toy. I assume it's a toy like you have like a little kid sit on top of it, they hold onto the horns and they can like bounce around and like kind of bounces all over the place. It's not a style I've seen. I've seen them with that spring on the bottom. It's the top part I'd expect to see like more of an actual handle and not a nightmare cat. Yeah, no, I would definitely say in the US, from when I've gone to like Germany and all that, visiting friends and all that, the collecting a bunch of junk in your homes consumerism thing, I see a lot more of that here in the US. Not that it doesn't happen other places, but like there is a very strong pressure to, you know, buying the next thing, showing off, like that kind of stuff, always be buying, always be doing more. There's definitely a much more significant pressure I see over on this side. I think that has to do with like advertising laws and all that as well. That you can like have a lot more restrictions about what type of ads you can have, like how you can do your ads. There's a lot more rules around like false advertising and all that, consumer protections, yada yada. Not that it doesn't happen in other countries, but all of that stuff where we do very little of any of that here in the US makes it very, very ripe for trying to push goods as aggressively as possible.
What have you got?
Like, I know when I have friends visit, they always get kind of weirded out when they see a commercial for, like, medical stuff. And they're just like, what? You just have commercials for medicine? It's like, yep. Yes, we do. Half of them are very tragic. Like, when I visit my folks for stuff like Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, it always really, it's honestly pretty upsetting that you have, like, the life alert kind of commercials. And those are borderline traumatizing commercials sometimes. Where, like, some people might find this commercial disturbing. And they'll basically show, like, grandma starting to walk down the stairs, and they'll cut away and you'll hear someone fall down the stairs, and they'll have like this labored voice at the bottom of the stairs being like, help, I've fallen, I'm hurt, and whatever, and just crying. And then they'll be like, you know, such and such statistics, like number of people get hurt and die in their own household, you know, like protect your loved ones, get life. You're like, what the hell, man? It's like, what is this? It's like you're liable to put someone like genuinely needing to get their therapist on speed dial after this, as you're like making them live this brand new introduced trauma that they're going to have to go through. Like, I remember the first time I saw the commercial visiting my folks, it was like, no wonder half of you are scared to death what's going to happen if this is what's playing on regular television now. You've been in places that had large basement rooms just full of stuff? A basement swimming pool, just stuff, poured full of stuff. If, in real, like, similar to large basement room and IT shop, where you did an intern during school, sent you down to sift in for some adapter, and the only employee had to come find me after a while. Oh, man. UK is very similar to the people like that. They seem to hoard piles of junk, especially in their garage. Oh yeah, that was one of the things me and Tim, when we were first like house shopping, and like it's a very common thing here in Florida for people to not keep their cars in their garage, but just keep junk in their garage. And sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I like woodworking, so it'll be like a nice organized wood shop in there, and that's fine. Sometimes you got an extra kid, so you convert the garage into a bedroom or hobby room or whatever, and you get it. But so often it's like, oh, it's just full of junk. Just boxes of junk. And then their cars sit out here and just get ruined in the sun. And so both me and Toom was like, okay, the garage does not get to have junk in it. It's like, yeah, you know, it's like, we can have, you know, what little lawn equipment and that kind of stuff here and a couple of my tools or whatever, that's fine. But like, you know, outside of one-off project, like we're replacing a water heater or something, the cars must be able to fit in the garage. Or, like, I've seen people who have, like, you know, they've converted their garage into their own private gym. And, like, that like, sure, makes sense to me. That's fine. It's just when it's just tons and tons of boxes, you're like, no. Like, the worst we have is we have one in a room that does have a bunch of stuff in it, but it's, like, not even that much. Like, if we really had to, we could put all of it into a closet. And probably should. But it's just kind of one of those things between the two of us, like, yeah, we're not allowing this to be a thing where, like, slowly takes over the house. I've known way too many people growing up who that happened. So you imagine most people's extra space is full of junk boxes, stuff they don't need. Oh, no, it's very normal. Oh, what was there was a whole saying around it, too. About, like, you know, the space your junk will take up. Or it's like something like, your clutter will take up as much space as available. So the idea is the more space you have available, the more clutter you will collect. You really wanted to have a garage to build your car and crafts workshop? And then you see people using theirs as a dumpster, makes you angry? Yeah. Well, the garage we have, you know, it's a 2-car garage. If you really wink and nod, it's 2 cars if there's literally nothing going on. And you get out and you can barely squeak around them. And again, we don't keep clutter. You were just sending this.
Over here.
What? Did you see something I don't?
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm out with that. So, I saw the tripod, now it's 100 something. That wasn't worth much. That camera's new. That camera might actually have some value. The axe doesn't have much value. That hat probably doesn't have much value. You know, maybe this box here has something in it, or one of the two of them? But they're just blasting into the 8900s. I'm like, what do you see? I don't see anything nearly that encouraging. Everyone in your family are essentially hoarders. The only reason we manage to not bury ourselves entirely in that is we're able to help deal with these things that other people are hoarders. So if we can't see the problem... Sorry. The only reason you manage to not bury yourselves entirely is that we're able to help deal with the things other people are hoarders, even if we can't see the problem within our own hoards. Yeah, I mean, everyone collects stuff. It's kind of the point where you start crossing the line into hoarders, like, this is now detrimentally affecting your life. Like, you can't navigate your own home. You know, it's posing a safety threat, it's posing a fire threat because you just have piles of junk. Let's see, your in-laws are about a quarter of your extended family are hoarders, neighbors as well. It's terribly common. Oh yeah, no, it's 100% like, both psychological and market pressures encourage you to just buy crap. Like, there was an entire article about how, you know, people are killing the economy because people are keeping their phones for longer than ever, where the average phone, like, the phone ownership was, I think it said 18 months? And I was like, Wait, you're telling me that people holding on to their phones on average for 18 months as a significant increase in how long people are holding on to their phones is like, to such a degree it is catastrophic for your industry? What? Oh, yeah, not my mess. My desk is a mess as well. You saw the headline that pissed you off? For mine, it's like, well, clearly you have an unsustainable business. Okay, we got some stuff in here. Not a lot of high-value stuff, but it's stacked up so high you can barely make out what's in there. There's at least 5 or 6 pieces of furniture in there. Again, not high-dollar stuff. But if there is high-dollar stuff, you can't see it. It's underneath all the furniture. I'm willing to go $650.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Alright, that's my last bid. If he goes up, we're out.
Yep.
We're out, we're out, we're out. Because, like, the big thing is, you can see all this furniture stacked up. Like, there's a bathtub, there's the sink, there's whatever that is back there, there's this desk. But as far as, like, actually, there's a rug. As far as valuable stuff, if there's any in there, there's zero chance you're seeing it through all the junk. After the bed? Alright, Nukumer, thank you again for hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright, so we have the junkyard. Let's head that way. It's not horrific, but a bit messy. Yeah, now my desk needs a cleanup. That was a lot of hot potatoes and charity streams in the past. I've done drawings during it, and I debated doing that, but I gotta do some work on the second camera, and my desk is just not clean. And I've been juggling so many things off stream that are finally all kind of, you know, settling down now that the potatoes behind me and some other things are behind me. But it's just those things. You know, yep. Line must go up. If line stops, the wheel breaks. Yup. Yeah, but I've also been someone who I usually end up holding on to my phone for like 3 to 5 years before something starts being a significant problem, like the battery life goes to absolute crap or, you know, whatever. Okay, so not a lot in here. We got a table, we got a shelf, we got a radiator, we got a bathtub. I can't tell if there's something behind the bathtub that's actually sellable. We'll say 500 on this one.
Come on.
That's what happened to yours, the screen yellowed? Yeah, no, it's definitely you get to the point where you're like, alright, this is worn off. And plus, half the new phones that are coming out, it's like, this is, you know, your flex screen phone that you can fold your screen. It's like, I don't want to fold my screen. Everything like that is a wear point, and you've just added a wear point to the most expensive part of my phone. I don't want that to be a wear point. I want a regular screen. Like, maybe you can convince me on the dual screen, but I also know that that just means my battery life is shorter because those things take a lot of power. And I also know half the applications haven't been designed with consideration of the dual screens and all that. So, like, you definitely, like, I would rather just have one screen. Is this your phone with the annoying ghost touch issue that the brand never fixed? Oh man, there was a point that I can't remember. It was a really good deal was going on. And it was for like the Samsung phones that had the rounded edges. And I remember my older brother ended up looking for a new phone. And I'm like, here's the deal. It's like, I will give you this phone for like next to nothing. And I'm just gonna get a different phone. Because this is the worst phone I have ever owned. That's about the only time I've turned around a phone relatively fast, because I'm like, I cannot stand this phone. And it's not like it got old or worn out. Like, from the day I got convinced to do it, and there was, like, no returning it or anything. I was like, this is possibly the worst phone. Like, I cannot deal with this. Like, it's constantly detecting phantom clicks. You can't get a good case for it because the stupid rounded corners garbage. It was just like, that was at the time a decent phone. And So I think that was when the brand had been Pixel, and I think it switched up to Nexus, or whichever way. It went one way or the other. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, this is Google's changing who's manufacturing their phones and all that. So let me go ahead and try. Hot Potato was at like 98,000. Oh, nice. When I heard that Italics had hit 20,000, I thought we had maybe broken 100,000, right? But still, I mean, with Adam versus Everything still on the schedule, not that it would be like, oh yeah, we already got the 100,000. But let's be honest. We probably already have the 100,000. When Adam pops, if it's anything like last year, Adam versus Everything brought in a ton of money. But be fair, like, Adam versus Everything is probably the biggest name in the RimWorld category. You know, him and Disnoff are like kind of the big names there. Oh, okay, so we got the hobby place. I didn't think we had anything else. Oh yeah, no, I'm very proud of the Hot Potato stuff. It's wonderful to be able to be part of it. And again, the biggest credit I think still goes to Wojess and Alana. Like, there's a lot of us who chipped in, but like, for as much as so many of us chipped in, they were the ones who kind of really handled the biggest part. Like, there's definitely like would not happen without them. Like years past, Sui's kind of like the big mover and shaker of the whole thing, but with teaching and everything, it's been way hard there. Verify 20 Halloween decorations. You got yours through the UK provider? Yeah. I have been screwed by telecom companies so many times, more than I care to deal with, like, just constantly like getting price gouged and all that by them. That I got to the point I only buy my phones off contract, because it does a lot for you when, you know, like AT&T's like, okay, we're gonna be increasing your rates. Like, cool, I want my number unlocked. I'm going to someplace else now. Let me unlock my number. I'm switching to T-Mobile. Oh, T-Mobile's doing this crap? Cool. I want my number unlocked. I'm switching to that. And suddenly a lot of those increases in prices go away. Not always. Sometimes we're like, well, you know, we're sorry to see you go. Sometimes they'll even be like stupid. They'll be like, hey, we'll throw in the brand new iPhone 6 or whatever. And you're like, cool. I have the latest Pixel. It's like a whole generation newer than the phone you're trying to schlep on me. You're offering me a free product that is worse than the product I already own. You know, sure, maybe if I turned around and tried to sell it for $100 and do like new in the box, maybe that would make sense. But then I'm going to be under contract for 2 or 3 years. And then a lot of times they'll give you the free phone, but you'll get a surcharge on your bill to pay for the phone. It's not really free, and they'll have it all in the writing, so it's not like they false advertise to you. It's just, it's free for you right now. You're not paying for it right this moment. You are going to pay for it, and usually you're going to pay extra, but it'll be over the course of the next 2 to 3 years on your contract. Oh, radiator's one that they want. So the mechanic wants the radiator. Okay. But yeah, no, I've been stuck where I was with a company who was doing some, like, it wasn't where they increased their prices kind of thing. There is limitations on what they can do while you're under contract, but they were doing something that's like really kind of undermining. Oh, I can't remember, they added data caps or something. They did something that really screwed with the whole thing. And it was just kind of one of those things that I got stuck on that contract for like another 6 months or so. And then from then on, I was like, nope, no contracts. Like, if I can get away without a contract, I will. I'll avoid contracts like the plague. Because I don't want to be locked in. I also had, for a short period of time, at an apartment I was at, we had, I think it was Bright House, Time Warner Cable, whatever they were calling themselves that week. And the service sucked. Like, completely unreliable. Connection speed sucked. Everything was bad, but it was your only option. And AT&T brought Uverse in the area. And I got set up with that, and it was honestly pretty mixed feelings about it. And the Uverse required me to be on a contract. And so what ends up happening is I'm like, I'm really unhappy with this. And I was moving into a new area that's going to probably have better internet. And I really wanted to get out of this Uverse contract because it's supposed to follow you around. And I did get lucky that I moved to the new location and Uverse wasn't available there. And so basically they let me out of the contract entirely because they couldn't service the thing. Like, you can't be held to pay for something that isn't even available. We do have a couple of okay-ish consumer protection laws here in Florida around, like, you know, if the person doesn't provide service, they are obligated to let you out, refund, whatever. Okay, we got some stuff in here. I see at least 4 or 5 things I could potentially sell. We'll say like 600-700.
Okay.
Because you don't know about how it is in our places, but telecompanies here give really good deal for new people for 2-year contract. Then expensive contracts. Yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing. That sometimes you'll actually get a relatively good deal. But it'll be something like, okay, you have to be in for a 2-year contract, and they'll have, like, the really good terms for the first 6 months, and then you'll go to, like, the later terms. And those later terms, they're okay-ish, because they have gotten to the point of realizing people will, like, literally set their calendars to be like, okay, it's time to, like, cancel your thing. I just got to the point, I don't want to deal with that. Like, I don't want to go through the hassle of changing things all the time. If you can't give me a thing that is just a decent pay all the time, I just don't want to deal with it. Because I remember I used to have to do that with, like, again, Bright House, Time Warner. What was it? Roadrunner, Bright House, Time Warner. What other brands did that go under? Spectrum. Oh, the Chinese fireworks are for, Lunar New Year. They're, like, actually specifically for the holiday. They're not just generic fireworks. But yeah, a lot of them are just counting on you, even if you're aware of that, is they're counting on you not stopping to, you know, call in and be like, yeah, I want to end this and all that. And some of them, if you go to cancel, they would even give you, like, really good terms as if you were starting over. Because unfortunately, the poor people on the phone, that when you call and be like, yeah, I'd like to cancel, a lot of times they actually get stats where if they don't convince enough of you to not do it, then ultimately they get in trouble, which is, I understand why the businesses do that, but it's kind of one of those things, it's like, yeah, it has nothing to do with them. It's literally you've created this business model where me switching providers regularly is just what I have to do to get what's considered, you know, a reasonable price. Like, you've set this person up to fail. You stacked the deck against them and then said, well, you gotta hit these numbers, or, you know, we're gonna, like, give you bad performance reviews, deny you raises and all that. Yeah, you basically set them up to fail. And I think one of the things that has kind of not gotten rid of that practice, but has definitely brought it down a little bit on the frequency you see with the whole, like, really awful contracts locking you in, is I can't remember if it happened on the federal level or if it's just a bunch of states that they started requiring prorated things. So, like, if you had a 3-year contract that had, like, an early termination fee or whatever, and you got, you know, 2 years into it, they couldn't charge you the full termination fee, that they could only charge you... Is that something on the ground? Might have seen stuff. They couldn't charge you the full 300. Instead, they could only charge you like 100. It was a prorated termination fee. So since you got through 2/3 of your contract, they could only charge you the remaining third. And stuff like that. And then they did make some of those termination fees just straight up, you know, not allowed. Like, you had to demonstrate to the company that there was a reason you needed the termination fee, like, there was a cost with getting the person set up on a new account and that kind of thing. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. I do appreciate it. Yeah, loan early payment fees are something you're glad to see mostly abolished. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they made that against the law for a lot of types of loans. Not all loans, but like a lot of your personal loans, I believe they can't do that at all anymore. Where if you tried to pay it off early, you would get an extra fee on you for paying it off early. There was a lot of shady bank transactions that they did ultimately make rules against here. And then a lot of places they also put caps on what was considered fairly normal transactions. So like, the fee you can be charged for pulling money on an ATM, they did start adding caps on what you could charge there. Because remember, that was kind of a big deal, because we have the cruise boat, or sorry, not the cruise boat, the casino boats here in Florida that were a big thing for a long time. And when you go on those casino boats, they would have an ATM on the boat. But the thing would charge you like 10, 12 bucks for your transaction fee. Like, it was very egregiously high. And for part of it is they genuinely had to have like the satellite internet thing on the boat to accommodate it. So it being more expensive in general wasn't the problem. It was the fact that it was like this, like, really, really obnoxiously cost-prohibitive thing. But I remember the casino boats threw a big fit when they put a cap on the ATM fee. That they're like, you can't, I can't remember what the cutoff is, like $10 or something like that, but you weren't allowed to charge more than $10 for your ATM fee. Because there was some of those things that it wasn't very clear that you would be going to be charged that big of a fee, and you'd go up and be like, alright, yeah, I'll pay $1 or $2 for my ATM fee, and then you get there and you get nailed for like 10 bucks. And that was just the ATM's fee. There was a lot of the time your bank would also charge an ATM fee if you didn't use one of their ATMs back in those days. So it was just one of those things that would just escalate more and more. I'm driving over here, and I was like not even sure. I didn't get my money out of the place either. Sell one item for at least $500. Oh, that would have been the Android. Okay, so we just sold the Android. I was just there thinking, like, what item do we have worth $500? Right, the Android was like $700, $800, and we probably marked it up, you know, $200 because of the whole way the pawn shop works. We probably got ourselves just shy of 1,000 out of it. Okay, so we got a bed frame, a dresser, or desk, or whatever that is. I got some type of blanket here. I'm not... Oh, that's an ironing board. We got a chest in the back. We got Christmas toys. And I don't think there might be a second box back there. I'm not really sure. I'm basically going to be willing to bid whatever money we've got, because I forgot to top off. So we're just going to bid until we get kicked out. That's it. Don't do it. Let me have it. Oh, we already have more value. Like, just the thing walking up was like, okay. We got a $5 eye patch. Cool. That'll be something we'll figure out in a minute. We've got an old case. Okay, we made out well with this one. We haven't even, like, looked at what's in the box or anything yet. We're already seeing, like, $600, and we only spent about $400. And I'm still scanning stuff. We got an army helmet. Okay, so the army helmet, the preppers do want. I'll make sure to take that over there. Okay, one box inside of the other. Not something we can do. I was kind of like, can I put the things inside of each other? What happens? There's a lot of those things that don't play nice when you do that. So I'm like, all right, well, what happens if we put our inventories inside of each other? How much can we break the universe? Yeah, so we got 625 out of all that. So profit about $200, give or take. I'd really wish I could get this to rotate the other way. What are you two doing? I understand the other two bouncing around, but you're just not even involved. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Nested bags of holding. I appreciate. So there's a genre of books called lit RPG. That the basic idea behind it is, you know, fantasy book video game rules. So, you know, like, instead of just, you know, the wizard just casting a lightning bolt, you know, it'll be like, you know, such and such used lightning bolt and it did, like, you know, 200 damage. Ding, level up. But you get the idea. And some of them get pretty obnoxious with it. Some of them do a good balance. But I do like there has been more than one where it's like, oh no, it's a really dangerous attack. Pulls themselves inside of, like, the bag of holding or whatever. And then just, you know, having the universe reject that as an option so they get, like, horrifically injured when they get spat back out. And, like, all those kinds of things. I enjoy the kind of stuff that's like, you know, video games don't let you do it because it's not programmed to do it. But it's like, all right, well, I can poof things from the universe, sure. Or, like, transporting non-living entities, like, non-biological entities in your bag of holding. So just you know, taking a golem, just tucking it into your bag of holding. It's like, it's fine. It doesn't need to breathe. It can just be in my bag of holding till I need it later. So pulling shenanigans where it's like, this portal can only handle one person. Well, I'm going to put this other person in my bag of holding. And then, you know, go to the other side and take them back out of my bag of holding. So only one person went through. It's silly nonsense. Okay, so the helmet we don't want to put in there. That's a collector. So I'll deal with that in the next in-game day. Me a Warlock emptying out the bag of the holding of dead familiars. Oops. Like, oh, right. They don't need to breathe, but they gotta eat. I always forget about that one. Stupid, stupid. I always forget to feed them. It's okay. They're demonic familiars. They just get put back to the abyss and we just resummon them. Meanwhile, half of them, they just have, like, middle distance stares. They don't want to meet you eye to eye, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's trauma. Well, we've definitely done a bad. They're doing a Lord of the Flies in there. Yup. Yeah, now there's definitely one of those things that I will warn people, the lit RPG genre, because it's almost exclusively self-published, it's one of those genres, the quality of the books is really all over the place. You've got some really good books, you've got whatever my car was doing back over there, and you got some real bad books. As in bad, like, just poorly written. So it is a genre that can really just, you never know what you're gonna get. You wanna read those reviews carefully, because there are some pretty rough reads in that genre. I've certainly had more than one series that I tried to genuinely, like, get through a couple of their books and just like, man, I just can't do it. Hold on, Notepad. Imp, tell me what you saw when you transitioned. At what point did the magic decided your wounds were mortal? How would you describe the pain you're experiencing right now? Run-on sentence that lasts 4 kinds of things. I wouldn't say that kind of bad. I'm sure that's out there, but it's more along the lines where it is like, and this never happened like this ever before. Or what was the one? There was one series that it was like, it was the hardest hit they ever, like, it's the hardest they had ever hit, and it was like literally multiple times, like, in the chapter. It's like, I get it. He's stronger. You don't need to use literally the exact same wording every single time. You can pull out your thesaurus. You can choose a different word for hit and strongest. It's okay. You're allowed to use your words. And it's not like it was like a English isn't the first language. It was just they would describe things in the exact same manner again and again. You're like, please, I'm begging you. Find more words. Or like the number of the books who set themselves rules in their universe and then discard them like 2 seconds later, and you're like, please, come on, man. If you're going to go out of your way to really, really go, this universe, this is our rule. And then just, like, when I say discard, it's not even acknowledge, just choose to not follow that rule. It's one thing if that's, like, a big plot point where it's like they have that set rule in their universe, and it's, like, a big deal that this one person, you know, finds a way to circumvent it, whether it's through, like, creative approaches, or just, you know, they become so powerful that the thing that is enforcing the rule in their universe, you kind of usurp it. Like, you can have that as a plot point where it's like, oh yeah, they're so powerful that death doesn't mean anything anymore. They can just choose to not. You know, death rolled into town and they said, "Get lost, nerd," and death capitulated. Not sure what the pipe in the back is, but we got a toilet, a bathtub, a bed thing. That is a box we don't get the goodness. A mortar? Maybe? I guess I see. You know what? I think you are right. Like, right when it turned the camera, it does look like it has the two, like the bipod thing, the big tube, and then just the pivoting base. It could be a mortar, or something along those lines.
Come on. Okay.
Something I'm sure that owning as a civilian with no credentials whatsoever is certainly entirely legal. So I got a bed frame. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. Owning the tube part might be totally fine. Certainly the ordnance wouldn't be something that'd be like, yeah, that's fine. You're gonna go once nab a disposable rocket tube from an army dumpster once. It was basically cardboard. They do something similar for fireworks. Yeah. There's just the difference usually is between like, okay, this is one designed, you know, send up like some civilian grade, you know, it makes sparkles in the skies explosion, and this is designed to, you know, take the ceiling of a building and collapse it. Kind of situation. Because usually the difference between military and civilian for that kind of thing is not really that different. But they'll usually have some key indicators, like scale and all that. They're like, okay, once you pass this line in the sand, you're now considered military. And we're going to have a whole extra set of rules you got to deal with. That's what your Pathfinder character is basically on the verge of doing. When starting the mythic rules that everyone gets to tell death, nah, it's not for me. I hear bad. It's a telescope holder. It's one of those things, like, you can imagine you roll in, you go to that guy who's, like, your expert, and you go, hey, can I have this price checked? And he's like, yeah, hang on a second, and he, like, slides this phone from underneath his desk, and he's like, yes, excuse me, FBI? I need to talk to you about something. I need you to be aware of something. No, I can hold. Because, like, for example, someone rolls in and they've got, you know, some firearm that only is heavily controlled. It's only kind of permitted to the Navy SEALs or whatever. And someone rolls into your thrift store and is like, yeah, so I want to sell this. It's like, I want to know where you got a hold of that, because this is in my store now. And I'm going to have to tell someone that this showed up here, because you're not supposed to have that. Let's see. As far as I know, you can get disarmed ordnance. Your brother gets random emails from a website that sells army memorabilia. Yeah. No, so if you got, like, you've got like the ordnance shell, just like the plastic outside. That's actually totally fine to usually have stuff like that. You know, I'm sure there's stuff that are like, oh, this is a classified thing, and there's exceptions for that kind of thing. But like, I definitely know that my mom's side of the family used to have a manufacturing plant, and we would do a lot of prototyping and contracting. And we didn't do much military work, but there was a case. Oh man, I'm gonna get the details wrong. It was some type of rocket launcher, and I believe we made the tube. So, like, the actual, like, outer housing. And to be in adherence with the law, we couldn't make the tube, the, what was it? It was, like, the electronic circuits for it and the actual explosives could not be made at the same place. All three of them had to be manufactured at different places. That way, no individual place had all the pieces to make the thing that goes shooty shooty boom. So then we would send all the separate pieces to the military itself, who would assemble it. But, like, you know, we were allowed to have the, you know, the housings. That part was totally fine if you want to take a housing home or whatever. There was nothing wrong with that. Because it was effectively, I don't remember if it was plastic or metal, but whatever it was made out of. Okay, so we've got what looks like, a cradle, some Christmas toys, a desk, and a box. So unless the cradle we haven't seen before, I imagine it's not too much money.
Okay.
I had for a while I actually had a 50 caliber shell, but it's the casing had gotten smashed in the manufacturing process. So like it was not a viable round or whatever. That I used to work at a company that did research for weapons and manufacturing way back, one of my first jobs in IT. And so they gave that to me because it was a non-functional shell, like you couldn't fire it. Not that I have, you know, a 50 caliber thing at the house or whatever. Okay. But yeah, it's kind of like, for people like owning tanks, that generally a fully functional tank, you know, a civilian is not allowed to own it. Different places they'll have the line in the sand about how far, you know, demilitarized it has to be. Like, I can't remember, may have been the UK. There was one of the countries that literally you had to disable the actual firing mechanism. Like, they just had to take the gun off of it, but the rest of the tank was totally legal. There are other places that you had to, like, that to be, like, restricted to very specific property because, you know, they'd tear up roads or whatever. I'm just talking broadly. That, like, there are places that, you know, you can have tanks at, like, some capacity or another. And, like, certain tanks you could own and be street legal. Some tanks is like, no, don't drive that in the street because you will destroy the street. It's ridiculously heavy and way more weight than the, you know, road was ever intended to handle. Here we got a gas tank for the preppers. Just wanted to make sure it didn't seem like I was ignoring you or whatever. Nah, just broadly speaking. Because that same place I mentioned that did the research and all that, because it was this guy's multi-million-dollar hobby, was running this company. He actually had, like, a tank in kind of the warehouse part of the manufacturing plant. He just had, like, his collection of junk back there. And he did genuinely have just a tank sitting back there. Which is cool. It's the kind of tank that had, like, the street tires, not the treads. Oh, the bullet was a 50 BMG Beowulf Axe Express. I don't know enough about guns to know anything about that. Like, very genuinely, while I worked at that company, like, the actual interest I had in firearms is relatively negligible. Like, I know certain firearms that are very, very common. And I know a couple of firearms that, you know, have been popularized through, like, video games and televisions and those kind of things. But as far as, like, but people are like, oh yeah, this is a whatever, it's like, cool, I don't know what that means. Nor do I honestly really want to. But I'm cool that you have a passion for it and that that's something that interests you. Like, you know, it's cool to have things that you're interested in, you know, like being a gun nerd is totally fine as being anything else. Yeah, this is my junk room, ignore my tank. 50 BMG is a sniper rifle, 50 Beowulf is a battle rifle, 50 Action Express is a pistol. Okay. Yeah, like I said, just one of those things. You know, it's cool that people have those as an interest. I don't know, like, I had more interest when I was younger, and then I worked around people who were, like, absolute gun nuts, and it kind of made me want to distance myself from being anywhere around them. It was like, oh, this handful of people here is why we need way more gun laws. Because these people are going to straight up kill people. Not even from, like, I mean, some of them it was, like, genuinely, they're just dangerous behaviors. Some of them because they just don't take it seriously or practice any amount of gun safety to speak of. Like, none whatsoever. We had multiple people got injured at that company from bullet ricochets that should have never happened. Just idiots popping off guns at things that are solid. Shooting the sides of a concrete pipe that was full of rebar and they got ricocheted on. You're like, how stupid can you be? Okay. And drop this off really quick. But see, in Australia, gun stuff isn't huge. It's more machete-wielding maniacs. Yeah. Well, it's like you've got a lot of, like, to be fair, not crapping on gun ownership or anything, there's a lot of people who own firearms that are entirely responsible and all that, and, you know, make sure they keep themselves, you know, keep it locked up, follow basic gun safety, yada yada. Do the things to at least, if you're gonna own the firearm, be responsible about it so that, you know, the neighbor's kid doesn't show up and borrow your arsenal. But then there was the people I worked with. I mentioned this one before, that I had a coworker who would deliberately leave his laptop in plain view of his front window and would kind of just sit in the room and watch his laptop because he wanted someone to break in so he could blast some bad guy. And I'm like, you should not be allowed to own a butter knife, let alone a firearm. Like, you are trying to net create a criminal just for the excuse to murder them. It's like, not only do you should not have a firearm, you should be, you know, going and getting some, like, serious counseling. Because there is something really screwed up with you. Yeah, and this is the reason why it's like, oh, I'm significantly less interested in this after meeting a lot of these people. I don't want to be around this person. They're looking for an excuse to murder people, and I don't want them to find something with me to be the reason. But again, most people tend to be fairly responsible about all that stuff. Yeah, no, there's the whole thing. Like, you know, always treat a gun like it's loaded, never, like, look at the gun, only point in the direction of things you intend to shoot, yada yada. There's all that kind of stuff. Like, certainly. But yeah. There was a lot of people I worked with that were like, this person isn't safe for humanity. But it really chilled any interest I had in that to a point of, like, negative on the scale of interest. Okay, about $200. We can just sell this military mortar. That is a really weak entrant. Also, just to dehumanize straw man. Why would you want to hurt someone? What does it matter with you? Whether they're a criminal or not? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. there were some people, it's just like, it's just, you know, they want to do that, and it's like, yeah, that's not okay, man. Even if they were, like, murder in exchange for a stolen laptop is not an appropriate thing. I understand, just like, someone's breaking into your house, you don't know if they're armed, defend yourself, yada yada, whatever. But it's a very different, it's not a link. It's misflagging as a link. But, like, it's curious that got through, because normally they get gagged, but yeah. But, it's one of those things to, like, want to create a crime for the excuse of blasting. It's like, yeah, it's entrapment, but with murder as the intended outcome. You know, in the UK, you can own a gun with a license. It has to be locked up in a cabinet, and you have to be a member of the gun club. No ammo is allowed to be kept on domestic property. Yeah, so we are definitely allowed to have, like, the ammo and all that. And it doesn't, like, there's some states, I think, that have slightly higher restrictions about you have to follow certain securing methods. Like, either you have to have, like, a trigger lock or whatever. But I want to say most states don't have anything of that nature. Where's the other one? Yeah, most states don't have any kind of that kind of thing. Is he also setting someone up, looking for an excuse to jump on them? It's called entrapment to the cops. Yeah, so this wouldn't be entrapment in the previous thing, but it would be, because it's like, if they were trying, like, if they had called someone to come by and be like, hey, I saw this cool laptop, you probably can snag it really easy. That would definitely get you in the case of entrapment. But just leaving something out that someone could steal gets a little different. Because you're not trying to entice someone so far as, like the entrapment thing usually comes in when they, you know, call you on the, like, you know, you're talking to someone on the phone and you're like, oh, hey, do you want to buy this highly illegal substance? I will sell you this highly illegal substance so that you might resell it to other people. I'll give you a good rate. Oh, look, you bought my highly illegal substance, and you're under arrest. That's where you start getting into entrapment. Yeah, we're not going to get into the philosophy about whether or not you should secure your firearms and how readily it should be available. I definitely personally lean more towards there is a certain amount of securing it you should be obligated to do and all that. And I understand people don't agree. And that's fair.
Come on!
But it is one of those things that, like, we're not going to get into that philosophy because that just gets a whole bunch of people like, you took our gun, and you can't have a nuanced discussion on it, unfortunately, because the moment you're like, hey, what if we put this one rule that said if you had a violent history, you can't do it? And people are like, that is a single, minor infringement on this, therefore you are trying to disallow anyone from having a firearm ever, and it's like, look, that's not what's being discussed. So it's really hard to have a good faith discussion about firearms, because some people it is their entire identity. Again, that job very genuinely kind of pushed me away from ever wanting to be involved in any of this, because holy crap, those people were crazy. Like, those people I worked with, not all of them, to be clear, but, like, there were a lot of them there, like, holy crap, you need to be put in some kind of box and locked in there because you are just a danger to existence itself. And not even for, like, the gun thing. The gun was just the excuse. You're just trying to grasp the concept of having a gun at your house, but not being allowed? Because a lot of places, they don't keep guns at their home for the purposes of self-defense. That's not what it is. Like, it could be a hobby. You know, go out, go to the range, all that kind of stuff. It could be in case of, like, larger issues in the area that, you know, if, like, the military mobilized, that whatever, you could potentially be helpful or whatever, that kind of thing. There's a lot of reasons to own firearms beyond self-defense. And if you go purely by statistic, the self-defense argument kind of goes right into the garbage. Which, again, we don't need to make it a whole big thing. But it's just, you know, that's one of the arguments I'm less convinced by. Granted, yeah, people like having the feeling of control, that they get to participate and make those decisions for themselves, and I'm actually relatively okay with that. But, yeah. That chair is going to be a problem. We'll deal with that in a minute. I threw that chair way more than I meant to. But there was a case in your state where a guy told his, like, 4-year-old daughter to behave or he'd shoot her and pointed a gun at her. Thought it was unloaded. She yelled at him. He pulled the trigger. It was not unloaded. Thankfully, she survived. But, like, oh, yeah, no, that's, like I said, there's a lot of very genuinely, you know, people who just don't think about the risks they're putting people in. Like, they're just like, oh, yeah, oh, whatever, and then, you know, someone dies. Or they don't secure their thing, and again, you know, the local teenager gets a hold of Grandpa's arsenal. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and move on from that, because like I said, that is, gun ownership is one of those things that definitely very, very quickly gets out of control. So we'll just go ahead and move on from that. It's also part of the reason I don't like when, you know, people are like, oh yeah, I got this firearm, that, it tends to always move in that direction. So it is a topic I actively avoid most of the time on the channel. Okay. It's also very genuinely a reason you don't see me play very many games that are shooters at all. Because that conversation always comes up where people want to talk about firearms and all that stuff. Hey Darth, let's not, alright buddy? Like, I get, we all have our different, you know, things and all that. But it's also one of the things, like, because, you know, saying someone is not smart is also calling them stupid. Which, you know, you may disagree with their views or whatever and all that, and that's totally fine. I understand you're talking about, like, not the individual you're responding to or whatever. You're talking about, like, the broader thing. But again, we all have different views on these types of things. And there's a certain amount of respect that should be offered for that. Yeah, no, they, that's the thing. The individuals were agreeing and everything, but it's kind of one of those things I'm like, yeah, I don't want to get into it, because that, again, when you start calling certain politics stupid, then understandably those who agree with the politics, you know, that's a negative kind of thing to them. It's easy just to move on and not. Perhaps we could talk about something less divisive, like pizza toppings. You have to admit you don't hate pineapple. Because I'm not good. I'm not... I don't care, Darth. Like literally, I'm saying, like, because I'm also American. I don't necessarily have a problem with the idea of restriction on about those things. We're moving on. So we'll just go ahead and say we're gonna not bring up the gun conversation. I've honestly genuinely debated putting a rule on the channel that unless we're playing something that specifically has firearms, we don't discuss firearms. Like, I don't want to go that heavy-handed, Because again, it's not even being pro or against it. Because like earlier we had what I would argue is a meaningful conversation about, you know, retail and people being bad about stuff with that happened to include it, but that's just, you know, as more as a weapon, not necessarily specifically firearm. But yeah. Anyways, but yeah, like when it comes like, you know, the pizza topping, I'm definitely not team pineapple on pizza. Like, I'm not someone who you show me a pineapple on a pizza, I'm like, why would you do this sacrilegious thing? How could you possibly be this terrible? Or anything like that. I'm not that averse to it. It just, oh, that's definitely not something I'm into. Like, if it's what's available, I can certainly eat it. It's not my favorite. I'm not excited about it. But I'm not, like, morally opposed to it. I would rather my pineapple not be warm and squishy. I would rather have a mildly cool pineapple to a cold pineapple. Is it Denmark or Sweden that puts banana on pizza? I've never heard of that one. What about apple slices, clementine or kiwi? Those were big things in some pizza games. I have never heard of any of those being on pizza before. I would try it. I don't think I would be big on it, because so for the record, I'm not really big on sweets. And so, like, you know, putting sweet on savory, like taking something that is I anticipate being savory and then making it sweet is usually, it's again not something I'm like, oh my god, why would you do this? But it's like, oh, that's not my favorite. You know, I can deal, but like, not super in love with this. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of dessert pizza. But I don't have much of a sweet tooth in general. It's not that I don't eat any sweets, like I enjoy myself a nice ice cream, strawberry shortcake or whatever, but I tend to eat very little sweets. I would much rather have savory or spicy. You've had chocolate pizza? Yeah, no, I've had it too, and again, it's not something that I'm like, oh man, this is terrible, why would anyone do this? Like, nothing like that, it's just like, oh, okay. Where did all my money go? Like, no, genuinely. I had a bunch of money, and then I looked down, and I was like, where did my money go? I had like $700 more in here. I got a bunch in the bank. Oh, it's all the stuff sitting in my... Okay. It's gonna be all the stuff sitting in here. My head will always think of pizza savory. Yo, no, exactly. There we go. There's our money. I was sitting there like, wait, where did my money go? You feel you can put most edible things on pizza depending on taste? Yeah, there's definitely stuff. I didn't check. What are you? Are you equipment? No, you're toys and hobbies. That makes sense. And then what's the last one we need to pick up? Was that the art place? Yeah. Okay. There's an Italian thing called a panzerotti, which is kind of like a calzone, but instead of baked, is fried. And it's made with peanut butter and banana. It's kind of amazing. Oh yeah, so it's like, oh, what's it called? Yeah, no, I know what you're talking. Like, it's like almost like a little bit on the sweet. It's like it's still almost savory, but like just mildly sweet. But it's like a pastry that has it. We have there's a Spanish thing that's very similar to that. That's just, it's like that calzone breading, except the breading we have for the one I'm thinking of is, it's not croissant, but it's got like that croissant flakiness. But it's the same idea as you got some breading around some banana and some peanut butter. So let's go over here, get this art stuff. And all that. A few very rare chocolate cakes are good for people who liked it. But the market is niche beyond the fad. Yeah. Oh, I'm not thinking about a Danish. Because, like, for the record, Danish is the name of a pastry, as well as a lot of other things. $829 for you. Puff pastry. Oh, I don't remember the name off of my top of my head. It's a Spanish name. I love a lot of their food. I do not know their language. I know individual words, like I know what I would refer to as survivalist Spanish. I can ask for the bathroom, I can tell you how many I want seated at my table. Like, and a couple things like that. Oh, the name of the toy store is Toys That Make Noise? Excellent. The perfect place for the... like I said, I don't know. I just do not know. You could genuinely guess the name and I'd be... It's not something I buy. It's something I'm familiar with. As, like, an existing product. But I've kind of mentioned that I tend to be way more into, like, the savory and the sweet. Don't get me wrong, in that case, the sweet we're talking pretty mild. Like a peanut butter and bananas, a very mild sweet. Yeah, and you go spicy, now you're talking my language. Now I'm assuming when you read that, you gotta go out of way to say like, cerveza, por favor. Like really sell it. Gotta go full Peggy Hill on it. We'll say 500 for this one. Let's see. So, what's your thought on chili on sweets? Oh, you mean like the Hispanic candies where they have like cayenne on it? Or is that what you're talking about with the chili? Or whatever the pepper is. All right, I'm feeling like we made some money in that. 164. I am not really a fan. I like the spicy part of it, but the combination is a little off-putting. Sweet chili sauce? Oh yeah, no, I think they're talking about, I forget what it's called. There's a candy that's very, very popular for like, you know, South American Mexican kind of thing. That it's like, it'll be like a sucker. But like, so like a hard candy. But it's like a cayenne kind of thing. Oh, like a chocolate tart with chili. I mean, it's not my favorite, but like, that's fine. I thought you were talking about there's a hard candy that's really popular in places like Mexico and Peru. But it's this really hard candy. So again, like a sucker kind of thing. But it's got like, I don't think it's cayenne, but it's like a cayenne-like pepper. So it's like, it's got like that sweet and spicy thing, and I know a lot of people are into it. Like, I don't think it's a bad combination, it's just not a for me combination. It's fine. You haven't tried pineapple and pizza, but you don't have high expectations. If you're someone who's into, like, the sweet and savory, usually it's kind of in that camp. You're in, Papaprindo? That sounds very familiar. I can't put my, mind on it. The name sounds familiar. I've at least heard of whatever that is. We did get a bunch of snack packs from a bunch of different countries, and Mexico is one of them. It's my Mexican spicy candy? Yeah, no, it could be the one I'm talking about. Yeah, for me with the Mexican spicy candies, it's like, it's the sweet spicy combination just doesn't work for me. I generally like the spicy. There we go. That's like a warhead, though? Oh, is it like a warhead where it's like your hard candy on the outside, except for having like the crunchy middle spot? It's like, I don't know, like a what is the one that's cinnamon that people love so much? The mildly spicy cinnamon one. Give me 1 second. I want to delay the ad because we're probably not gonna go super much longer. Semi-hot, then inside is sweet. Oh, semi-hot, then inside is sweet. I mean, I'd try it. I don't know. I've not personally found there's much in that sweet and spicy I enjoy. Like, that's actually recently the grocery store nearby has started having salsa that was habanero and honey. And I was like, I'll give that a try, and it's not bad. Like, I'm not having a bad time. It is just kind of weird. It's not really what I want. I was just excited for salsa that had habanero already in it to being available in the grocery store. But it, of course, had to come with the honey thing. And, like, the habanero part's fine, but, like, the honey says, like, I don't know, man. I like honey. I genuinely do like honey. I don't know about honey in my salsa. That's just a little weird to me. It's not really my thing. It's also like I don't tend to like spicy beverages. I like spicy food, but like a Bloody Mary or other spicy beverages, I've thus far not found I'm like, that's the one. It's, again, not one of those things I hate. It's just you have, you're like, I don't know about this. Okay, the hammer, the mechanic wants the hammer. Yeah, everyone's got their own food preference. Oh yeah, like that's the whole thing. Like, there's very few foods I'd be like, that is objectively a terrible food. Like, why would anyone ever eat that? I mean, there's black licorice, and that definitely fits that mold. I'm teasing. Like, there's certainly foods that you look at it, and you're like, what the hell is wrong with people? That is some, like, really demonic stuff. Where you're like, you know, just the thing that they're eating just has, like, some really, really wild implications. And you're like, that is some cursed stuff. But have you ever had Swedish salt licorice? I have not. I think both of those are stuff that are ready for today. Oh yeah, fireballs, that's right. Black licorice, but if it's extremely salty. To be fair, I do think being extremely salty would probably help me out on the black licorice part, just because it would be something other than black licorice. You don't mind black licorice depending on the brand and sweetness level? Yeah, and I'm not a huge black licorice fan. To be fair, I actually do end up liking a lot of bitter foods. So black licorice on pizza, like, I would do that as like a charity thing. Like, if someone's like, hey, if we donate X dollars to charity, will you eat black licorice on pizza? I'm not beyond that. It's not that far off. Do I think I'd enjoy it? Absolutely not. That sounds terrible. But it doesn't sound terrible to a degree I'd be like, okay. I think, honestly, that, like, as much as the flavor of black licorice would be off-putting there, I honestly think just for the texture of pizza and then that chewiness of licorice just on it, I feel like that would be just a weird texture combination. where you'd eat the pizza and you'd be in this weird situation just like chewing on the black licorice afterwards, being like, okay, these don't really work together. Was it the art place I needed to go to? No, it was the electronics. No, it was the hobby. You had to sign a waiver, then nope. Yeah, I like spicy food. There's definitely a line in the sand with spicy food where you're going from, you're no longer there for the spiciness. Or sorry, you're no longer there for like good flavor. You're there just to make it as hot as possible. Man, this gives you eye twitches. You just want to scream, it doesn't work like that as you breathe, and you consider the dev has likely only seen Storge Wars. Oh yeah, no, we've already had the conversation a couple of times. That's like, this is not how any of this works. If you do it this way, you just go out of business. Like, you'd blow a bunch of money, you'd sell nothing in a meaningful capacity, and you'd just have a bad time.
Greetings.
That's 170. Yeah, no, that was, so Ash mentioning that your boyfriend is a pepperhead, and there's a hot chicken place that he's got 3 of the spiciest ones, and ask him, are you sure? And they made him sign a waiver. They said it tastes terrible. Yeah, we used to have a place way over on the, at the port. And at the port, there used to be this place called Frankie's Wings and Things, or it's something like that. It's in that ballpark of a name. And they had, like, it's something like 9 or 10 different temperatures of wings back when, you know, most places had, you know, mild, medium, and hot or whatever. You know, maybe they had their one spice hotter that was, like, Screamer or Pain or whatever. And they had, like, their Dial 911 and all that. And, you know, it was no longer a sauce, it was a paste. Like, this really thick paste. And it was, yeah, it was pretty terrible tasting. But that's where you're basically just being like, yeah, let's just put all the capsaicin acid we can in this. Just make it spicy as spicy can be. And it's like, ignoring the spicy part, it just didn't taste good at that point. But that's where you cross that line. You're no longer, okay, you're making it taste good and spicy is the consequence of flavor. It's, no, I want this to be stupid hot because I need to brag to all my friends about how tough I am. I didn't get a good look, but that feels like it's a lot. Like, there's whatever that thing is on the ground, and I don't know how much the life chair is, but unless that life chair is like 500 bucks, I'm just not seeing it. Oh, I enjoy a really good sour candy. Hey, Draconic, thank you so much for the raid. We actually got some good stuff here. But I didn't realize you streamed. But thank you so much for the raid, I really do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Draconic Dork? But thank you so much for that raid, I really do appreciate it. And any raids, like, people bring who they can bring. I don't go and be like, oh, that's a 100-person raid, that's a 1-person raid. Clearly the one person is not as important or anything like that. But you do it once in a while, but you find something that grabs your attention. Gotcha, that's fair. And you're playing some Marble It Up Ultra. I have no idea what that is. And I didn't even realize this bidding. Hopefully there's some money in here, because I just spent a lot of money on that. So here's... Yeah, sure, that's fine. A Star Bangle. Or Silver Bangle or whatever. Got a xylophone for children. We got a slightly better couch. A table of bad quality. I am not feeling good about this purchase. This is not encouraging. Yep, so without identifying those 2 rare items, we have about, out of our 720, about 300 bucks. We could probably make this next. I don't know how that poster's staying there, but I'm just going with it at this point. Okay, so nothing more on the ground. Okay, so I see the couch is household. What was the other thing? We already got that. So I'll go to the furniture place and have them appraise the couch. And here's hoping they consider that couch to be worth like $300. The silver bangle, thank you. So we need to go to the furniture place and we need to go to the art place. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. All right. I need to be going the other way, actually. Okay, so I can drop this off. The question is, how badly did I just, you know, screw myself? The thing we have to get, what is it, like 300-400 out of that couch and the silver bangle to not have me have purchased that at a loss or whatever? Which is unfortunate, because that's not an inconsiderable amount of money. Now, one nice thing is, again, we get about 25% extra going through the pawn shop. So we can come up short once in a while and still have the difference make up, but you also need enough extra money on top of the pawn shop to, you know, figure that all out. And I don't believe we had a locked box. Okay. And we do have another locked box at the locksmith. We can try and grab that real fast. Okay. We can squeeze on past here. Just trying to get here before he closes.
Afternoon.
Okay, that's not too bad. Aha! You managed to jump in here before physics knocked it out. Alright, so there's all this stuff. Alright. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save real fast. And the reason I'm doing this is because I need to wrap up or you're getting stuck with an ad, and I don't feel like we need to put you through another ad if we don't have that to do that. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. With that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is if you're watching over on Twitch or watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly for you, so don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and switch to my ending stream scene, and I'm going to see if I can't quickly find who is the current person on the hot potato. And